There are a lot of questions that you should be thinking about before buying a frame.
Now, one thing I always talk to people about to think about, number one, is your space. What kind of space do you have? Do you have a large room, a small room, dedicated space, or is it just going to be on the side? So that's number one mark that I always ask people, what space do you have? Second, your budget. How much are you going to spend on this frame and other accessories? Because that can be a huge thing for you of how much money you've got and where you're taking it.
What's nice about the Grace frames is you can put your own machine on the frame all the way up to our large 21-inch machines.
Yeah.
What are some of the struggles if you're doing a large quilt on a sit-down table?
Number one, if it's large quilts like a king, I'm wrestling the quilt constantly. It's going over my shoulder, it's hanging off to the side because I've got to move it underneath the machine.
That's right.
But with the Cutie, your machine moves on top of the quilt.
We're going to be creating a fall pumpkin banner using our circle cutter. I love this pattern because I wanted to create something really simple and really easy that I could duplicate really quickly to make lots and lots of these for my friends and family. So that's why I wanted to do it just as simple as possible. We'll be doing kind of a raw edge applique as we quilt. If you want to do that needle turn applique, you're welcome to that as well. But that's the process we'll be doing in this specific educational video. So you're going to place right here and press down on the circle. And then you're going to take the blade and just go around in a circle. And ta-da! Isn't that so fun? I love it. I could just cut circles all day long. I love it. So you'll just go through and cut out all of your circles so that you can then piece it into your many different pumpkins.
So one of the important things working with your workspace is making sure that you wipe down your tracks and wheels. It's very important. If you get a little bit of lint on there, it actually does make a difference when you are free motion quilting and moving your machine around, because you really do feel even a small amount of lint on your wheels. And so it's important for you to make sure that you are wiping that down. And I try to do that every time I change my quilt. It's just good to go through and walk and go clean all of your wheels and all of your track and just wipe them down with just a rag and water. And for the track, I just take 2 fingers and just wipe down both sides of the track and just rub it along all the way down the entire length of the track.
What about the upper carriage as well?
Upper carriage as well, you need to make sure you wipe down all of your tracks. You do both the top and bottom, so you can get all your track all the way along the entire length of your system. Because even though this track is a very hard, nice, dense track and it's very smooth, so you will feel those small little bumps and threads or lint, whatever builds up on your track very easily. And so even with cleaning your track, it's also very important then to also clean your wheels.
Tell us a little bit about this beautiful quilt.
So this is a quilt that my grandma made, and it's Sunbonnet Sue. And today is my mom's birthday. And so in honor of Grace, I pulled this one out. If I were to gift this, I'm not, but if I were to gift this, the care and instructions to how to care for it are really different than how you would for a regular quilt, because it's an antique and it's been around a long time and we want to preserve it. And so with this quilt, you just want to be careful as you're, to not use harsh chemicals on it, and you want to store it correctly. You don't want to leave it out in the sun to erode all the fabrics. You've seen this is preserved pretty well because I've taken really good care of it. But you want to store it in a pillowcase. So if you want to gift it in a pillowcase and how you want them to take care of it, and they can pull it out, just remember every once in a while. That's really important as well.
Our screen will show us that in order to sew this pattern, it's looking for the top left corner and the bottom right corner of the block. I'm going to move the machine over, and I have this block that I've drawn out here on the quilt, and I'll go up to that top left edge. I'm going to simply touch and tell it that my machine is there. I'll now move the machine down and across the square down to the bottom right side. We're now going to tell it. It will automatically size the pattern. it has positioned the pattern, and the pattern is now ready to sew. It's literally that easy. We selected a pattern, we told it where we want that pattern to go, and I am going to hit quilt. With quilting, the machine automatically knows where it's at. It will know how much stitches, and we can set those types of things, but I'm simply going to hit the button sew so that we can see how easy it is to actually place a pattern and sew it out. So here we go, machine's gonna move to its start point. Might ask us a couple quick questions to make sure that our thread's where it needs to be. It automatically knows where the center is, and there we go, it's moved to the center. Here it goes, it's sewing and tying off, and I'll simply hold this thread for a minute as it begins, and away we go.
One day, Miss Annie comes home from church, it was actually on Mother's Day, with one of those little questionnaires that you fill out for your mom and ask questions. It said, my favorite thing to do with my mom is to quilt. And and I said to her, I said, but honey, we don't quilt together. And what did you say to me?
But I want to.
But I want to. And that day I just grabbed her so tight and was like, oh baby, let's quilt. so she made this first, she actually had done a panel and I could not find it for the life of me. So it's somewhere in her house. So she made this one. Do you want to talk about this one? What is this for?
It was for one of my dolls. I wanted to make a quilt for my dolls. And yeah, I just...
She laid out all the squares and sat down at our domestic machine, and so she was so funny. She pedaled to the metal full on, like full speed, and then she adjusted the speed to go a little slower because she realized she was being a little ambitious. But that was probably one of her first projects besides her panel. And then Miss Emma came along and noticed everybody was quilting, and she wanted to quilt too. So what?
It's my frozen quilt.
Yeah, her Anna and Elsa quilt. And who did the quilting on this one?
I did.
You did, huh? You had fun doing that. And what I really love about this quilt is even though it's all like scribbles,
I like that I did some eggs.
It's just cute and cozy, and she loves it. So
the back is sparkly.
Yep, she's got sparkly frozen fabric.
When someone is using a straight cutter, what are some of the ways we hold the straight cutter?
Yeah, so I think one thing that people tend to naturally do is you go like this, and like I said earlier, you're trying to get up and over that so you can try and cut. You know, you're trying to get there, trying to do it, and then you can see here you can get a white knuckle because you're trying to push down, get that pressure on there. Or one thing I've seen people do as well is sometimes they'll put their thumb here, again, getting that white knuckle if they're trying to go and cut.
That's right. And not only that, go ahead and put that back down there again, but also what happens with the wrist, right? When we want to get that blade towards the fabric, that wrist bends, and if you want to do your thumb up top, it's the same thing. So no matter what we're doing, we have either our fingers holding the cutter, we have that bent wrist, and we get above the fabric, so our shoulder. So literally from your fingers to your shoulder, that's where the fatigue and stress comes in.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Amanda, and today I'm going to be showing you how to use Pattern CAD to create some unique snowflake designs that you can quilt using the Grace Company's Quilter's Creative Touch software. Today I'm all set up with a quilt top. I've done a simple 9-patch design. I'm sure that experienced quilters will have many creative uses for these snowflake designs that we're going to create today. I've got a Qnique 21 machine set up ready for automation and some Snow White finesse thread that I can use to make my snowflakes really pop out. I also have a tablet set up with our Quilter's Creative Touch software, or QCT. I also have a gold subscription that I will be using one feature of, but it's an optional feature to place multiple patterns at one time. So I've got some little triangles all folded up and cut ready to make some snowflake patterns. You can do an image search for different snowflake designs, or you can create your own. Today, I'm going to be creating my own unique design so that I can have a mixture of straight lines and curved lines, so I can show you how to do that in Pattern CAD.
I love Christmas. I love the decorations, I love the time of year, I love the whole spirit of Christmas, and most importantly, I love bringing my family together and making it fun and enjoyable for them. And so to spark your creativity, I came up with an advent calendar, and it's right here. And it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to make. And the reason I felt like I needed to do an advent calendar is we kind of lose sight of Christmas. And this will help bring us back together as a family, and it'll have activities that you can do throughout the season, you know, for those 25 days, so that you can stay close and just remember the importance of the little things that you do during Christmas time.
Today we have Luella Hall with us. Can you tell us just a little bit about your history with quilting and just life history in general?
When I was a little girl, once a week I would go with my mom to my grandmother's house, and all the ladies in this little rural Wyoming farming community would gather there and quilt. And our playhouse was under the quilt,
of course,
between the knees and the feet of these wonderful ladies. When they first asked me to talk about some of my favorite quilts, I thought, this is going to be interesting. How do I choose my favorites? Last year I made and gave away about 400 quilts, and this year so far.
Last year, 400 quilts. Oh my gosh, I've made it through 2, and I was really proud of myself. That's incredible.
When you're my age, you'll hurry faster.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Okay.
This was a design that I kind of doodled, and I thought, hey, that's kind of fun. And then I started out, doing, I don't even know what this is called, but I know it has the Taj Mahal look. And so I thought that was kind of fun, and I could just fill this in. But notice it's not perfect, but it's an inspirational idea and thought that I can use down the road. So I may not use it on this quilt. And this is just kind of a filler design that I was just, practicing and having fun and practicing my pebbles and little feathers and flowers.
And I love this. And it intimidates me like crazy, because I'm not an artist yet. So are there still...
She doesn't think she's an artist, but there's a little inner artist quilter inside of her that she doesn't even know. And today she's gonna find a little snippet of that.
No, I'm excited.
This is Cape Elizabeth. This is from a photo I took when I was teaching in Portland, Maine, of the Cape Elizabeth headlight. And it's hand appliqué, but it's one of my first machine quilted pieces. And I did it all with invisible thread, which is, people told me it melts and does all sorts of stuff, but I don't know how old, and it's still intact, and nothing's coming loose.
I put my little block here as I wanted to talk to you about squaring up your blocks for piecing. And I found that when you're squaring up your blocks, it's really much easier for me to square up my block when I can find my center and place it in the center. So you'll notice that I took my pin right here and I put it down through the center of my block. Then at the point right here, I'm just going to put it on this point right here, which is the center of my mat. Now you don't have to use the center of your mat. You can use the intersection on the squares and then cut it up. I just thought that would be easier for you to recognize and notice. So this is where I like to use my mat with my ruler, and I'm just going to put it down in here, the little pin to hold it into place. And then I'm just starting on this side, and I'm going to turn it around like a wheel and just kind of fussy cut them and straighten up my edges. And then you can decide what size you want. And notice how I'm lining it up with this 20-inch line right here from the bottom to the top. And I'm just going to make my quick cut, put my guide over my track as I'm cutting, and notice how my thumb is, because that's the way I like to cut. And then I'm just going to go up it and across, and now I have a nice straight cut. And notice how pretty that looks. So, and now I'm ready to kind of just turn it and do my next cut.
Welcome. Hi, quilters from around the world. I'm Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company. And with us in the studio, we have Karla Jerome from Grace Company, Head of Education. Say hi to everybody, Karla.
I'm sorry, I forgot my earpiece. So.
Welcome. We have Mark Martin, who's in charge of all customer relations for the Grace Company, again, around the globe and here within the U.S. as well. Welcome, Mark. Thanks for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan. Good to be here. Great to be here.
Good. I thought maybe we can just look at a couple comments and just welcome a lot of people. We're getting good mornings from all around. So thank you for those that are joining us in live streaming. As you join, we're really excited to have you with us. Go ahead, give us a little bit of a hi. There's Belinda Bryan. Welcome. Good morning. People, Terry Click, thank you for joining us. Vicki Edwards from Ozark, Missouri. And again, we have people coming from all over as you've been joining. We have Brenda Weidenhoff from Massachusetts. Thank you for being with us. Kristen Smith. Good morning, Kristen Smith. Thank you for being with us. So again, as you're coming in, Lisa McDonald from New York, let us know maybe where you're coming from in your comments. We're excited about a full day of exciting information. Mark, Karla, what have your thoughts been about the festival so far? It's pretty exciting, right?
Yeah,
it's way exciting.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Good to see all the comments, where everybody's from, and just to share what we love to do. And it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I was able to be part of a chat, and that was a lot of fun as well. I enjoyed that because it's interesting to hear your comments and be able to chat back with you. That was a lot of fun, and just thank you for joining us. We, from the bottom of our hearts, really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to be a part of this big happy family here at the Grace Company.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been wonderful. Thank you for joining us live streaming. And then I'm guessing those that are visiting us, Carrie K from Utah, welcome. Thank you very much. Libby M, also from Utah. From all those that are streaming with us, you might have seen the replays that we've been doing over the week, or you might have been able to join us last week. If so, thank you for rejoining us. We have an amazing set of content, not only today, but all day tomorrow and on Friday as well, along with giveaways, live giveaways for those that are joining us, a set of giveaways from those who are registering. So thanks for being with us. Again, just a shout out to all those that are joining us. If you're joining us from international places, welcome as well. So thank you for being with the Grace Company here as we start off day 3 of our fantastic fall festival in 2021. With that, I thought I would just do a quick clear a little bit of something out for everybody. And part of this is as you chat and as you're looking at chats, as we respond to those questions, you'll notice that they'll come from the Grace Company. And we just want to be careful that you're aware in this world. There's a lot of people trying to take advantage through digital software and other things. You'll notice that from us, it comes and the answers that are coming from Grace Company show up as Grace Company. We have behind the scenes individuals that are helping answer questions as we go through those. Karla, you mentioned that you had a chance to be part of the chat last week with one of your classes as well, right?
Well, it was actually during Lizzie Allen's class,
Oh, that's right.
the ruler work class, and it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the chats. I didn't realize how much fun they were to just reply back and help you understand that, yeah, she was doing that was pre-recorded, so they couldn't zoom in or zoom out away from it, so you couldn't see what her other hand was doing. But, you know, I was hoping I was able to relay that to you. So we'll get some other, you know, tips and tricks for ruler work. There's another video coming up for beginning ruler work, so it'll be fun.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And so I appreciate that. What I want to do is I'm going to bring up on our screen part of the Fall Festival, and I want to talk through some things. This is just a good practice for those that are new. You might be streaming on YouTube or Facebook. Thank you for joining us there. We also have the Grace platform, which is where all these classes are listed amongst many other things. I just want to briefly show you how to get there. This is graceframe.com's home site. So if you come to graceframe.com, you can click on register now. And what that does is it does bring you into the festival. The major prizes that we are awarding. So let me just kind of pull that up. So the major prizes, like one of the big gifts that we're giving away on Friday of this week is a complete 21 Pro machine with continuum frame, light bar, and our Pro automation. In order to be eligible to win, you'll need to have come to the website and have registered. And so again, if you go to graceframe.com, you click on register now, it brings you in. It allows you to register. Now, there are a lot of benefits. It's not just a win. One of the things that we have that's really great about this is, let me get into what I call our account dashboard. This is where information is then presented to you. And so this is where we have an ability, if you sign up for text messaging and you've signed up for any classes that you wanted to watch, we can go ahead and send you a reminder on what that is. Your dashboard will have reminders as well. And so these are reminders not only of events that are coming up, but things unique to you also. You can see this is where you can navigate to look at the festival, to look at the workshops, to look at the quilt shows, and so many other things are found from your dashboard. And so it's a great, easy place to go. Again, first you can go to graceframe.com. Once you've registered, you then have your dashboard, which is this. But again, along with that, this is the page where we have all those events. Now, I do want to point out something else. Karla, last week when we did the class, you did your advent calendar, correct? And you did that presentation with everybody. Was that on Thursday? That was on Friday, I think, right?
That was on Friday, yes.
But I want to bring this up so I can show everybody right now, as an example. One thing that we've done is Karla has put together in her team patterns that are free for you to download. And in order to access those, you need to come into the Grace events system. And if you can go find it, like here is a class that Karla did last time. If we click on see details, one of the great things we're doing is we're adding those free patterns so you can actually download them directly from the website. They're yours to have. Karla, I loved your advent calendar. I thought that was a fun project. But for all those out there that were interested, again, what you can do is come find her class on the event workshop page. Once you find her class, if you go find more details, you can actually go into those details, and that's where those are located. So those that are streaming with us live, there are a couple wonderful, fantastic fall promotional pieces. Now, Karla, I know you had a couple that we did, and there's some other classes going up. You know, what would be the value in our quilters downloading some of those free patterns?
Well, number one, I don't expect you to use the patterns because of me and how I like to quilt. Exactly. I just hope that they inspire you and spark your creativity so that you can go and do your own thing. And that's really what I want as a quilter, because I love to see what you can do. I don't want you to conform to everything that I do. I just want to, touch on your inner quilter or your inner artist and see how you can create. So that's what I want for you as you are downloading those free patterns. I just wanted to inspire you.
Well, thank you, Karla. You are definitely inspiring us. So you and your education team are doing wonderful things, and our ambassadors that are also joining us. Again, I'm just back in here, and let me bring this back on screen so we can see. This was Thursday of last week. I'm going to go down and just find this one more time. So bear with me here. Where's our advent calendar, Karla, here? Well, we're not going to go find it. But with that, again, just know you can come look at the details. Like, this is also part of the Pumpkin Fest. Again, here is a nice, fun banner that you can do if you're looking at a Halloween project or even a fall project moving into November or Thanksgiving. In order to get that, come to your homepage. You can go look at the schedule, and then you can go ahead and find the download on the page that contains the video. Following the event, we'll actually have a page that has all these videos that'll be easy to browse. But right now, again, thank you for joining us. We have many more people continuously joining us. So maybe we can just do another shout back out to everybody that's joining us. We have people from all over coming and joining. Good morning. Here we have Nida Hughes. Vice is what I want to say. I hope I got that somewhat correct. Hello from North Carolina, Marcel Hamrick. Again, thank you for joining us here at the Grace Company Fall Festival, our 2021. It's our second one, Mark. What were your thoughts? I mean, we've kind of come quite a ways, right, from where we were last year to where we are this year with for our viewers and our quilters out there. What are your thoughts on that?
We have, and it's amazing to see where we have come and what we've done, and to what we keep talking about, your team and all the knowledge and patterns and stuff that we've created to help you grow in this journey, to grow in your hobby. So when we first started, we were learning and we were finding things out. And now that we've done a couple of these under our belts, the next ones are going to be even better. So if you're enjoying these, the next one's going to have even more information, more knowledge, more education side. So it's just been really great to see us involved as much as you're involving with us as well as we do this.
Thank you, Mark. You're right. It's been fun. What we would also tell you is, I'm going to bring back on my screen here, is on the main page. One of the things we would love to get is your feedback and your inspirations and your thoughts on this. This is the landing page for the events as a whole, so you can navigate from here as well. But one of the things I wanted to scroll down to is down here at the bottom is we actually have a section at the very, very base where you can share after the facts your information. So here's where you can reach out to us, send us some questions, send us your thoughts, which we really appreciate. This is also a really fun place to go because we also have this new digital community quilt. I want you to see this. I love bringing this up. Karla, Mark, just so you guys know, what happens is anytime any of those that are participating, you can go in your account and you can submit a block. And when you submit a block, it comes in here and it actually randomizes those blocks. And so this is a digital quilt created by all of you who are participating. So thank you. When you come in here, again, I'm just going to refresh this page. You'll notice that it actually reconfigures those. So we get a different view every time you come in. Literally this quilt with these blocks will look different. So that's a really fun thing to be a part of and to participate in. Again, so I just wanted to share some of those thoughts with you to be a part of it and see what that is. I wanted to also briefly talk and thank all those who have submitted quilts. We have over 2,800 quilts currently that have been submitted. That's a lot, right, Karla? 2,800 quilts.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It is pretty amazing. And with that, know that there's going to be prizes. I just wanted to show you really quick. I'm going to go into this category, and quilts, again, are randomized as they come out. As you browse these, this has been done really nice on your phone as well, so you can very easily just scroll through them. But you can hit the little icon in the top corner to vote, or we would recommend, why don't you go in, read a little bit more about the descriptions, comment on some of these, share your thoughts, and then share this with other friends or others out there as well. Invite them to come see this digital quilt show. Think about that. This is a chance where we can see from individuals literally around the world, and there's over 2,800 quilts that have been submitted. Thank you for your participation in this. But again, you can come in here, you can vote by simply selecting the vote option at the top of the quilt. So I just want you to see that there are a lot of different kind of quilt sections. There are 6 of them, very fun categories: Hall of Shames. You might have some unfinished projects, wild imaginations, the holiday quilts, which have holiday themed. We love the surprises or the oops, blood, sweat, and tears, and made from scratch are the different categories. Thank you for, and to our judges who are going to help participate. Again, most of these main prizes when it comes to the votes will be based on some of the selections based on votes from there, but we also have a pick from our judges. I wanted to share that with you. Also, one of the great things is we have vendors that are participating and do have very specific promotions for you and exclusive to this fall event. We recommend and ask that you reach out, click on and view some of the promotions that these vendors have. Again, you can come in, visit their booths. They have a couple products listed, which shows you a little bit. You can get to their websites, and then below they also have ways of redeeming coupons or certificates. So I'm going to recommend that if you haven't visited the vendor booth, go ahead and do so to see what that is. There's a lot of fun to go along with that. Maybe Mark, let's just come back. I want to reach back out to a few more people that are joining us here as we're going through. I like this. This is from Vicki Edwards. Thank you for participating. It looks like you voted. Congratulations on voting. Now this is for quilts. So thank you for voting for the quilts. Here's another one. This is a great one talking about that quilt show. Mark, maybe you can go ahead and read that from Tammy Barton for us.
Yeah, Tammy says, some of the stories and the descriptions have been so touching. And it's so true. I'd love to see the stories myself and to hear the backside of why they designed or created the quilt. So Tammy, you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I love this. There are so many quilts. It's hard to vote on. Thank you for joining us, Tony. Like this one here, I'm watching while I'm making a top. Good job. Way to go.
I love that one. You go, girl.
You go. Way to pass it. Thank you, Ellie Merriam, for joining us today. So it's been fun, and thank you everybody for coming in. Here's a good one. A shout out to the crew behind the scenes. Thank you, Tracy Duffy, for sharing that. A lot of people making this happen, and so maybe we can do again a thanks to our quilters who are live streaming with us today. We know that we'll continue to have more people join as we do so. Thanks for joining us. Share this with friends. Share this with loved ones. You're going to find an immense amount of education that's going to be coming. Let me go ahead and bring up on our screen so we can kind of just verify a couple things that are happening today here. Give me just a minute. So as part of the workshops, kind of a quick bit to clear some of what you can expect to see today. So today is is Wednesday, the 13th. And one of the things we're going to start with is ruler work, which we're going to get into here in just a minute. And 10:15, we're going to be looking at all sorts of accessories for quilts. We're then going to be looking at TrueCut Tools. This is some wonderful cutting tools. Trunk Show with Luella Hall. She's been on here. She's one of our ambassadors. Great person, great stories. We also get to see one of our special guests, the amazing quilter. So you're not going to want to miss this one. An amazingly talented individual. As a blind individual, as she's kind of moved through and learned and has found a passion for quilting, which is wonderful. We're going to be doing a Q&A section here. Trunk Show with Charlotte Ward Anderson. It's going to be fun to see more of her quilt. She was our keynote speaker on day 1 last week, Wednesday. A couple sneak peeks on some new upcoming products. Our live giveaway in the middle of the day, which is exciting. So join us for that, because we're going to be doing live giveaways, and our big giveaway for those who are pre-registered. Some great things on our circle cutter. We end up finishing part of our day with a class Karla is going to be doing on a retro quilt, and then we're going to wrap up today. So thank you for joining us. We're going to get into this because we have a lot of content to go and a lot of things to do. Mark and Karla, any quick last thoughts before we get going with our videos and start with all of our quilters that are joining us today live?
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for joining, and enjoy. I'm ready to move on with this as well.
Yeah. Let's get started.
All right. Thank you. Welcome and enjoy the Grace Company's 2021 Fantastic Fall Festival.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. And thank you for joining us today. I am Karla Jerome, and
I'm Janessa
with the Grace Company Education. And we're excited to introduce to you today beginning ruler work and how much fun it is. And I get to teach Janessa the ins and outs and what to look for, and she's going to try her hand using rulers and learn some new techniques. And boy, by the end of this, she's going to be a believer and a lover of ruler work. So let's get started and let's jump right in and just talk about some of the accessories and things that you need for your setup to begin ruler work. So the first thing is your machine. You definitely need a sewing machine, but it's an important accessory on your machine that you need to look for, and that is the ruler foot. And what's different about the ruler foot, Janessa, is it has a higher shank, a higher shaft. So it's unlike, and I wish I would have had a regular foot here, but the regular foot's just a little bit lower. And so what's nice about this higher shaft is it will ride along your rulers, and I'm just going to use this and your templates, and keep them in place. So your foot's not going to ride up over your ruler and break it and break your needle and break your foot. So that's why it's important for you to use this ruler foot. All right. And it works the same way with templates. This is what we call a template, and this is what we call a ruler, because it has the lines and grids for you to, you space out your design. And this little template helps you draw around specific shapes. So you'll collect a lot, because I know you'll love ruler work. So
I noticed you have some true grips on that as well.
Yes.
Are those really
helpful? And the true grips are great on all of your products. So make sure that you stock up, because like I said, you'll get a lot of different size rulers that do specialty designs to work with. Make sure that you're applying the true grips, because they will keep you, and I'll let you tell them why.
You're not slipping around all over.
Yeah, you're not slipping around. That helps to keep you nice and stable, so you don't have to press as hard. But, they just do. They do their job really well. So make sure you stock up on those. All right. So the next thing that you need, another important accessory that works with the ruler foot, is what we call a ruler base. And it's a base that goes around the arm of your machine to hold your rulers in place. It's just like a little table underneath. But one thing you need to look for is that, notice that I can't quilt as far without hitting the front rail. So make sure you're marking your quilt every time you roll, so you know how far down you can quilt on your quilt. The next item that you need to check out and look for are your marking tools, okay? There are so many different styles of marking tools, and I'm not going to tell you particular ones. like different ones for different things. I'm not really partial to any kind of a marking tool. I want you to go and explore and try different options and see what works for you. That's what makes this nice, is that you can explore and discover. If you hear of a marking pencil or a marking pen or a marker that is water soluble and you want to try it, go ahead, try it and see how well you like it. That's the discovery of quilting, is trying new things and seeing how well you like them. And then, you know, I don't like that so much. And then you'll toss it to the side and try something new. So
Karla, I noticed you marked this one with just a pencil.
Yes.
Does it wash out, or what
No, pencil really does not wash out, and it's not really recommended, but sometimes it's just a little light pencil that I can use my eraser on works really nice for me, and I really like that. And it's a marking tool that I can actually see, and that's why I like it as well. My eyes are getting a little older. I do have glasses coming, but until then, I just need something that I can see. And you want something that works well in the lighting studio that you're quilting in. So make sure that on the fabric that you're working on, that you have a marker that you can see. So this pink would probably show up pretty well. And it's really quite light, but, you know, I can probably erase it pretty good and it'll come off. So, yeah, experiment and see what you like. Okay, so I did use a number 2 pencil, okay? And maybe a number 3 might be a little better, might be a little lighter, but I do like the eraser. And so I did purchase a bunch of erasers because I do like to use the pencil quite a bit.
And do you mark all of your quilts? Is that like a requirement for like ruler work to mark all of those?
No, but I do start out marking my quilts.
For beginners, especially.
Yeah, for a design that I'm not sure of, and I'm just starting out on my quilting, I will start marking it with a pencil or a chalk pencil or something like that. And then by the end of the quilt, I have that muscle memory of that design and I don't need to mark it any longer. So that's what's nice about starting out that way, but then you'll get so good and you'll be able to adjust your rulers, you'll be able to adjust your designs to fill in the areas. Man, you will become so good. So,
you say so.
Yes,
Fingers crossed.
I do. All right. So the other thing I just wanted to talk about was the frame height. Okay. This frame is a little tall for me, okay? But it's just right for Janessa. So make sure that you're setting up your frame to work well for you and how you like to quilt. And I will be standing on my tippy toes, especially working back here because I have a longer arm machine and this area is not quite as close, but she has a little bit longer. She's taller and very beautiful. So she just has a longer reach than I do. And so she won't have to. So this set down just a little bit for me would look really nice. And with the leaders, I can actually roll it towards me a little bit and work in this area. But remember your ruler base. So you have to work in the parameters that you're allowed without hitting to mess up your designs. So just a few little tips and tricks. And now we're going to get started and talk about design and rulers and templates. So one thing I want you all to start is a notebook of ideas and designs. And I want you to start drawing your different designs, and start. What's nice for me is if I purchase a template or something like that, I will practice on paper. And that's really important. It gets you very comfortable with the templates and the rulers. And before you start coming over to your quilt and start drawing, just willy-nilly without any idea of what you're going to do, this really does help. And it gets you familiar with moving and ideas of put in the spaces. So I just start a little notebook, and it's my little inspiration notebook. I have a different one for just doodle designs that I design. I sit there and actually I have one that I did in a meeting, and I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. I'm going to add that to my ruler quilt. So it's right here, and it's kind of fun. I was just kind of I was listening, I promise.
She is always doodling, and I think that's what makes her so talented at all of this free motion quilting is all of that doodling. So
Yeah, well,
it's fun to watch.
It's really important, okay, to start doodling and start learning the movements. And it really does help with the free motion quilting. So this was a design that I kind of doodled, and I thought, hey, that's kind of fun. And then I started out, doing, I don't even know what this is called, but I know it has the Taj Mahal look. And so I thought that was kind of fun and I could just fill this in. But notice it's not perfect, but it's an inspirational idea and thought that I can use down the road. So I may not use it on this quilt. And this is just kind of a filler design that I was just, practicing and having fun and practicing my pebbles and little feathers and flowers.
And I love this. And it intimidates me like crazy because I'm not an artist yet. So are there still...
She doesn't think she's an artist, but there's a little inner artist quilter inside of her that she doesn't even know. And today she's going to find a little snippet of that.
No, I'm excited. And I think because with these templates and the straight lines and the circles that it builds out for me, it should.
Yeah, and this can be intimidating. Looking at this is like, oh man, I can't do that. But we're going to start out with straight lines and make it very easy, starting out with quilting stitch in the ditch and show you how to do that. And you know what? That makes a quilt just as beautiful, just stitching along the seams. And let's jump in and talk about that. So I'm going to set those off to the side and we're going to grab our ruler. And stitching in the ditch is just stitching inside the seams of your blocks. Now, you don't want to stitch on every seam you make because I wouldn't want to stitch across here because this is part of my block. But
it's just kind of making the shapes more like pronounced, kind of emphasizing them a little bit.
And I use a couple layers of batting. With ruler work, I like that little extra loft to make the quilting pop. And with that little extra loft, you can see how fun it is. And it makes it pop a little bit more than whether you were just using a regular one ply of your batting. So it just kind of enhances that ruler work that you spent so much time quilting. So that's what stitch in the ditch is. And we're going to show Janessa how to start out, how easy it is to stitch in the ditch. So I'm going to stitch in this ditch right here. All right, and I'm going to hold the ruler about 1/4 of an inch away, okay?
Why is that?
Now, that's just because that's where your needle is positioned, okay? So the foot has positioned the needle 1/4 inch inside this foot, okay?
Oh, gotcha, okay.
And so that's a good rule of thumb to know. And I'm going to move it over and I'll put my needle in the down position, okay? And then make sure that my needle is right there in the ditch.
Perfect.
Okay, so now I can align my ruler. And what's nice about our rulers, our TrueCut rulers, is they have the holes, so it makes it easier for you to hold in place, and especially using it with. And we're just going to turn it on. We're going to leave it there and kind of do a little tie-off stitch and then kind of move it forward. Just real slow. You don't have to go fast at all. And just see, I'm just stitching right down that ditch. And then I'm just going to stop right there.
Oh, you make it look so easy.
It is easy. So we're going to let you come over here.
All right.
And we're going to pull up our needle and pull up our bottom thread because we don't want any dangling threads down underneath. And I'm going to let you quilt along this one, okay?
All right.
And you just do the same thing that I did.
So our first step, like you said, is making sure we're lined up 1/4 of an inch right along our
Right,
seam.
and remember what, how to tell?
When I do my needle up, needle down, it
Needle
should
down.
should go right. Whoops.
And if it's not, you could just bring your needle back up and reposition it.
Perfect. Make sure I'm straight there. And it looks like I'm right on that seam.
Okay. Okay, just leave your needle in the down position because that's where you can start. Okay, is it right on there?
Yep.
All right, so you use this hand to hold. Okay. Now, if you're left-handed, I'm sorry. You'll just have to switch it around and change your buttons for your machine from right to left-handed. But you lefties, you've got it. You're ambidextrous. I'm jealous. All right, and just hold it in place and move down the seam. Just go as slow as you want. See how easy that is? Nice job.
Did I pass?
Yeah, absolutely. See, that wasn't as scary as you thought.
No, it wasn't. And as I'm looking, I wish I would have gone a little bit further over, and you kind of see how I moved. I wonder if I moved my ruler
and you can. And that's part of the more you do it, the better you get, the more stable you get. You know, with the first ones, I mean, it's a little intimidating, but it's not that hard, was it?
No, definitely not hard.
Yeah.
I want more practice for sure, but that was fun.
And that's what we're going to give her, more practice. So let's get started. And we're going to move back over here, and I have the lines drawn. So I'm going to do these first few lines, and then I'm just going to let you do some. Okay? And we're just going to make it quick and easy. So we're just going to pull our threads up. You did an awesome job. And look how nice and straight it is.
You're so good at pep talks, Karla, always. I love it.
Anyway, I'm just going to come over here and notice on this one, it's the same thing. We're just eyeballing it 1/4 inch. And that's why I did the lines a little darker.
Because in theory, we'll be hiding those with our...
Right, with our stitching. So, and mine probably isn't exactly straight, but you know what? We're going to go for it, okay? It's amazing what you can hide with the ruler. And it's going to come down. Okay, so usually I wouldn't stop, but I'm just going to move over, and I'm going to move back up this direction. So I'm going, instead of down, I'm just going to move. Now, if it's easier for you to move down, which I think it will be, so that's what I'll do, okay? So we'll roll up our threads.
So if you're more comfortable with ruler work, you could kind of go move around up and down. But
right, you can go up and down for starting down. So since this is beginning ruler work, I'm just going to show you the best way. Okay. And it's from top to bottom, because you can see the line as you're going down. If I was going from the bottom up, I really couldn't see the line.
Okay,
that
makes sense.
Because the foot's kind of in the way. So we just want to move this over. And you know, these marks are just markings. So I'm down on that. And then I'm just going to come down. Okay. And I've made that straight line. So see, it's a little wider up here, but that was because Karla and her ruler. All right, but we're going to go with it. Okay. Now you're going to do these two right here.
So Karla, what mode are we using as we're doing our beginner ruler work today?
We are using the regulated precise mode. And the reason is because in that mode, the needle stops when you stop moving the machine. And that's the mode you want to be in. And lots of times, I'm going to teach you how to put the needle down on these machines. So if you will hold down on the needle up, needle down button, just hold it till it beeps. Now, it's down in the stop position, okay? The needle is in the down position, which makes it easier for you to readjust your ruler. So really, if you have that feature on your machine, make sure that you put it in regulated precise, because it stops when you stop moving the machine, and the needle in the down position, and yeah, wow, you'll have a lot of fun. Awesome. So now I'll let you bring it back up. And then move over here. And you've got this. You know what you're doing. So I'm just going to let Janessa take over and do the next. You're going to do these two lines and then the little box down below.
Sounds good.
And we're just going to watch her have fun.
So I'm putting my needle down. I'm going to readjust my ruler, make sure I'm looking good.
Yes.
Okay.
You're going to change hands. You're going to hold it with that hand and turn it on with your right hand. And then start moving across as slow as you want. But see how stable the ruler makes your nice straight lines?
Ooh, Hey, that was better.
Yeah.
That was better. Okay.
Okay.
So would you recommend going back over to this left side, or should I just move down?
No, because you're going across,
Okay.
you can move down. So, but I want you to move up to this line right here, okay? So put the needle in that position because we're going to move without cutting.
Okay.
I did a normal. Now put it down and see if you've got it positioned correctly, because it's just a small little jump from one line to the other. And instead of pulling it up and cutting it every time, I kind of leave them connected and move from one section to the other. Make sure that you tie off your stitches, make a little needle up, needle down before you start and when you stop. And that will secure your stitches, so when you cut your little excess line that you moved from one to the other, then you won't have the thread come undone and you'll keep your stitches nice and stable. So
we've got some wonky threads going on, but that looks pretty good. I feel okay about that.
yeah,
Right? Not
it
too
looks
shabby.
great. Yeah, it looks great.
Okay, so now I'm going to...
Okay, now you're going to cut your threads because we're going to come down here and do this section here.
I've got a weird thread going on right here too.
That's okay. It's just a long dangling thread, and it's probably a thread from the fabric that got caught. We'll get the threads later.
So you would say start up here in this top left.
Right, and then come down.
Okay.
But you can do whatever. You can start from one side. When you're moving this direction, horizontal, you can start from one end or the other, okay? It's really the up and down movements that you really want to see your lines. So make sure you're starting down here, up here and working your way down. Whatever is easier for you. I mean, you've got this and you'll know what works well for you, so you quilt the way you want to quilt. See, I think we've got a quilter.
We're figuring it out as we go along, right?
See, ruler work is not as intimidating as you thought it was going to be. And it's actually easier than just plain free motion quilting.
Yes, and I think that's where I've been so nervous, is because with my free motion quilting, they're not even and they're not perfect, and I'm a perfectionist, so it's hard for me. So I love this. I love that I can make things exact. I can line it up. It's a lot of fun. I like it. And keep on going.
Yes, keep going. See? And she didn't think she had that little sliver of inner artist, and yet, yes, she does. That's what's great about the rulers and the templates. They keep your lines nice and straight, your circles nice and circular. Boy, and you can fill in and get better with your free motion designs and your filler designs, and have so much fun with ruler work. Nice job.
So when you're just moving along the seams, you're not realigning your ruler, right? You're just kind of moving quick just to get in the right spot.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm going to try it. I think I'm going to try and move backwards.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Go for
Maybe?
it.
Let's
Yeah.
see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you try new things, you find the way you want to quilt. And this is what I wanted.
Well, it's not perfect, but that's okay.
That's okay.
We're learning.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, so they're not quite, I kind of got lost along the way there, but this one looks good. And now I think for a while I'll practice just going straight up to down.
Okay.
Until I'm more comfortable.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to show you a circle template and how to hold it. Well, how to hold templates, okay, when you're using them. But notice I want to put it right here because I thought it was really fun. It's kind of a play on this design here. And because the fabric is straight up and down with the dots, I thought we'd put a circle right here. So notice that I can't move my machine, so I'm just going to have to roll my quilt just real quick. And I'll just put my clips up here. I want to move everything up just a tad. I'm just going to readjust it so that I can actually get around without hitting and mess up my circle. So I'm going to lock these back into place. And we're going to put our clips back on. All right. And now we can easily go around without hitting that. Okay. So, Janessa.
Oh, I want to watch you this time. Let me watch you this first time around.
All right. And then we'll do, I don't know, we'll do a little circle over here, okay? So anyway, how you're going to hold a circle is you want to hold it right down here at, I want to position it, okay? Right here at 12:30. And I'm going to put needle down. All right, and now as I go around it, because this is kind of a thin, small little ruler, I just really want to hold it. So, and I want to keep my foot next to the edge as I'm going around of my ruler and keep going.
Just keep those fingers out.
Yeah, and if you need to stop to reposition your fingers, I don't think I need to. There we go. Oh, that was pretty close. There we go.
Oh,
there's my little circle. Now I probably put another circle in there, but that's for another day. So now I'm going to let Janessa come over here and do her own little circle. And hopefully we have enough room. So I'm going to have you just put the circle right here.
Okay.
And kind of just go around. Let's just kind of do it right here. Off this one and kind of go around half.
Just around half of it. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I like that.
Yeah, and then just make sure that as you're positioning it, just because the flowers were really busy, that's why I chose not to do any lines or anything around it. So just position it so that you're right there on the edge. And as you go around, I don't even care if you get off just a little bit, but just have fun with that.
Perfect.
And that'll get you familiar with the rulers, with the templates.
Okay, right.
Now you want to change hands. Yeah.
Yes. I'm definitely right-handed. Okay, so right along there. Here we go.
And she's definitely really good at this.
Ooh, I like that one.
That
was
was
so
fun.
fun. Yes, I love that. Right along the
right.
edge.
Hey, it's as easy as that. Wasn't that easy?
Yes.
And it was a lot of fun.
Yes, I was really, really nervous, and now I'm ready to spend the rest of my day doing ruler work. That was super fun.
Thank you for joining us. And if you have any questions, please leave a comment below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com. Or you can contact your local dealer. And I'm Karla Jerome, and this is
Janessa.
And thank you for joining us here at Grace Company with the Education Department. We'll see you again.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Karla and Janessa, for that wonderful video. That was amazing. I've never really done ruler work before, so that was super neat to see. That was so cool. So tell me, guys, a little bit about it. Is there any additional tips or tricks you guys might have when it comes to ruler work?
Well, so that video was actually a few months ago when we filmed it, and it was like truly the first time I had ever done ruler work, and you could tell I was I was really nervous, and it actually has become my favorite way to quilt. I really enjoy free motion ruler work, and it gets easier as you go, and you have to work around different hand positions. And I think one of my biggest takeaways that Karla's taught me is really finishing, or when it stops sewing, have it finish in the needle down, so you can kind of reposition and it won't mess up your lines. But I love ruler work.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And it's a way to get that exact, precise work without adding the automation. So it's just another way to quilt. And if you haven't tried it and you haven't explored it, I really encourage you, because you don't need a lot of accessories, but you can build up with a lot of different tools to use with it. Now, I just want to mention that ruler that we were using was one of our TrueCut rulers that has the nice edge on it. I love that ruler because it has the markings on it and your foot can glide along. Now, I don't know if it will work with the domestic machine. So we'll have to try it out and let you know at a future date. But we did read some of the comments and we were watching. So we're here to answer some of those right now. So I'll let Janessa pick one, and then I'll pick one, and then we'll move forward.
Wonderful. Yes. Yeah, I think that was perfect. I think it was, let me see. I know earlier you talked about someone had a question about if it was TrueCut. So that was great. Yes. Thank you for answering that, because I think actually when I first got into this, I actually had that question myself, because there's so many different types of rulers out there that's like, can you use it, kind of get 2-in-1 with the ruler. So thank you. it's a perfect thing to point out there.
And
I
think there was a request as I was answering some questions while I was
Right.
back on there, and they were requesting a ruler work with a domestic machine. So
Right.
we'll get to that. I think that's a really great idea for a class. So we'll have to get to that one as well.
Perfect. Wonderful. So let's see. Does anyone have any other questions or any other tips or anything you guys might have for those that are looking to maybe get started in ruler work? So if they've never done it before, I know Janessa, you said you just kind of got started on it. Anything you found helpful when you first got started?
I think I did a lot of practice on like printed panels or different fabric. Karla would just draw shapes for me and I would kind of practice in those. And it was really, really helpful for me because it's just a little bit of a learning curve at first as you're going through. And for me, the biggest thing is just figuring out hand positions. I have gigantic hands, so they get in the way a lot. So that was really helpful for me to kind of get that practice in. I feel like I have pretty big hands.
In the Seinfeld reference, she does not have man hands.
She's very nice to me. And that's the other beautiful thing about Karla is everyone needs a Karla in their life that's just giving them pep talks the whole way through. She really is the best at that because I'm very, very hard on myself. And so find yourself a Karla, everyone. I guess that's my tip and trick.
Email me. I'll pep talk you.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much for sharing that. And thank you again for everybody who is joining us from all over. I know we did a little bit of a shout out earlier, so thank you again for everybody joining us on Facebook, YouTube, and our Grace platform. We're going to go ahead and we're going to move right into our next segment here. So it's going to be with Mark. He's going to talk about the different accessories that we have. And some of them are the ruler bases, the ruler foot, and some of those rulers themselves. So let's go ahead and get into that.
Which is a 1/4 inch thick, and then we have our mini slide, again, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And the reason why Hello everybody, and thank you for joining. My name is Mark Martin, and today I'm really excited because I get to show you all these wonderful accessories that you see in front of me. We have accessories to go with our Quilting machines and also for your domestic machines. Let's look at this light bar that's behind me. It comes in a 5-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot, and they are true LED lights, and it's true light, which gives you that natural light. They're also on casters, and you can raise and lower them. Really simple. By a touch of the button on the side, you can lower these light bars to get as low as you would like. We have quilt clips, our 2-inch quilt clips, and then we also have our 1.5 quilt clips. They come in a pack of 4, and you just put it right along your belly bar, and it keeps your fabric nice and taut and allows you to float your fabric. We also have these mini quilt clips. So cute, right? These are great for stabilizing anything you want. Thread comes to mind. As we use our thread, we tend to leave it on a shelf or it's unraveled. What a great way to keep our thread intact. Or if you sit down and you're doing your sit down process and you're quilting and you have all this fabric laying around, you're able to roll those up and use these as, again, like stabilizers and keep your fabric from being where you don't want it to be. These also come in 2-inch and 1.5 inch. We get a lot of requests for these quilt clips, both sizes. We have quite a few accessories for free motion quilting. So let's look at some of these accessories that allow your free motion to, I guess, be more advanced. So we have a couple rulers. We have actually several rulers. I'm going to hold up a couple of them. So this is a circle ruler template, and this is a feather template. We developed these wonderful rulers. So if you're looking to do feathers, here's a nice template for your feathers. And then here's one for circles. We also have a super slide, and it's a 1/4 inch thick. And then we also have our slice, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And then we have our mini slide, again, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And the reason why the thickness is important is for long arms. If you're using any of our Quilting machines, you would want to get the 1/4 inch thickness rulers. And we have 1/8 inch rulers as well for your domestic machine. I'm going to hold a couple of them up here, and they're the same design, so super slide, mini slide, and then we have slice. And for our Quilting machines, we do have a ruler base for all the 15, the 19, and 21. It's very easy to attach. very strong and very durable. I'll show you the back side here. You can see it slides right onto the throat of your machine with this knob. So this just goes right onto the throat of your machine, and it gives you that platform that you need to put these rulers on there. And what goes with the ruler base and with the rulers are our foot set. And right now I brought in a 9-piece foot set and a 4-piece foot set. And in this 9-piece, you get several of them. I'm just going to read some off here. The glide foot. But if you have our Quilt Motion, or you're thinking about getting Quilt Motion, I highly recommend get the glide foot. The glide foot glides over seams or any kind of bumps on your fabric. When you're doing automation and you come across a seam and you have a standard hopping foot, not all the time, but you might want to watch out for that because potentially your hopping foot could get snagged onto that seam. So I do recommend you getting this 9-piece foot set for all your quilting needs. Some of them include like an echo foot, couching feet. What's nice about the couching foot is it gives you another element to your quilting. You're able to do maybe some yarn work on your fabric. And so you're just looking at taking some of your ordinary, nice finishing work with your free motion, and you're making it a little more advanced with just a simple accessories. We have our horizontal spool holder as well. This allows you to do smaller cones or even put a little larger cone on there and have the spool come off horizontally. So this is a great accessory. There's other accessories on here. I'm going to go ahead and look at the rear handles. You can use the rear handles to work behind your frame to do any kind of tracing or patterns that you put on your table inserts. We have lasers, and we have 2 lasers. Right now, this is our unique laser. It comes in a box with a bar that you can attach to the side of your machine. And what that does is allow you to use it, and so you can work from behind if you wanted to. And if not, you can attach this to the handlebars in front of our unique machine and trace patterns. This gives you another dynamic element to your quilting, to your free motion quilting. Now, we also have a laser for the domestic machines. We love being able to support both the domestic and the long arm. So use these lasers. A small quick tip that I like to tell new beginners when they start doing lasers is to get some like painter's tape. That way you know where you're at with your throat of your machine. Because I tell you, now picture this, if you're focusing on your image and you're moving your machine and you have a small 9-inch throat, you're coming along, 9 times out of 10, if you forget where you're at on your fabric, you're going to run your machine into the rails, and that's going to really just mess up your pattern, or you have to unpick a couple stitches. So a nice little quick tip, get some painter's tape and put it in front as you're working, or even on back. So when you're quilting and you're focused on your image, you can see where that ending is coming in sight, so you know how far you have, so your pattern will be perfect. So again, this Gracie laser is perfect for your domestic machines. Another nice accessory is this pattern perfect, and it's quite simple. All you need to do is interlock the tabs together. But now these patterns go the length of your frame, and then there's a stylus that you can drop right into these grooves, and as you're quilting, you can go along these patterns. Now from edge to edge quilting, you have a wonderful design. It's going to look so beautiful on your quilt top. Okay, this Sure Stitch, it gives you a regulated machine. Sure Stitch provides regulation with your domestic machine. So if you're quilting and you're using your foot pedal, pick up this Sure Stitch. I'm serious. I cannot stress how nice it is that you have a regulated domestic machine all from the Sure Stitch. We do have another option, and that is our speed control. Now this speed control, this acts like your foot pedal. You can put this onto your handlebar, and now you just have a dial. It comes with nice Velcro straps. You put this right on, and here's that dial I was talking about. So if you want to increase or decrease your speed, instead of doing it by the foot pedal, you can now just turn your dial. This now allows you to use on a larger frame. It's nice if you're doing a sit-down project because your foot pedal is right in front of you and you don't have to try to manage your foot pedal by sliding it down the entire length of your frame. Pick them up. You're going to make your quilting way more enjoyable. Now, cloth leaders comes in a set and it gets everything that you need. You'll get enough for all 3 rails, your take-up rail, your belly bar, and then the bar right underneath that. So you get all 3, and they are cut to length and to size. We do have a pack for our hoop frames. We have them for our Q-Zone Queen, and we have them for the larger frames. And what's nice about those is they will work with any frame out there. So if you already have a different frame that's not ours, that's okay. You can still use our cloth leaders. When you're quilting, if you don't have the cloth leader, you need to wrap the fabric around the rail in order to stay. And what you have wrapped around, you can't quilt there. So these allow you to bring the fabric out in front of you, away from the rail, so you can quilt edge to edge before you advance it up. And then that is particularly awesome as well when you finish your quilt. When you're advancing it, you're going to need to make sure you get the bottom of your quilt quilted. We have wonderful thread. It's called Finesse. I just brought a couple in here. We have a solid and a variegated thread. Now, these are 1,500 yards and they're 50 weight. 100% polyester, which gives you that durability and that strength, right? Polyester is very strong. So if you're, again, new to quilting or you've been having issues with tension with other machines, get our Finesse thread because it would really help out with your process, and will definitely eliminate a lot of the thread breaking just because how forgiving polyester thread is. So if you're looking for that thread, that's just the perfect size. You don't need the tall spools of thread that you may sit on for a long period of time. If you're looking for that perfect size that you can go through your thread quickly and you have more of an option to buy varieties, Finesse thread is the way to go. We also have smaller accessories that really go well with our machines, from different size needles to bobbins. I'm just going to hold some of these up here. So we have a pack of 10 bobbins, again with needles. We have size 14, 16, and 18 of the needles, and again these M-class bobbins. This is just a nice straight ruler. If you're doing cross hatching or any kind of straight lines, this is perfect for that. So keep in mind that we do have straight rulers. Over the years, I've seen a lot of great designs come from doing ruler work. I've seen them come from lasers, from these Pattern Perfects, and from our automation. These are the accessories we have here. As I'm talking about these, I hope that you've thought of something like, you know what, that will make my quilting easier. I do need these quilt clips, or I want to look in this sure stitch, or these pattern sets, or even the light bar. Now, there are a couple accessories that I don't have in front of me. One is the idler bar for the continuum frame, and also the batting bar. So the continuum frame, the idler bar allows you to not have to raise your fabric up. So if you have a single bar through the throat of your machine, what tends to happen is that bar builds the fabric and then it starts rubbing on your throat. And then you're going to have to go and raise that side up, walk over to here and raise that side up. The idler bar goes right underneath the take-up rail, and then the fabric will come right up and will roll on that second rail. So you will never have to go and raise the sides up again because that fabric is building up higher. We also have a batting bar for the continuum frame. The batting bar is perfect. I know some of you like to keep your batting roll, and you can put that on the batting bar. If you do float your fabric, you can use that batting bar for your batting, and you can have it to where it's not resting on the floor. So it is very nice to have both the idler bar and the batting bar on the continuum frame. It makes it a complete package. It's very useful when you have a lot of quilts you got to do. You don't have to walk back and forth. So again, if you have the continuum frame and you don't have the idler bar or the batting bar, look at getting those because it will definitely make your quilting easier and more enjoyable. Last but not least, we have our Quilt Motion. Quilt Motion is very user-friendly, very easy to use, and the best part is it does all the work for you. You simply program a picture in and have it quilt for you. We have 2 versions of the automations, beginning and pro. And on the pro, there's record function. So if you do own any of these, the ruler base or the laser, or even these pattern sets that have these wonderful, easy, basic patterns, you can hit the record button on the automation, record what you're doing, save it, And then next time you can just go find that pattern again and quilt it out. The automation, it allows you to design patterns on the Pro software. You get import patterns in. There are just so many things you can do with the computer automated systems. If you're looking to take your quilting to the next level, now think about that, right? I say the next level, and I really am serious about that, because these take your quilting to the next level, don't get me wrong. But automation, you're going to become, you make quilts for your grandchildren or your children or your husband or your spouse or friends or neighbors. Think about all the quilting, or even for charity work. Now, nothing says your quilting better than your free motion and you find a little mistake here or there. But you can really clean that up with the automation. You become as pro as you would like. And the best part is you can start at the beginner level. You don't need to worry about being the advanced level, because our automation will help you through that process. And in fact, all these accessories and more that we have get you to that next level. Your journey of quilting will be fun, enjoyable, different, because you're able to have a variety of different ways of quilting, and they're very easy to install and to operate. And the best part is another best part is customer service. When you purchase any of our accessories, we're able to help and accommodate any issues that you run into. I'm very excited to have shown you these. We do have a lot more that we can that we have to offer. These are here for you, and I would really hope that you consider getting these accessories if you haven't already and you've been thinking about getting them. So get these accessories now. They're at a great price, and we do have them in stock. So I appreciate you watching. If you do have any questions, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We do have a lot of these videos out there, and if you like what we've been doing, again, please like and share those, because there's going to be quite a few of your friends or family members that haven't seen this that you're like, hey, this person would be, I should show this person this video. So again, please like, share, and subscribe, and also follow us on Instagram. You're going to find a lot of wonderful things that way as well. Our website is wonderful. Go to our website or contact your local dealer. These are all available through your local dealer as well. Thank you again for watching. My name is Mark, and we'll see you next time. Oh. Muted. Laurel, I don't know if you could hear us, but your mic is muted.
There you go. Is that good now?
Yes.
Perfect. I just was saying thank you so much for that video. And one thing that I love about it that you mentioned a little bit towards the end there, but you had talked about that really start with where you are. And that sounds, I think, kind of interesting. I know we always talk about that with machines and frames, but I love that point that even with the accessories, get what you need, with what you have now, and then kind of build up from there. So that I love that. And just really quick, there was a couple questions I saw come in on the chat. So I wondered if you guys would maybe be able to help me answer those. So one of them that was pretty simple is Mark, what is the weight of the thread that we have, our finesse thread?
That's a good question. It is 50 weight. And it's just, 50 weight, 100% polyester.
Perfect. And why don't you share with us maybe a little bit of why? I know you did a little bit in the video, but why do we have polyester versus cotton? Because I know a lot of people that use domestic machines or other thread brands are mostly cotton. Why don't you share kind of why ours is polyester?
Yeah, that's a good question, and one that we get a lot is, between cotton and polyester. Polyester we wanted to do because it's stronger. It's very forgiving. So if you're new to quilting, or even if you've been quilting for a long time, you're going to find that cotton, tends to break faster. And polyester has that strength. So when you go through your mistakes, or if you have your tension possibly too tight, that forgiveness allows you to quilt longer before a potential break in thread. And we wanted polyester to look and feel like cotton. A lot of people love cotton. And so we created a wonderful thread that gives you the look like cotton, but the strength of polyester. And that's been, so now you basically have the best of both worlds when it comes to cotton and polyester. But that's the reason why we did the polyester on that one, to make sure it's strong and you get the best of both worlds.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, I know there's a couple people in the comments here that were saying really it works super great. Let me see if I can pull up some of them because they are just perfect. Let me see here.
Well, Laurel, some ladies have comments about tension. So when using different threads, you need to look what the recommended needle size is for that thread. Now, with the finesse thread, it's a size 18 if you're using a long arm, a mid to long arm machine, and it's a size 14 if you're using a domestic machine. So if you're using those, just make sure that you're reading what size needle is recommended for the thread, and that helps with tension issues. Also, when you're changing out to and using different styles of threads or different weights, you will have to adjust the tension slightly or maybe a lot. So don't be scared to adjust that tension, because that's what it's there for. And you'll have to adjust the bobbin case tension and the tension knob as well. So, just to, give you a little bit of feedback and some information on when you're changing threads and what to look for so that you know how to deal with the tension issues.
That's right. And one thing I'm going to add on to not only tension, but the reason why we also did 1,500 yards is it is a perfect size to finish, your large quilts plus smaller quilts. Those large spools of threads can last a long time, but we know thread doesn't last a long time. You have to unwind the thread to get to the good part. So these 1,500 yard spools of threads, you can really go a long way with them, and you're able to pick and choose the colors you want for your different projects, your different quilt tops, knowing that you're going to go through your thread a lot faster, and they're not sitting around waiting to be used next time.
Right.
It's like a toy. A toy is like, hey, use me. Well, your threads are going to be used a lot more often because it's going to be something you're going to find you're going to go through much quicker with 1,500 yards and the larger spools.
Right.
That's perfect. Yes, thank you guys so much. And then really quick, I'm actually going to show everybody where you can actually find our accessories, because I know that was an amazing video that talked about, everything that we have. So I'm going to show you where you can now go ahead and find that. So this is just our main Grace website, so graceframe.com. And then along the top here, if you go under Essentials, and you can go into specific ones. So we do have every month, we actually have a different accessory that we spotlight. You can see our finesse thread that we're just talking about there, our luminesce light bar, our hand quilting frame, specific accessories for Qnique machines, our pattern perfect quilt clips, or if you do all the way down here at the bottom, you can see all of our quilting accessories. And this is where you can really go through and see what might be good for where you're at in your point of quilting. So just a reminder again, go to graceframe.com, and then under the essentials, and then all the way at the bottom, there's all quilting accessories, and that'll take you to where you can find all those accessories. And we do have some amazing deals running right now. I am actually just going to quickly come over here. It isn't quite on our accessories, but it is on some of our frames, as well as our machines and the automation, which is an accessory for your machine and frame. So just a reminder, take a look. It's amazing. So like our cutie frame, which can be an accessory for your own domestic machine. It's on sale for $689. Now that is an extremely low price. It usually is right around $1,000. So amazing price for that cutie frame. I'd also highly recommend, if you are interested or maybe on the fence on that one, I would look at getting it, because when we first released them, we actually got some in, but then we sold through all those. So they've been on back order for quite a while. So we do have them in stock for now. So if you are thinking about getting it, I would definitely recommend taking a look and getting it now while we have it in stock, so you don't have to wait, for it to come in again. So that's our cutie tabletop fabric frame. We have our Q-Zone hoop frame, which is on sale for $989, or we have a pro version of that frame, which comes with a couple additional features. So that's $1189, or we have our Q-Zone queen frame, which is $989. And so just a couple, we have a lot of great combo deals as well happening. So if you were to get one of our Qnique 15-inch machines, you could pair it nicely with any of these 4 frames you can see here. So that cutie frame, that Q-Zone hoop frame, or the pro version, or even that Q-Zone queen frame. So fantastic and really wonderful deals that I highly recommend and urge everybody to go take a look at, because really they're some amazing deals that really can get you started at from the beginning if you're just looking to get started with your own machine, so that cutie, or if you're thinking, you know what, let me go and let me get some automation, right? So definitely recommend keeping a look, or looking at that and seeing what you can find there. See, this is the automation as well, which is 30% off right now. So again, another absolutely amazing deal that you can get with that. Or we have our awesome TrueCut products as well that we've talked about a couple days previous. I think it was actually it was Thursday, I think it maybe was, that we talked about them, or Friday, I can't quite remember, but definitely take a look at those as well, because I know it can absolutely, the TrueCut products can be a game changer in what you're looking to do with quilting. So absolutely amazing. And really quickly here, I'm also just going to show you kind of where, or kind of how to navigate, again, our website or that fall festival platform. So if you come back here, go to our main Grace website. So that's just graceframe.com. And if you go here and once you hit register now, it'll actually take you to here. And so if you haven't registered, it'll ask you to input your information, and sign in. Once you're signed in, this is where it'll take you. So this is where you can find your events and workshop, giveaways, quilt show, vendor hall, shop sell. And I really quickly just want to kind of talk about our vendor hall here, because this is actually fantastic. We have a couple different vendors that are participating with us and that have very unique and specific specials that they are running for you guys. So definitely take a look. Again, how you get there is you go to our main website, so graceframe.com, and then you go to the main bar across the top here, takes you to your homepage, and then across the top there's that vendor hall. And this is where you can see, again, we have some amazing vendors that have specific deals for you for this event. So take a look at it now while they still have those specials running. So absolutely amazing. Again, another thing that I do want to point out, because it's actually something that I just recently found out about, but it was Karla, like this one, for example, when you did your Christmas advent calendar, you and your wonderful education team actually had put together the pattern for it. So if anybody watching has something, and saw one of the wonderful quilts that Karla put together, or, that Janessa has done, or Amanda as well, there's actually now, once you go to it and so if you go back up here to the events and workshop, all the way at the top, you can choose what day. So if it is from a previous day, so if it was from last Thursday or Friday, you can select which day you want, and then scroll down to that time when that video played. And that's from once you locate that. So you can hit see details. And once you hit see details, it'll take you to this page. And so this is where, if you actually want, you can watch that video again. So you can actually watch Karla go through and talk about that advent calendar and kind of some of the amazing ideas that she has with it. And you can actually download it as well for yourself. And so for me, at least on this, I'm super excited to get it downloaded and to give it a try, because there's some amazing quilt designs out there. And so thank you, Karla, for doing and putting all this together with your amazing team. I think it was super fun. Did you do the advent calendar kind of on your own, or did you have some help from your team as well?
Oh, of course. Karla's used to working on her own, and now I have this fantastic team of talented educators to work with me, and they are who help. Yes, we all come up with ideas to share, but they help create and, kind of help me rein in my ideas, because I have all these ideas and we're all very creative, and we all have our different strengths, and we're trying to build up on our weaknesses. And like Janessa said, if you need a pep talk and you need just somebody to say, wow, what a great, fantastic quilter you are, email me, Karla with the K, Karla, and just let me know. And I will pep talk you to doing some amazing things, because you have it inside you. And just like my little team, we are working together to bring you some great ideas and insights to help you hone your craft and do what you love. So thanks.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Karla. And I think everybody can use a pep talk. So that's absolutely wonderful. And I know for everybody watching, Karla, I know has some great ideas and tips and tricks that she's found over the course of her quilting career. And she's found some great things. So if you're maybe, struggling, I know, Karla, you'd also briefly mentioned tension. I know, especially if someone's going from a domestic machine to a mid or long arm, sometimes that can be tricky. So definitely recommend, reaching out to Karla. That's, it was up on the screen, that Karla, Karla at graceframe.com, because she is fantastic to work with and has some amazing ideas. So thank you so much, Karla. I love hearing. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, you love hearing. I was going to let you finish, but I was going to see before we have time, I just wanted to hurry interject if we have time, because I don't know if we have time to do a couple giveaways. People have been with us now for a couple hours. If we can do a couple before our next segment, but I'm not quite sure the time, but go ahead and finish your thought, because I would, I like to reward those who have been watching.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. I just was going to say it's amazing to hear what Karla has and really what she's done. And if we can, we are kind of getting close to our next segment. So maybe let me see here. Let's see. Let's do this. How about we get ready for a giveaway after this next segment? So we're going to, Karla, Mark, be thinking about a question that relates to this next video that we're going to watch. So it's actually going to be on our TrueCut product. So think about a question on that. And then once we come back, we'll ask a question and we'll do a giveaway then. How does that sound?
Awesome.
Sounds great.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so let me go ahead and get this next segment started. So it's TrueCut Tools to rule your projects. And so this is with Karla. She's going to go over some of our TrueCut products and talk about really how you can use them to your advantage to help finish and cut more quilts.
Hello everybody and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. I'm Karla Jerome. I'm with the Education Department here at the Grace Company. I'm really excited to talk to you today about our TrueCut cutting system and especially the rulers and how a good ruler is really important to the project that you're making at this time. So let me just jump in and talk to you a little bit about the TrueCut system. First of all, I want to talk to you about mats, how important it is to have the right mat. So if you're out there looking for a good mat, this TrueCut mat is truly amazing. It's got 5 plies on it, so it's going to last you a good long time. The thing to it is you don't want to leave it out in the sun. That's with any mat out there because it could warp. So don't leave it in a hot place. And you will be good to go for years to come. So with this mat, we have 3 different sizes. So get you the correct size. If it's your first purchase and you're purchasing a mat for the first time, I suggest that you purchase the largest size mat. Because with the smaller ones, you can't make the right size cuts. If say you're cutting a wide border or something like that, that you need a larger size mat. This will really help you. And then you can go and purchase the smaller ones, but you're going to have this nice size that you need for all your cutting needs. Next, we have a little bit smaller one. This is a 18 by 24 inch mat. It's a great medium-sized mat. It's not the smallest one, and it's a good mat for your intermediate jobs. So if you have smaller jobs that you're cutting with, this is a great size to cut with. And then we have a smaller mat. It's a 12 by 18. It is a great travel size mat. So if you need a mat to travel with, going from place to place to all your quilting retreats, that is a great size. The next thing to place under your mat is it's right here. It's our non-skid pad. And it's just what it is a non-skid pad. It's to place underneath your mat so it's not going to slip and slide as you're cutting. So the further it slides, you're going to be reaching across, so it's going to keep your back nice and straight, and it's going to help with your shoulder and neck problems that all of us quilters struggle with because we love quilting so much. So we want to make this as easy a process as possible. And we do spend a lot of time cutting, and it really will help make your cutting that much easier, that much safer, and that much more accurate. So let's jump in and talk about cutters, okay? We have several different cutters. We have straight cutters and we have my comfort cutter. You can use either or, whatever feels comfortable for you. I really like the comfort cutter because as I'm getting older, I'm starting to feel the pains in my joints a little more. I'm feeling it in my knuckles. I'm feeling it more in my wrist. I broke my wrist a long time ago, roller skating. Anyway, I broke my wrist and I just feel it all the time. And so I really need something that will help it, keep it easier for me and really help me so I don't get the carpal tunnel and all those problems that you can get because you're constantly doing the same thing over and over and over again, like with cutting or typing or anything like that. This comfort cutter is bent. And the reason that it's bent is so that it will angle your wrist and your arm and keep your shoulders nice and straight. So as you're cutting, you're just cutting nice and straight all the way across. Now, you're supposed to put your finger like this, okay? And that's how we suggest that you use it. But I have my way of quilting, and I like my way of quilting. And so I like to put my thumb on top of it. So whatever works for you is the way. Now, I don't suggest that you hold it like this. That will put a lot more pressure on your wrist. But if you hold it with your thumb right on top and just do your cutting, it's a nice movement and you're not putting all that stress on it. Or with your finger, with your pointer finger right across it, curving down, and it just really holds everything nice and straight, and it's very comfortable. Now, if you think, oh, that's really odd and it's going to be uncomfortable, you need to try it and feel the difference. Now, I also have our straight cutter as well. I didn't think I would like a straight cutter after using this for so long, but I really like our straight cutter. And the reason is it's got this, they both have a guide. But it also is kind of curved so I can hold my finger right there on it, and I know that my finger's going to stay out of the way. So I'm not going to cut it. With others, you're just kind of chopping and using this part of your arm, and I'm starting to really feel a lot of problems in my shoulders. And so this really helps eliminate it just by being able to put my pointer finger here, which I do have a lot of strength in this, so I'm able to hold it down nice and straight. So make sure that you try the different cutters and, try them out and see how you like them. And we always can have more than one style of cutter. I have a straight one and I have a comfort cutter, and I really like both of them. So now I get to talk to you about our rulers and how fabulous they are. I've done a lot of cutting and I've made a lot of quilts, and I really love our rulers. I first started out using what was available, and I did have my favorite ruler. So you gravitate towards your favorite ruler and you like using it over and over and over again because it becomes very comfortable and you understand how it works. And those accurate cuts are so important to getting that nice piece project that you want, and then that beautiful quilt in the end. So our rulers, as you'll notice, have holes in them. And you'll say, well, why does that have holes? I get that question a lot. Well, the reason it has holes is because it's actually easier for you to line up your marks from the bottom to the top with these holes not being covered. And also a good point where kids, if you're trying to teach kids how to cut and how to cut accurately, that you can mark as well. And you'll also notice how clear our markings are. You can see our 1/8 and our 1/4 inch markings. That's really important when you're cutting. I've found it really hard on some rulers because they don't have the 1/8 inch markings on every one of these rows, and it's very hard to line up and make your cuts accurate if you don't have those markings so that you can clearly see them as you're cutting. So our rulers are really, truly fabulous, and I would suggest that you try them out. Now, you'll notice that on the sides, our rulers have raised edge. And the raised edge is to work hand in hand with our cutters. Notice that on this cutter here, we have what we call a guide. And the guide locks in to the track on the ruler, and it keeps you from veering off and wasting fabric. Really, really important. And everybody's wasted fabric, and it's getting more and more expensive, and we don't want to waste it any longer. It's so precious and valuable. So make sure that you get the right ruler with the right cutter, and you'll keep your fabric lasting longer for each of those projects to come. So when you're cutting, Yeah, with this guide, you don't need it all the time when you're cutting. So if you're cutting multiple layers, sometimes the guide will make it so that you can't get down in. So you can easily take the guide off, and let me show you how easy it is. I'm just gonna take it off right here, this pin out right here, and then you'll just take the guide off, put it back on, and just lock it into place. And now I don't have the guide on there, so I can cut through more layers than I could with the guide. So you can use it both ways. It's just really easy because you have the quick release tab. And so just make sure you try that, and if you are cutting multiple layers. But today I'm just going to use the guide. So I'm going to put it back on. But it's on both of them, so the guide is removable, or you can add it to it. Easy take on, easy put on, and easy to take off. So I put my little block here as I wanted to talk to you about squaring up your blocks for piecing. And I found that when you're squaring up your blocks, it's really much easier for me to square up my block when I can find my center and place it in the center. So you'll notice that I took my pin right here and I put it down through the center of my block. And then at the point right here, I'm just going to put it on this point right here, which is the center of my mat. Now you don't have to use the center of your mat. You can use the intersection on the squares and then cut it up. I just thought that would be easier for you to recognize and notice. So this is where I like to use my mat with my ruler, and I'm just going to put it down in here, the little pin to hold it into place. And then I'm just starting on this side, and I'm going to turn it around like a wheel and just kind of fussy cut them and straighten up my edges. And then you can decide what size you want. And notice how I'm lining it up with this 20-inch line right here from the bottom to the top. And I'm just going to make my quick cut, put my guide over my track as I'm cutting, and notice how my thumb is, because that's the way I like to cut. And then I'm just going to go up it and across, and now I have a nice straight cut. And notice how pretty that looks. So, and now I'm ready to kind of just turn it and do my next cut. I want to make sure that I have it in there. And I'm just going to line it up. So see now, this you can line up with this line right here, which is parallel. And now I can just make this cut right here. And so I'm just going to line it up again, and I'm going to go all the way around my block just to kind of square it up. So now I have two, and it just wants to keep coming off, but that's okay. It's just to help stabilize it. And there we go. So now we'll just do this one, and then we'll make our last one. And that's how I like to use my mat, is to help me square things up. Now, you can use your square rulers. Just find the center of them and square them up. And I'm going to talk to you about the different styles of rulers out there. And look, now I have my squared up little pinwheel. How much nice that was, and it wasn't hard. It was easy to square up. So let's talk about the different styles of rulers out there. So this is a great one to have. It's a kind of an all-purpose ruler. If you're getting a system right now, I suggest again the larger size mat and this larger ruler, because you can make multiple different size cuts using this nice ruler. It's a 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. And notice that it has the 1/2 inch on the left hand side, but you can read it up and down as well, and you can easily see the 1/8 inch markings, which are totally important. So this is a great first purchase if you're thinking of getting into quilting and wanting to purchase a ruler. Okay, so then we have, I like this I'm going to call my travel ruler, because I really like it. It's a 3 by 18 inch ruler. It's not really long, so it's going to travel really well, and they won't break on you. So this is a great travel ruler, and also I kind of just like this ruler if I'm doing small cuts and not a lot of fabric. So this is a handy one to have around. Then we have our square rulers. So we have 3 different styles of square rulers. I really like these because, again, this is a 12 by 12 inch ruler. So if you're sizing your blocks, this is easy to lay and center on your block and then make your cuts to square them up. So it's a great one to have for those larger size blocks. Then we have a 9 by 9, a 9.5 by 9.5, sorry, that work for those kind of medium sized blocks. And then we have our 6.5 by 6.5, which works really well for those smaller ones. So these are great squaring up rulers, and also you can read and you can see. So if you have a smaller block that you need an 1/8 inch or something like that cut, or a piece cut like that, then you can easily line them up and cut. Notice that you have the diagonal so you can make your triangles as well. So these are great multi-purpose rulers, and you know what? You could never have enough rulers. I mean, and rulers that you really love. So it's really important to use the correct ruler for the project that you're working on. Now we have, this is a great travel one as well. This is our 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. And notice that all of them have this track so that it works with the cutter and the guide. This is, it's not as tall, so it can easily travel with you as well, but it gives you more width when you're cutting a little bit wider than the 3 by 18. Now I want to talk to you about our 3 new rulers, which I really love, and I've used them, and they're so much fun. There's so many different designs and patterns you can make. And notice this is our 90-degree triangle, and how it has the markings so you can easily line up and cut. And then it also has the track on it so you can turn and cut. All these rulers, you'll need a very important product that we make. It's our #1 bestseller. It's our True Grips, and the True Grips will keep those rulers from slipping and sliding as you're cutting. So make sure you purchase the True Grips and that complete system. This is our kite ruler, which is great for making multiple designs. It's a lot of fun, and notice that how we have our nice markings. We have our blue and we have a dominant 1/4 inch. So notice that they're easily seen, and you can cut your measurements exactly the right size. And then one of my favorites, the 60-degree. I love, there's so many designs out there that you can make with a 60-degree ruler. And it's so easy to measure and cut with, from really small 60-degree triangles to larger sizes. So these are 3 new rulers that are out there that are a must for any quilter who wants to kind of change up from their old way of quilting and try something new. Now, let me talk to you about the quilts that I've made using, and I'll tell you what rulers I used, okay? So this is a cute little baby quilt that I made, and I got it all quilted up, but it has just straight lines. And notice, I just made the cuts with my 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler here. And it's just a fun little baby quilt that I was able to just quickly make. But it was just using strips of leftover fabric as well. So I was able to square them up and get them the right size. And now it's going to make a nice little gift for somebody. Now, here's another quilt that I made. And this is just squares. These are, I think I made these 6.5 inch squares, so I could just use the 6.5 inch ruler and just pull it down and make some cuts. So that's all it is. It's just little scraps of flannel put together and then sewn and quilted. And it's so soft and so much fun. And it went together so quick and so easy. And then you can get to the real fun part. After all the piecing's done, some quilts come together a little faster than others because you're really enjoying the process, and some are a little more arduous, a little harder to get through. So we want to make it all as enjoyable as possible so we can crank through them. Now, this is one that I made using the 90-degree ruler. And so what I did is I just sewed strips of fabric in colors that gradually, fade into each other, a little brighter, a little less bright. And so then I just used this, and I had my gray right here at the tip, and I just cut this out. And notice I did it the correct size, how easy it was just to line it up and then cut and making my 1/4 inch marks so I could just sew them all together. This was a really fun quilt to make using that ruler. This here has multiple pieces. So again, I used my 6.5 by 24.5. But I also used our rulers to make these designs when I was quilting. Because our rulers have the edge on them, I was able to use my ruler foot right along the edge and have it right along the edge and make my designs. So it was a lot of fun to use. So our rulers have multiple uses, and I use them all the time when I'm machine quilting. So this was a lot of fun. See all the pretty designs I was able to make using our ruler and my ruler foot. So notice that I did them on the edges and I filled them in with fillers. So multiple uses. Now I found even more. I mean, you wouldn't have known that you could use our rulers for machine quilting. And notice how I did the little, I call them tiger eyes right here. Little crazy tiger eyes along there. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun experimenting. And now we're selling the rulers to go with a ruler kit. So who knew? I was the mother of invention on that one. So anyway, here's another one. This is a variation of this quilt here. It's just done with different colors. I call it the kaleidoscope. It's a lot of fun because I used the 90-degree ruler again to cut them all out. But look, it's kind of psychedelic. It's a little trippy on this one. But I never like to make the same quilt twice. So to make it a different quilt, I just threw in different colors so I won't get bored. I get bored easily. But notice, here's the triangle right here. And I just used the 2 different colors. Yes, I did the same thing, but it's not as bright, just a little different. So that is that, using that 90-degree. Then this little baby bubble quilt, so soft, so fun. I used my 6.5 by 24.5. But with this one here, I found a new way of quilting, and it's called strip quilting. And I used my machine and my frame, and then I stuffed each of these as I strip quilted them along. This is a lot of fun to make and do, and went together really, really easy. And instead of spending hours cutting and then stuffing and then sewing, it took no time whatsoever. And it's just a fun, soft little baby quilt. Now, I didn't show you the circle cutter, but when we came out with the circle cutter, and I know you've probably seen this quilt before, it's my circle cutter quilt because I wanted to try it and I wanted to make a circle quilt. So I cut out with the circle cutter, I appliqued all of these on, and then I machine quilted it. It's just a fun quilt with lots of circles on it. So, hopefully you'll be inspired and you'll come up with your own way of quilting and your own techniques. And then this one here is my 60-degree ruler. This is pretty cool. This is my So Easy quilt. It's really pretty. Let's just hold it up partially so you can see it. But see how much fun it is? You can see right here. I'm going to hold it up. I'm going to show you the 60-degree ruler that I used right here. All of these are 60 degree. I just strip pieced them and then I cut them. And then I sewed them together. It came together. It looks really complicated, but it's so easy to make. So that's why it's called So Easy. And last but not least, my kite. So let me fold this up really quick. And here's the kite ruler. So I'm not going to unfold this all the way, but you'll notice the little kite right here. and the little insert that I used to make it. So it just went together really easy, really quick, and I was able to just use the automation and quickly. This came together so quick and so easy. So just know that there's a ruler out there with your name on it, with a project that's just waiting for you to make. And I just hope that I've inspired you and just let you know how much I really, truly enjoy using our products, our TrueCut products, and how they have helped me become a better quilter. I'm using them, and they have all my fingers. I don't have a lot of cuts on them. and they really helped me hone in and develop my skills as a quilter, which I really appreciate. So make sure that as you're looking, that you get the right ruler for the right project. And it doesn't matter if you have multiple rulers. They're always needed, and you may not use it for a while, but you always go back to that one that you love. Thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate it, and I've had a blast showing you all the fun things that I've made using our TrueCut rulers, mats, and cutters. If you have any questions, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Karla Jerome, and thank you for joining me here at the Grace Company. See you next time.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Karla. And I love that you point out you still have all of your 10 digits. That's awesome.
Still do.
That's good. That's perfect. That's exactly kind of why we designed the TrueCut, you know, make sure you can keep all 10 of those digits. So that was awesome. So let's actually kind of quickly move into this giveaway section. So do you, Mark or Karla, do either of you have a good question that kind of pertains maybe either to that
Mark's
video?
been coming up with some good
Okay.
You
Let's
know,
hear it.
I saw a comment that Karla needs a break, so I'm going to give her a break on the questions because she always comes up with the questions, and I thought of one. It's a doozy, so hopefully everybody's been paying attention. Okay, in her video, she mentioned of a product in the video that is our #1 best-selling item. So in that video again,
It's a TrueCut item.
it is a TrueCut item, and it is our best-selling item that she did say in the video. So
That's
that is the
great
first question.
Can I answer it? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
You guys have it.
Look at those are popping in.
Perfect.
It's the True Grips. You guys did great.
Yes. Perfect. Yes, everybody. Thank you, everybody, as well for participating in this. It's great to see all of your comments. We'll go ahead and just give everybody just a couple of seconds here to get your answer in there.
Now, can I just say something? The True Grips work really well for ruler work templates as well. So, you know, they're such a great all-purpose little grip that, oh God, I can't tell you how important they are to just keep your templates in place as you're working your way around them as you're ruler work quilting, and also as you're cutting. Just really important. And the positioning of them really helps as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, let me go ahead and pull up our first winner here. So this is from our YouTube platform. So Corey Fisher, congrats.
Corey, congratulations. Thank you for watching.
Yes, that was wonderful. All right, Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop that Plinko and see what Corey is going to win.
Ooh.
A 4-pack variegated threads.
Nice job.
Perfect.
You'll love them.
Yes, I know they're wonderful. And is that, you know, because I'm in Nathan's seat now, let's go ahead and let's up the ante. Let's do an 8-pack. So we'll do a 4-pack of the solid as well as that 4-pack of the variegated, because really when you're getting started, or even if you have thread, it's good to get even more and to get you kind of started into our finesse line. So that is wonderful. So congrats again, Corey. So let me go ahead. I'm going to pull somebody here from our Facebook now. Get it in here. Let's find. Okay, so Tracy Duffy.
Nice.
Congrats.
Tracy. She's really watching.
Yeah. And let's also remind them to the email address because we haven't done that yet.
Perfect. Yeah. So why don't we drop it and then I'll bring up that email.
Ooh.
Mini quilt clips.
Perfect. That's a wonderful one as well. So yes, for everybody who is watching, for anybody that wins a Plinko giveaway, you're going to want to reach out to Melissa at graceframe.com. Let me pull up her email here.
Melinda
Oh, sorry.
on
You're
that.
right. Melinda.
Melinda.
You're right. My bad. Melinda. So Melinda at graceframe.com. It's up there on the screen. So again, make sure, reach out to Melinda, tell us what you won, so we can look at getting your shipping information so we can get that item out to you. So again, that's Melinda at graceframe.com. And then let me go ahead. I'm going to pull somebody over here from who's watching on our Grace platform.
That's right. And then Tracy, on the last winner, since we upped the ante, we'll do both.
Both
The
sizes.
1.5 and
Both
2-inch
sizes.
quilt clips. So we'll make sure when you email that in, that 1.5 and 2-inch quilt clips. Mini.
Perfect. Mini. Yes. Yep. Perfect. That's wonderful. That'll be great. They're wonderful to use. So on our Grace platform, I'm going to go ahead and pull it. Oh, I just lost it here. Hang on. Okay. So it's Jennifer Watson. So that's JENNIFERWATSON. So congrats, Jennifer. That's awesome.
Nice job, everybody.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh.
Ooh,
and it's
and
a
you're
True
winning True Grips. So give her a nice package of True Grips.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So I think we do. Go ahead.
No. Let's hear it, Mark. You better up what I was going to say.
Yeah. Well, I know when well, let's just do the 12.
Yes.
The 12 pack.
Okay, perfect. That's a lot. I know that'll be great because really, who doesn't have 5, 6, maybe 10 rulers? So that'll be great to use on those. So that is fantastic. Again, for everybody watching, if you win a giveaway, it's Melinda at graceframe.com. So don't forget to reach out to her so we can look at getting you your prize. But I'm going to kind of quickly help us move into this next segment because I don't want to take away from what we have here. So we're actually going to have a wonderful opportunity to hear from Luella Hall. She was on with us a little bit earlier last week. So we're going to bring her back on. Let's turn the time over to her to see some of the amazing quilts that she's done.
Hi, welcome
How
back.
long
I'm
is this?
Nathan Ergonomic with the Grace Company, and I have a special guest with us. If you by chance seen some preliminary
You're muted, Laurel. Laurel, can you unmute yourself?
Dang it, every time. I'm going to get that down. It might take me to the last day, but I'm going to get that down. Sorry, that was my bad on that. But sorry, so that was Charlotte that we actually just heard from before. So we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to bring on Luella again. So let me bring that video up.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company. Thank you so much for joining us. We have Luella Hall here and she is going to be walking us through some of her favorite quilts. We've asked her to do a trunk show for us. So I'll let you take it away.
Well, when they first asked me to talk about some of my favorite quilts, I thought, this is going to be interesting. How do I choose my favorites? Last year I made and gave away about 400 quilts, and this year so far.
Last year, 400 quilts. Oh my gosh, I've made it through 2, and I was really proud of myself. That's incredible.
When you're my age, you'll hurry faster.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Okay, so 400 quilts last year.
And this year I've done about 350 so far. And how on earth do you choose just a few of your favorites? Because I love all of them. But I have 4 that I want to talk about today. A year ago this month, my neighbor, a 97-year-old woman, asked me if I would quilt a quilt for her that her mother had started, had embroidered all the blocks for, and given to her before she was ever married. This is a 97-year-old woman. It had, at some point, the blocks had been sewn together and the binding had even been cut and pressed. It was ready to go.
Wow.
And the backing fabric was there and it had all been put away. Nothing had ever been done with it. And she said that she felt an urging. Her mother's been gone 47 years. And she started to feel an urging from her mother to get this quilt done so that when she died, this wouldn't just be thrown away. And so she asked if I'd quilt it for her. No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No sentimental
I
value
mean,
on this one.
I had only been quilting on my long arm for a little over a year. No pressure. Well, there was a picture with this quilt, and at one point, the fabric had been marked where it was to be quilted, but that was long gone. And I decided I needed to create the quilting on this as close to that picture as I possibly could.
See her vision that she had seen.
Right.
Okay.
This had been a gift to her from her mother, who is long since gone. This was more than just a quilt. And so I worked very hard, and again, no stress, no pressure. And I recreated this quilt top, and it was absolutely beautiful. As I worked on that, I did it freehand, and I could almost feel her mother's hands guiding me as I moved that machine around on that quilt. It was an experience that I don't know that I've ever had before.
That's beautiful.
And when I finished binding it, I took it to her home and laid it on her bed. And she sat on her bed and ran her hand over that embroidery work and cried and cried and cried. This beautiful woman is now in an assisted living home. She's blind, but through her hands, she can still see that quilt. And she knows that that quilt now will never be thrown away. It's going to go to her only daughter when she passes away. And I feel like that was such a treasure for me to be given the opportunity to finish that quilt for her.
She trusted you with
that. She trusted me, yes.
Oh
She had never seen anything I had quilted, and to have that faith was just, anyway.
Amazing. And
That
was this free motion? Or
this was free motion.
Oh my goodness, it's
Yeah,
beautiful.
this was
the
free.
details.
I did use the marking tool in a lot of places, in some of the places, but this was, like I said, I could feel her mother guiding my hands. It was an amazing experience for me.
That's just beautiful.
Now, this next quilt is probably my favorite quilt of my entire life. I'm a country girl. I grew up on a farm, and then I married a man who also had a little farm, and we raised our children on a farm. And I decided I wanted to make this Lori Holt farm girl quilt just because it was fun. I don't know what I was going to do with it.
Very fitting for you, right?
Very fitting for me. It was just fun. And when I started putting it together, I didn't know what I would do with it. I just knew I wanted to do it. And about a third of the way through, it came to me where this quilt needed to go. The little community where we raised our family, it's a little rural community in central Utah. And every year for the week of the 24th of July, they have a week-long celebrations, rodeos, demolition derbies, kids rodeos, on and on and on. And every year they have a silent auction where they collect items and auction them off to raise money for the local food bank and to help with other things in the community. And this year, there had been a young husband, father, who had been left quadriplegic in an industrial accident.
Oh my gosh.
And they were going to use this money for him and his family.
Support them.
And so he had been one of my students in high school, and I knew that's where I wanted this quilt to go. So as I kept working on these blocks, I could picture our neighbor who had the dairy. I could picture the neighbor who broke horses. We had an acre garden that we raised every year, and I could picture that and the scarecrow that our kids built to put out in the middle of it to keep the crows away. Just everything about this quilt
was just home.
It made me so happy. And I decided to quilt it with chicken wire pantograph.
Oh, okay.
And I deliberately offset it in a couple of places so the stitching would overlap and not be perfect, because never in all of my driving around this little town had I ever seen chicken wire that was lined up. And this had to be perfect for this little town. It was kind of hard for me to give this quilt away. It was, because like I said, it's the favorite quilt I have ever done. It just brought me so much joy, but I knew it was going for a good cause. The bids started coming in, and when the final bid came in, they had raised $3,000 on this quilt. And I knew what that was going to go for, how it was going to help this young family.
It's going to impact that family.
And the person who got the quilt decided that they would leave it hanging in the museum down there, and at least for a while. And right now it's still hanging down there in the little museum. So it's kind of,
I love that. So they wanted to share with the community so they could love that too. That's amazing.
We loved the people there. They helped us raise our family. It was my way of giving back to this little community. Now, the next quilt was a really fun one. I had a friend who brought me a top that was cowboy boots done with different fabrics, each one of them, and each boot was on a white background. And she said, do whatever you want to do with it. Well, I grew up, I'm a tomboy, and my older brother trained and broke horses starting before he ever started school. And I got to help him. And I am a tomboy, and I loved the horses. And so when I saw these, and she had given me free rein to do whatever I wanted, I thought of all of the boots that he had worn, the tooling on them, and decided that I would, from my memory of his boots, put a different pattern on each of these cowboy boots.
Oh, I love that.
It was so much fun to do, and so much fun to give to someone who is cowboy country.
And appreciated
it.
Well, it's beautiful. I love the detailing. I love the one with like the pine tree. Oh, it's seriously beautiful.
It was really a fun one to do, and one of my favorites. I didn't get to keep it, but it was one of my favorites to quilt. Now, the last quilt was inspired by that cowboy boot quilt, but I wanted to change it up. And I decided that I would do this quilt again for my little farming community and let them auction it off on their Pioneer Day. And so the boots are smaller, and I also did the cowboy hats. It's machine appliqued and then freehand quilted. And I put the date, July 24th, 2021, and Fairview Pioneer Days, because that's what the occasion was. I made sure that one of the hats had the crown representing the city royalty, because they have their city royalty for this whole week. And then I put a note on it that said that this would be the perfect quilt, a denim back, and I said it would be the perfect quilt to take to the rodeos, to take to the demolition derby, or to watch fireworks on. And that quilt raised $1,000. Every quilt that I make, I give a name. And the ones that I donate, I write why I named it that and why that quilt is special. I never know who they go to, but I want them to know, whoever receives the quilt, I want them to know that it wasn't just an afterthought, that it was done with purpose. The story and the love
that was put into
that.
Right. Oh, I love that. And I was just looking at your free motion quilting. Are those little lassos for the hats? Oh, I love that.
And the spur that's not attached to the boot, but it's on there.
I love that. That's seriously the thought and details that go into your quilts. And again, just the love and the stories. Like, I love it. It's incredible.
It was fun to do.
Beautiful, beautiful work. Well, kind of like she said, she gives away all of her quilts. I asked, well, how many quilts do you have at home if you made 400 quilts last year? And what's that answer?
Right now, I don't have any.
She doesn't have a single quilt at home because, again, she is just always donating and giving those away to people in need and just sharing that love and her talent with so many others. So
I'm making one. I will have one.
It's coming. I'm sure you'll give that one away too.
But I don't need them if someone else does. Someone needs it more than I do. And that's where it needs to go.
Well, you're just incredible. Thank you so much for joining us and showing us all of your talent, which you're just incredible. I'm so inspired by you, and I know the other quilters out there will be too. So thank you again for your time and for being with us today.
Thank you.
So thanks so much for joining us. If you have any questions, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram or visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Janessa and this is Luella, and thanks so much for joining the Grace Company.
That was absolutely beautiful to hear. I saw some comments like, I'm not crying, you're crying. And you're like, I'm crying. So that was beautiful. Just why don't you just share just a little bit of what it was like when you interviewed her? I mean, that was just through a video and I'm crying. So how was that for you?
Oh my gosh. Luella will probably forever be one of my favorite human beings. Like she truly has just this heart of gold. Just everything about her is inspiring. And every time I interact with her, I leave just wanting to be a better human being, a better quilter, and just all of the above. I just adore her. She's amazing.
Wonderful. She is. I've had the opportunity to talk with her a couple times, and every time I talk with her, I just leave feeling just better, lifted, and she really is amazing. And I can't believe that she gives away all her quilts. That's incredible. When you asked her how many she had at home, she's 0. That's crazy. I can't imagine.
And if you're just joining us, we actually had another segment where we got to really hear Luella's story and about her kind of progression with quilting and her, oh my gosh, just her persistence through life. Like, if you haven't seen that segment, be sure to go back and watch that when you get a chance, because it's a tearjerker.
She doesn't feel sorry for herself, and she's had some real challenges in her life, but she's overcome them, and she is so kind-hearted. And instead of letting them be, like, woe is me, oh gosh, she's just this amazing person, and you can feel the warmth and love and her spirit every time you interact with her. Her name's Luella Hall, and she's amazing.
And I think Luella's segment leads beautifully into our next segment, where we get to see Diane Rose, who is another one of my just absolute favorite human beings. She is so inspiring and so talented and so incredible. I just adore her. So I'm really excited for this.
She's had a lot of challenges too, and how she's been able to overcome them and really move through life, and how quilting has inspired her to inspire others. So it's going to be a great segment, and we thank you for staying with us and joining us, for all you who are just joining us now.
Yes, wonderful. Well, let me go ahead and get that video started here so we can hear from Diane Rose.
Sorry. Get you in trouble. It's so good to finally meet you in person.
I brought the Grundled Opry quilt. I rolled it up.
Did you?
Of course, I promised. I keep my promise, thank you. So it's like this long.
She's lugging it around like this everywhere she goes.
And the thing is, at security in Dallas, they said, what body's in that? I'm from Texas. I'm a Texas Tennessean. These are my bling bling boots. Got to shine where I go. And yes, this is my new birthday outfit. I bought this for myself for my birthday. Even the jewelry. Thank you.
meeting Diane Rose. Oh, Diane, I'm just thrilled for
Are
you.
all of y'all kind of related or not really?
She's my granddaughter and her dear husband, Nate. You know, I'm in awe of people that can do these kinds of things where I couldn't with all my full sight. I think
Jenny,
Star Wars.
Now, some of these quilts that's in this book may already be sold, but on my website, the ones that are there are ready to be. They need homes.
Yeah, do you do some machine stitching too?
And hand stitching.
Oh, you're
And a lot of
amazing.
appliqué.
How many years have you been doing this?
Since August 14th of 1998, and I have 1,100 and whatever quilts done. And I brought my 1,000th
sister
quilt.
would be impressed. She loves quilting. Look at this one with the musical instruments.
That was for Roy Clark. I get to work for 2 days. I'm so excited. Oh, come on. We need someone in here. Not me all alone.
Oh, we'll get one there. Hold on. Okay, yes.
Okay, you're here. I get to meet her. Hi, babe. I get to meet her. See, now this is one of my fans that bought a quilt whatever years ago that was. Yes. Okay, she's in the picture.
You just put honey in it, and it has the little honey.
I just want to be a stay-at-home dog mom.
That it goes to my neighbor who's taking care of my house.
Oh, perfect. She'll love that.
In here, we bring all of the machines when they're finished. We're gonna go into the machine room where we do all of our testing. The machines come here, they get boxed. And this is where they then get moved back out to storage, but this is the final room. I'm gonna walk you over to a bench that we have. So this is that small machine left and right, and that's the insides of the machine.
Hey, this is...
That was the front part that's lifted, but if you can feel here, this is the shaft in the middle that spins. Put your hands now forward, there is a machine. And if you feel the fabric, it's a very small piece of fabric, and you'll feel there's a bunch of scribbling. So every machine has to have a certain amount of sewing done, and we check its direction, we check its quality. This one is what takes the machine across the frame left to right. This is what moves the machine front to back. Go ahead and lift, just want you to lift the right so you can feel it's kind of heavy. So this is what is required in order to make it automated or automatic. Go ahead and pick one up here. So these are parts of frames in different pieces. If they don't meet our quality spec, they're now in our recycling bin. So this is just kind of an interesting part of it. In fact, I want you to have you feel this. What does that feel like to you?
Oh, that's where the machine sits in this.
It's the body of the machine.
Yeah, there's the mouth. This is the skeleton.
This is, yeah. So this one was one we got as a prototype as we were designing some stuff. Now it's time to be recycled.
Okay.
At the very top, there's a light that's about 2.5 feet wide.
So how many lights do you have when you film?
Right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights there. Feel how that one is a little bit different than this one. So our engineering team will design it. This one's extruded aluminum. If you'll feel this one is made out of plastic, but it's shaped different. That one's actually made out of a prototype material. We then end with this, which is the metal one, right? So you have to start
you gotta use this
to start to change, right? Then once we decide that it is good to go, then we make it into the real good.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Grace Company Fantastic Fall Festival. My name is Jenny Larson. I am part of the creative team here at the Grace Company. Although blind since birth, our next guest is considered a prodigy in the quilting world. She is a motivational speaker, a businesswoman, a former journalist, and the founder of the charity Faith House. I am so honored to introduce to you the amazing quilter, Diane Rose.
Thank you.
Diane, can you share with us your story? Have you always been blind?
I was born with glaucoma, and at 3 years old, they discovered that my eyes would not focus. When I was 4 years old, they went in and discovered I had glaucoma. So I had light perception and color. And I was able to, I went to public school. There would be a room in the school that would have 5 or 6 kids. I had a wonderful teacher, Janice, who is still in my life, known me since I was 7. And I saw color. I got the images. And then in 1984, now remind you, I went to public school all the way through school. So in 1984, I was going to have a cornea transplant. 4 days before a cornea transplant, the cornea ruptured, fell back to the retina, and ate away the retina and killed the octave nerve. So in the left eye, I used to be able to see out of. I don't remember ever seeing out of the right eye. And when that happened, everything went black. Now, yes, when you lose something, you can grieve. So that first year was very difficult for me to adjust. The biggest thing was when cooking, I used to look down and see the burner, but then I had to learn, and I had to do it on my own. No one taught me. I just had to adjust. So I would put my hand on the burner, put the pot down, then turn on the stove. And I kept forgetting to turn lights on at night. So anyway, and so that was in 1984.
And how old were you in 1984?
I don't remember.
Okay. Just curious about the age where you went fully blind.
I was in my 20s.
In your 20s. Okay.
That's all I can tell you because I'd have to think about that.
When did you get into quilting and how? And can you just share that story?
When I was a little girl, I remember visiting these people in Georgia. And right now I can remember the sun coming through the window and on a quilt. It was blue and it had yellow. And I found out many years later that was the bow tie quilt pattern.
Oh, wow.
And I remember seeing that and I loved it, but it was a quilt. That's all it was to me, was a quilt. And we never had quilts growing up. About several months after I had lost my sight, every time I went to church, everybody, oh, let's pray for your eyes. Let's pray for your eyes. And I don't mind people doing that, and that's fine, but don't dig up a seed that you've already planted. I've learned that. Well, church was over, and the gentleman that was the prophet, the visiting preacher that time, came up to me, and he said, I want to pray for you, but I don't want to pray for your eyes. God has something very special. And I looked at him and I thought, okay, you got my interest. He said, the Lord has something special. He said, God's going to bless you with a talent. It's going to explode into color. You're going to make something and it's going to explode you around. You're going to be well known around the world. You will be able to teach and share other people with disabilities and show them they can do something. But this talent is not now, but when it happens, you won't know it at that time. But it would be colorful. You'll stand in front of dignitaries and presidents and kings and queens. And this talent will go all the way around the world and people will buy these and you will be blessed beyond measure. I thought the man was nuts. I did. I didn't believe him. So in 1998, I was visiting a lady in the country, Pat. And when I was doing that, I felt on the back of the couch and there was a split rail quilt. And she says, oh, Diane, do you know how to quilt? And I said, no. She said, do you know how to sew? Yes. Do you know how to use a sewing machine? Yes. She says, I'll teach you how to quilt. So on August 14th of 1998, I went to her house and I wanted to remember that date, the day and I didn't know why. Okay. Well, we cut out 5-inch squares, sewed them together on the sewing machine, open the seams, and then did the next row and put that the backing in the batting, and then we folded up the edge and I hand stitched through the square in the middle of the square, and then I turned the quilt around, did all of them, doom like this, then turned the quilt around, it was supposed to be straight across the middle of the square. It looked like I was drunk driving. So we called it Mirandaline. I was praying one night
And God told me I was going to meet Governor George W. Bush, and he was governor of Texas. And I sat straight up in bed and I said, how, Lord? How can that happen? Well, the next morning, I turned the radio on and it said, oh, Governor George W. Bush is going to be dedicating a courthouse in Hillsboro, Texas. And I went, oh, what do I do now? And I stood there at the phone and said, Lord, so I called directory assistance. I got the governor's office. I called up there, explained who I was. I wanted to meet him. They called me back. By that Saturday, I went and I got to meet him and I presented him with a Texas flag. And after that, it exploded.
Wow.
So in 2008, I was visiting somebody in Tennessee and the Texas Country Reporter was on television. I pointed at TV and I said, I'm going to be on that show. And she said, what? And my girlfriend did. And I said, yeah. And she said, no, you can't. And a year later, I had someone sent a thing to them. He contacted me and I went and he came to the house. Bob Phillips came to the house. We did the show. And in 2008, I did the festival. 2009, I won the Barbara Jordan Media Achievement Disability Award from the governor's office in Texas. 2010, it exploded on YouTube and still going.
Wow.
So yes, a lot of people have my quilts. When it exploded in 2012, I've always wanted to go to England, so I got to go to England. And I came within 10 feet of meeting the Queen, but Prince William and Kate had the first baby quilt when Prince George was born.
So Prince George has a baby quilt that you presented them.
Yeah, now I couldn't actually meet them, but they called where I was and I was able to send it. Several other, Loretta Lynn, Dolly Parton, Riders in the Sky, Porter Wagoner, Roy Clark, George W. Bush, Rick Perry, Greg Abbott, who are the governors. And you want to know who I want to meet someday?
Who do you want to meet?
President Trump. I have a quilt for him.
Do you really?
I want to meet him. I want to meet Kenneth and Gloria Copeland, who are very special to me that I've never met. And I want to meet Oprah. Wow. Because she does a lot of things with people and she's a special lady. I just like to meet with her. I would not be doing this if this was not from God. I did not plan this. I did not think this. This is honest and truthfully what God gave me to do, to bless others, to encourage others, to not give up, because I don't give up. Now, I might have a moment to fall on my face, but I'm going to get back up. I'm like those punching bags. You punch them and they bounce back. That's who I am. I punch back.
What an incredible story. And I have no doubt with what you just told me that Trump and Oprah and all the people you wish to meet, yeah, they are going to be at Collins. I wanted to ask you, what is your creative process when you begin a quilt?
I love to read. I have a vivid imagination. One of the things that when I did lose the rest of my sight, I did not lose vision, insight of color and objects. So when I read, I visualize what's happening, and that kind of gives me an idea. Or if I go somewhere where I've never been, for example, if I went to Yellowstone or Alaska, or like when I went to England, I came up with an idea. I'm always, when I read, I come up with an idea how to do a quilt, and I will have it in my head. Oh, you know, like I'm going to design a gingerbread house. Okay, let me do the snow and the gingerbread house here, and then the snow like this, and put gingerbread men all around, I love designing, and people say, how do you do it if you can't see? Well, you got imagination. So I am blessed with a lady. I wish I had another one. Her name's Emily, and she has a full-time job, and I can go like this with my hands and say, okay, I want this here, like the Harvest Moon. I have a quote called the Harvest Moon. I want a dark color, almost night sky with a moon, the pumpkins, a hayride, and I did that. She cut those pieces out. Now I have an AccuCut for most of my cut out things, but yes, and God gives me a vision. He gives me a reason to do this. I wouldn't do it without him.
Well, I love the fact that you said that it all starts in your imagination. You have a great, you have a big imagination. And I love that because I say all the time that everything you see around you first started in someone's imagination.
Exactly.
So the idea that because you are blind, that you couldn't envision and create anything you wanted to, it's where it all starts. Are there any quilts that you're currently working on?
The Cat in the Hat.
The Cat in the Hat. I love it. So what was your process to start the Cat in the Hat? If you can just, I think so many of the viewers watching this are wondering, how does she start a quilt? How you're going through that process?
I had a piece of fabric that was like, I think it's about 2 yards. On the back is a scene from the Cat in the Hat. Now, I have to admit, I had Emily, because I was busy or going out of town or whatever the deal was, and I said, Emily, let's find the colors. We found the blue background and found all the colors I had in my stash. And she cut it out because I didn't have the things on the AccuCut. And I didn't realize she was going to put the words, the cat in the hat. But that's okay. Now, there are several other things that I did the Veggie Tales. There's so many different, there was one that I did with, the baby quilts go like hotcakes. So the amazingquilter.com has all the quilts that are for sale. But I will cut out, like if I'm going to do cats, I have a cat die. So I will iron under onto a piece of fabric and cut it into like a 6-inch square, place it on the die, put the mat on it, crank it through the AccuCut. Bingo, there's the shape of the cat. Okay, then I have a big piece of fabric, and let's say I'm just going to put cats all over it. So I start placing bing, 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 or maybe just a round thing that would be a bowl for the cat's food or something. Place all the kitties all around like this. And then I peel off the back and take the iron, and I have a cordless iron that I love, and place it on there, iron that on. Then the easiest way to do it is get some batting to shape of what you just did and your back, and you take your front of the quilt and your back of the quilt and you kiss like pieces, we'll pin it, sew it, iron it open, go to the next step.
So because everything starts in your imagination, when you started your Cat in the Hat quilt, what did you envision before you ever did anything on a quilt? What popped up in your imagination and what inspired you to do the Cat in the Hat quilt?
Because I had the piece of fabric that had the cat, had the Dr. Seuss on it.
Got it.
That's what was how that inspired that way. That doesn't happen all the time.
Is there a quilt that stands out to you where you first saw it in your imagination and then you were able to piece that together? Like I'm just so curious of how you envision a quilt first.
I have a piece of fabric that has snowmen with campers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh, that'd be cool. I could do like maybe like little log cabins or something, and then have the campers with the snowmen. And I mean, I'm still, as I'm doing it, I'm still creating.
You're still imagining it.
Yeah, put a Christmas tree and, or maybe do a whole Christmas tree like this, and then maybe around the tree have all the snowmen with all their campers. I don't know yet.
Oh,
I haven't put that together. I mean, that's just a thought.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to have a thought to have an imagination.
You do have to have a thought. And the nice thing about imagination is it grows. It continues, like the vision grows. Is that what you're saying? Like you start with a vision and a thought, and then it just grows into a quilt.
Exactly.
That is so great.
And because of that, of the quilting I'm doing, I really felt it was time to go to the next step. And so many people that have different disabilities have called me and asked me, can you help me this? Can you help me that? And I'm like, yeah. So one night I had a dream of a vision of a house. I mean, just as visual as can be. And I held on to that for a couple of years, and I told somebody about it, and we drew it. She drew it, took it to her husband. Then the kids took Legos on the poster board and did what the drawing was. And I call that the faith house. So I am raising money to build that house. So those that want to help to build the house, you're building a house, okay? So that money will not start building till all the money is there. It's going to probably be $300,000 to $400,000. But that's to build the house, to be able to have a big giant sewing room, a display room, and where I can show and help other people, maybe off to the side. side, have maybe like a little gift shop thing, because there's a lot of other things that I do make, but those are things that I take with me when I go speaking engagements. Only on the website is the quilts. But to have that faith house, and that's from the Diane Rose Ministries.
And what do you envision? And that just leads us right into your charity, the Faith House. Tell us a little bit about your goal with the Faith House. I know you had mentioned you want a home that people with disabilities can come learn these things.
I want to be able to teach them. I have a lot of people that, would come if I had to have the space and the place to show them how to, and not just people with disabilities, even people that want to learn how to quilt or learn how to sew. It's easy.
Yeah.
It really is. And people make it so much more difficult than what it is.
And I think I read on your site that you have now raised enough money to purchase the land for your faith house.
Oh, well, there was a glitch in that part. Yes, I do have a piece of land, but I just recently found out this year that I can't build on that because there's a giant drop-off that I was not aware of. But the great God thing is that behind it is woods. Behind that, they're developing a subdivision. So when that happens, they would have to buy that from me because they would come through the woods and buy right where that is as a street. So I'm in the process of trying to find another place. I believe it's in Texas. I'm hoping and praying it's up by Eagle Mountain Church, up near Fort Worth. I don't feel like I'm supposed to stay in Waco the rest of my life. Mm-hmm. And I want to be led to where God wants to take me, not where I don't want to get ahead of God, because sometimes we do that and we make a mistake.
Yes.
And we learn from that.
You have a calling that Waco isn't your final destination, is what you're saying.
Correct.
So where are some places that you do envision yourself?
Where the house needs to be, I'm still seeking God for that. And I don't know where the piece of land is. I don't know if someone's going to donate it somewhere. I don't know that. I know it's where people can get to me, not so far out in the middle of nowhere. Mm-hmm. So the bottom line is I'm trusting God to find the place where I need to be able to build this house. And here's the neat thing about those that want to participate. There is a PayPal account on my website, The Amazing Quilter. If you have a PayPal account, click on Friends and Family. You can donate to that. It is a tax
write-off.
Tax-free 501c3, I guess is what they call it. You can put your name. Some people do it anonymously. Those that participate. Now remember, you're helping build the house. So helping to build that house, your name will be put on the plaque that will hang in the foyer, because you should be honored for something you've done. How many times people beg money out of people for this and that, and they don't know where their money is, and they don't get recognized. Well, I want to recognize you for who you are, for what you do, regardless what it is, either for me or anybody else. And that's important. So with this house, your name will be put on the plaque. If you want to do it anonymously, you are more than welcome. I would love you to be a part of it. All my quilts are on the website, are for purchase, and you could do it through the PayPal thing as well. And I do UPS, and I do call you and confirm, so always leave your phone number. I do speak in various organizations around the country, from quilt guilds, quilt shops, quilt retreats, churches, schools, and organizations that are doing big conferences. I will do that. I will go anywhere God will send me, because He protects me, and I trust Him to take care of me.
Do you, with your charity and with the quilts that you make, outside of donating to Faith House, do you have any other way people can, do you take donations like in fabrics or in batting or anything like that? Do you do in-kind donations as well?
Yes. A lot of folks, as grandma or mom died, they have all this fabric and they don't know what to do with it. That's on the website too. That can be donated. Your trash is my treasure. I use it for something. I use it with a lot of different things. I'll make pot holders, cell phone holders, tote bags. Might go into a quilt. You never know. So those kind of things all the time, and that's why I'm really praying, believing God to be able to get that house going soon, so I can have a bigger storeroom and be able to have things separated. I have tubs that do have my solid colors in this, my baby prints are in that, that kind of thing. And I've done various quilts with like neckties, and I've done flannel and things like that.
That's really incredible.
You did ask me earlier and I didn't answer you, so I apologize.
No,
Some of the places that I do want to visit and go someday is Alaska and Yellowstone. Never been there. I've been to Mount Rushmore, been to Hershey, Pennsylvania, and I got to come to Grace Company.
You got to come to Utah to the Grace Company.
I've never been to Utah, and that was on my bucket list, so I am honored. And each and every one of the folks that are here will help you, and these are beautiful machines. Someday I would love to have something like that, because it's got the big mouth sewing machine that you can take off the rods. I love that.
It certainly does. Well, Diane, thank you so much for coming to Utah and sharing your gift and your amazing story with us. And if you guys would like to support Diane in her quilting and in her faith house, you can visit her website at theamazingquilter.com. We hope you've enjoyed Diane's story, and I'm sure you're inspired by her as much as we have all been inspired by her. And thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Fantastic Fall Festival.
So proud to be here. Thank you, y'all, for letting me be here and experience all this. So thank you.
Is this live video here?
Yes, do it. Whatever.
We're doing video and a photo right now.
Yes.
It's such an honor to have you.
Oh, to be with the president of Grace Company, I am blessed. Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, we're rolling. So
oh, really? Wow.
Ready, go.
You got to say action.
Oh yeah, action.
I love that part. Hello and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Janessa, and I have the incredible Diane Rose here with me today. And we are lucky enough that she brought some quilts all the way from Texas. And she's going to walk us through just a few of those and this beautiful one on the back. But we're going to get started with this quilt here. So this quilt, Diane, can you tell me a little bit about it, its name, your process, all of that fun stuff?
So this is, which one did you grab? Oh,
this is the Harvest Moon.
The Harvest Moon. Well, someone said I need to make one for the fall. So the Harvest Moon, I thought, ooh, a dark blue, almost a black, with the moon in the middle, with the pumpkins, a hayride, and looking like the harvest, you know? And look what's on the back.
Oh, I love the pumpkins. Fall is probably my favorite season.
Okay,
so I
look
love
on
this
that
quilt.
corner over there. Look on that corner over there. Read what's on that corner.
Oh, right here. Let me read it. So it says, Harvest Moon Cotton Machine Wash, Cold Dry Low, made by Diane Rose, August of 2019, Matthew 9:38.
Okay, what quilt number?
Oh, this is quilt number 1043, Scenery Throw.
Okay, each quilt is numbered. As I have when I started to quilt, someone told me to number your quilts. So this is my 1043rd one. Now I am up to 1100 and something. And all the quilts are made where you can use them, and there is instructions on each quilt how to wash them. And this one, I have a whole bunch more quilts. They're all on theamazingquilter.com. If you go to theamazingquilter.com, check out, and when you do, go to PayPal, pick out what quilt you want, go to PayPal, and you can do it through that. I will UPS it to you, and please leave your phone number and address. And I look forward to blessing you with a comforting, wonderful quilt. They are all prayed over, and the presence of God is on each one of these, and there's always a reference to a scripture.
Oh, I love that. I love this quilt, and it's perfect for our fall festival too. It's amazing. Okay, let's look at the next one. This quilt has a fun name. What do you call this quilt?
This is a paper piecing crazy quilt. The story behind this is someone wanted me, and I do custom made, so a couple that wanted me to make a quilt from their clown. They were professional clowns, and they wanted me to make a quilt with their pieces of their outfits. So I, with my friend Emily, she cut out, I believe it was like 10-inch square piece of paper, took 2 little pieces of fabric about 2 inches, 3 inches, sewed those 2 pieces to, now she pinned it to the paper in the middle, and then I sewed it with the paper and that, opened it up, then I put another piece here. There was a lot of leftover blocks, so I thought, I'm not going to waste those blocks, let's make a quilt. So this was a very difficult, a lot of time consuming, but it was incredibly, with pieces of fabric that I just had little pieces. So don't throw your fabric away.
Keep those scraps.
Keep those scraps. And for those that do have folks that mother died, I don't know what to do with the fabric. I use everything, so you are welcome to send anything. And it's not just the quilts. I do several little items like paw holders, cell phone holders, tote bags. And when I go travel and I have to speak somewhere, then I take those smaller items. They are not available on theamazingquilter.com. Now go to, here's the label over here. Read me that label.
Okay, so this is quilt number 1080, and this is Romans 8:28. And it's beautiful. I really like how on this quilt you've got a ton of different types of fabric. There's like the velvet here. I mean, it's just so much fun, all the colors, but also all of the textures and different designs too. And I like how you've it looks like you've machine quilted a bunch of different like looks and designs of stitches too, which is
I would
awesome.
love to find another person that was like my friend Emily, who now has a full-time job, to come to me for a couple hours from time to time that might live in the Waco area to do different quilt patterns, because I love to do, there's thousands of quilt patterns, and I love to come up like stair steps to the altar, or Joseph's coat of many colors, just thousands of things, and I would love to do more. So yeah, just get in touch with me, and I'd love to come visit me. I do have kitties, so don't, if you're allergic to kitties, we'll find a place.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing this. And I know the quilt that everyone is really, really excited to hear about, we have behind us. Can you tell me a little bit about this quilt? I know it's got a really amazing story.
This is my 1000th quilt. I started to quilt in August 14th of 1998. And I had asked the lady that taught me, Pat, can I make, how many quilts can I? She said, you make as many you want. And I said, you know what? If I get to 1,000, I want to make a Grand Ole Opry quilt, only because the Grand Ole Opry is family to me. And I am very blessed to have lots of friends and fans and Grand Ole Opry family, and I have godly family. And most of these people on here have gone to heaven. But the cool thing is, it took a lot of time. I had several people that assisted in it. Stephanie, my daughter, my spiritual daughter, helped with the pictures. My friend Margaret helped with the pictures a little bit. So on each picture is what member of the Grand Ole Opry they are. So there are 218 members from 1925 to 2018. In the middle is the barn, and that's from the beginning of the Grand Ole Opry, with the logo from the insurance. What's it say? Life.
A service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company Incorporated shields you.
Yes. Emily helped me with finding the background color. And then my friend Cheryl and I together laid the pictures, and we decided on each side of the barn, and then impressed those. But when I went to Linnell's, I keep forgetting how pronouncing your name wrong. We put wax on the pictures, wax paper on the pictures, and then with her long arm quilting machine, we quilted around the pictures and then peeled off the wax paper. And then where you see the guitars, I got to do that part on the long arm quilting machine.
Was that using automation or free motion?
Free motion.
Free motion. Oh, it's seriously so beautiful.
Well, she put it on her computer the shape of a guitar, and then I followed it with like this.
Oh, you got to follow it around. Oh, that is so amazing.
I got
love
to
it.
do that part. That was the best part. But no, this is not for sale. This is for keep. And when I die, it will be donated to the Country Music Hall of Fame. Some of the other quilts I have, and there are lots of other quilts on the Amazing Quilter. You are welcome to view that. Christmas is coming up. And I do also do custom-made quilts. I've had lots of people ask me to do a custom-made quilt. I've done lots of blue jean quilts, flannel quilts, just all kinds. I love to quilt.
A little bit of everything.
Yes, I love
and,
to do.
If you look at her website, you really can see just the tons of different styles, looks, designs. I know you do enjoy doing a lot of appliqué, which is just
Hand
beautiful.
stitching.
Yeah, it's incredible. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Grace Company and sharing some of your incredible quilts with us. We so appreciate you, and can't wait to see what you come up with next. So thanks for joining us.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me. This has been a great honor to meet and be around each and every one. And I just want to encourage you quilters, please don't stop because your eyes have gone dim. You keep on quilting because you can do it. If I can, you can. Be blessed and know that Jesus loves you.
Thank you so much, Diane. And be sure to check out the next segment where Diane is going to show us, she's going to try out some Grace Company machines and also show us her process of quilting. She's brought a quilt with her today, and she's going to walk us through that. So be sure to check out the next segment.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, let me get you guys back into focus. And then,
Okay. I kind of look better out of focus. Diane looks great in focus.
Okay, I got the batteries there.
okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Start, go.
Hi, Karla here with the Grace Company, and I am so excited and truly honored to be here today with the amazing quilter, Diane. And Diane is legally blind or totally blind? Totally blind. And she is here demonstrating quilting for us and showing us how she does it. And I'm just really excited. She's going to be using our Sure Stitch Elite on our cutie frame, and she's just going to show us how to do it. So let's turn the time over to her, and Diane's going to start it. She has this down right there. And we're using the edge warning system. So when you hear it beep, she's going to move away.
Okay, we're going. Oh.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
You're good.
That was supposed to be a heart.
It looks actually pretty good.
That looks like, okay. All right, let's see what else we can do. Oh, hi.
Don't let that get you.
How about a tree?
Oh, tree's awesome.
Christmas tree?
Yeah, a Christmas tree's great.
How about that?
That's perfect.
So we got okay. Oh,
Let's turn it, yeah.
Let's see.
So she could feel her work, yeah. You did a lot of it over in here.
Yep.
Look at it.
Oh, cool beans. Woohoo! Now, can you do that with your eyes closed?
No, not nearly as good. But we could definitely try. But I know I can't do as well as you.
Okay.
Just push it on again. Yes, a little sensitive. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just move it until you can hit it. It's kind of fun, isn't it, Diane? She's getting a feel for it.
I'm going to go down.
There's your tree.
Ha ha! You figured it out.
I did. I could tell what you were making. It's right here. This is your zigzags right in here.
Right there.
You're kind of, yeah. So Karla here again with the amazing quilter Diane, and I'm showing her the TrueCut products. What's nice about the TrueCut products is she's got the guide and the track, and she's able to use the holes to fill. So yeah, so it's not over quite yet. Now it's over, Diane.
Oh, it's got to make a sound.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now you're going to pull it up, and now she's able to cut. Yeah.
It's got a good little guide, and you won't
Yeah.
cut yourself. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, close it. She's very careful.
Down is all, okay.
Yeah.
And on this blade, on this, you put, the button goes down to close the blade and up to, open it. Or is it the other way around?
No, it's
Yeah.
down to close, up to open. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's actually able to fill and measure and work with it.
So this ruler has, each little square is an inch. Which is really, this is 6 inches by, I think she said 24. I don't know about these. But this is a unique, different ruler. I have the flat rulers. But yeah, this is neat. I've never seen nothing like this. Look at all the little, yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so Diane, this is a little different, okay? The circle cutter, you put on the fabric, and it can go from 2 inches to 12 inches. And this little knob right here, when you unscrew it, I'm going to take your fingers, unscrew it, and it'll loosen it, okay? So you unscrew it, and you can adjust it from smaller to larger.
But wait a minute, it goes like this, around it, like this?
Right, so I'll show you how it does it. Let's do cross hands. So let's have you take this hand right here, push it down, okay? All right, so you push this button down, and that's the button that's going to stabilize it and hold it in place.
Okay, this?
Okay, now I want you to use this hand here. Now I want you to bring this hand right here and push on the blade. Now I want you to go overhanded, okay? It seems a little awkward, but as you go around, it makes it easier, okay? So you push both of them down.
And go forward?
And go around. In a circle. Cool. Okay, keep going, you got it. Keep going. Just a little bit more. Okay, now you're all the way around. That's why I had you cross your hands so that you could go all the way around without stopping. Okay, you're all the way around. You've already done it, so now pull your circle out. Oh, we missed a couple little spots, but feel that? It's almost there. Let me finish cutting it out.
Oh my gosh, I like that.
That's why you don't lift it up at all. So, okay, we're going to try it one more time. Now that you've got a feel for it, okay? We're going to.
Got another piece?
Yeah, I do. I've got several.
Let me do it.
Okay. So remember how I showed you this hand crosses.
I know, but I'm making sure.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, wait a minute.
Right. You got it. Okay.
Because this,
right. Push it down. Keep pushing. You got to push it all the way and keep going. You got to push this one pretty hard. There you go. Keep going. Yeah, I think we got it. There you go. I think you did it.
And then when I lift it,
when you lift it up off, we missed a couple of spots. So we might need a new blade, but we're going to try it one more time. Let's go over here, do the same thing, and push down really hard on the blade. This hand is the blade, so I want you to keep that pushed down really hard.
Oh, this is just the
That's just to stabilize it and hold it into place.
I was doing the wrong. I was
you hard on that one. Okay, so this one's the blade, and as you go around, yeah, you got it. There you go, perfect. There you go. Now, I think you've gone all the way around it. I think. Okay, you've got it. You've got a circle now. You have a perfect circle right here.
Look at this.
There you go. There you go.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I would love that.
Okay, we'll send you home with one of those.
Oh my gosh. That makes sense. Because, then I could. But wait a minute. You set.
Okay, try it again.
Wait a minute.
Try it over here.
Hold on. Do you set this to a number of the size?
Right. So you can do different sizes, okay?
I could do my snowman.
Yeah! Perfect for snowman.
I could do it myself.
Yes!
Oh my gosh, the more I could do myself, the better this.
Yeah, so we'll send you home with one of these and some extra blades, okay?
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh.
Do you want to try again? She did it. She's got it. Perfect. Now you've gone all the way around, and now you can just pull the circle off. Yeah. Oh, kind of got a little, but it just... and you did it. Diane, you did it without any tells.
So hi, I'm Nathan Nersnosnik with the Grace Company here with the amazing quilter, Diane, who is experiencing a new upcoming item, a new feature we have, which we call edge warning. I think we will have demonstrated that on our Sure Stitch Elite, and this is again on our Continuum 2 frame. So Diane, I know she's done a little bit of some practicing. She just drew me a heart. Thank you.
You're welcome.
She didn't know if I'd be able to guess that, so good job. But go ahead, you're free to go ahead and just do some more quilting.
Okay, so we're going to go over here, and we will go on an angle up. Oh, this would be great. Okay, now we're going to go down on an angle. Whoop, oh.
There you go. That's
Go
good.
across. There. Now I'm going to go across again. Did I come back to my
You're
line?
good.
Yeah.
Yep, you did. You're a little past your line.
Okay, now I'm going to go down. Okay, now I'm coming out of it. So what's that?
So I saw the angle going up, and I'm not sure angle down. It looked like a kind of a triangle shape, but we got scared by the
Supposed to have been a Christmas tree.
Christmas tree. Oh well, it could look like it looks a little bit like the Christmas tree actually. I'm going cactus.
There's the tail.
Oh, that was those were the ears. So now we're quite a bit past it.
And what's it look like?
So I'm guessing it looks like it could be like a cat.
Oh gosh, you're good. Oh, you are good.
Here's something that I think would happen if you continue to use this. Keep your hands on here. I want you to feel this. I'm just going to do a loop. That loop is staying in the same space, right? And if I were to go inside, that's a smaller loop in the middle now, right?
Because you can quilt inside.
Yep, and then this is now wider than. I'm just thinking this is one thing I could see you getting actually very comfortable with the space. Like if you move it up and I were to say, okay, there's the top, we're going to come over, we're going to bring you back down to where you started, that's the height. So we're going to do a square. I want you to fill the square. Fill the square. That's the same shaped square now. I bet with not very much you would actually be able to fill in your mind the distances that you would be moving. So this is the new one, which we call, is going to be called our 21 Elite.
Okay.
So when you move it with your hands, go ahead and move a little faster. You'll hear it can go quite a bit quicker. There's going to be our back. I didn't set the edge warning on this one, but.
Letter D, B.
That is a B. And I'm guessing this is the top half of a snowman, is what I'm guessing.
You're good.
Now do some buttons in the middle. Now you're in the middle of it right now, dead center of the snowman. So we're at the very bottom towards his belly. There you go. And then move up. There you go. That's the middle section. And you move a little more. That's the top section. There you go. There you go.
To my imagination.
Yeah, you did. That was a great one. All right. Well, thank you very much for giving this a try. It was pretty fun.
Can you do that with your eyes closed? And
No. I'm not going to try it either. So.
Hi, y'all. Welcome to the Grace Company Fall Festival Quilt Show. I just want to invite each and every one of you that are quilters, even looker-oners, to come and enjoy this quilt show this year. You're going to enjoy it. I am Diane Rose, the amazing quilter, and I'm going to teach you how to quilt without sight. I am the only well-known totally blind quilter. I am working on this quilt, which is the Cat in the Hat. This will be a twin-size quilt when it's done, and I am appliquing. And would you like to see me thread a needle? So I have it about ready. This is my scissors, and it's a thread cutter that can be purchased at various sewing stores. Oh, I cut the thread. Now, the needle that I normally use is a embroidery needle because it has a bigger eye. And this is white thread. My thread I keep in separate little bins. Too much thread there. At the house, because that's a question a lot of folks ask me. How do you keep all your thread in separate? And that's how I do it. And I do have different people that will help me sometimes match the thread to what I need to do on the appliqué. So these are the letters that I will be doing in white. This is called a needle threader, a needle threader. So I'm going to place this between the eye of the needle, through the eye of the needle, see, went through the eye of the needle. I place the thread over my finger and I hold it like that. Y'all can see that? Okay. And I place it, and I'll bend that finger. I'll place it over the edge. There are two edges on the needle threader. Go to the smaller side. Looks like a longhorn. Pull the thread through. Yes, I always carry a little pouch that I put that in because they are easy to lose. And then I will pull this much Oh, we will cut. This is wonderful. I love sewing. I love to make quilts. And since 1998, I have made 1,100 quilts. They are all around the world. And I am so blessed to have the talent that God gave me to do these quilts. Now I'm making my knot and I wrap it around my thread. There are several different ways to do knots, but I rather do it that way. Because this is my little pouch, I am going to put him on the floor behind me. How about that? Now I've put the needle underneath. No, I do not sew myself. A lot of people ask that question and the answer is no. Okay, you see where that is right there where I stopped? Okay, I will pull up, go back a couple stitches, probably about 1 or 2, see, real close. Now I'll pull the needle through, do-do-do-do. Now this is called a blanket stitch. So I put the needle down and I turn the needle underneath and pull it back up, see? Put the thread over, pull through. I love doing this. I can spend hours. I usually spend a couple hours a day. If I'm in a hurry or really need to get something done, it might take me, I might work on it, sometimes 8 to 10 hours, just depending. I do have an AccuCut die that have several dies. I love to just create and do different things for different people. I do custom-made quilts. I also have lots of quilts on theamazingquilter.com. I will say that slower, theamazingquilter.com. See how much I've already done through here? The process of putting a quilt together that I do sometimes is I call it the sandwich appliqué type thing, where you do your top and your back and you sandwich it together, they face each other. Lay it down, cut your batting according to it, put it on top. Then I pin all the way around and leave about that much open. Put 2 pins here, 2 pins here. Then on the sewing machine, I will sew all the way around it. Then I put my finger between the front and the back, turn it inside out, pull it in, stick your hands inside and make sure you get to the corners really good. And then flatten it down and then fold the little edges over like this. And then you sew it up, and you have to, because you have that opening, so you sew that and sew that up. And then I go around the whole edge of the quilt. Then if I have appliques on it, then I can go back and hand stitch. That's a little tidbit for y'all. Do not be afraid to sew. Do not be afraid to do any quilts. This is a talent that God gave me to do, and I give him the glory for everything that I create, because he's given me the opportunity to be able to bless you. I do not see anything at this time. So legally blind is right below seeing where you can't drive. Partial sight is seeing colors and various things. Totally blind is seeing nothing. And I'm at that place for the moment. But I believe in miracles. So I know my God could provide any miracle, and he takes good care of me. I am very happy to work for God. He takes good care of me. And I want to thank you so much for coming on to this Fall Festival Quilt Show, and just enjoy all the quilts. Vote for all of them. They're on here. This is a wonderful company, and go to the Grace Company and learn about the different machines they have, and just click on different things. Get to learn. Even if you're not a quilter, it's very interesting to learn. And go to theamazingquilter.com. If you like to donate to the ministry or purchase a quilt, just click on that. There's a PayPal account. And just most of all, I just want you to be encouraged to know that you could do anything you put your mind to. Don't let someone tell you no because you can't see or you can't walk or something. You can, okay? Remember that you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. You can. Do not give up. That's my advice to you, is do not give up. You have something to do with your life. God put you on this earth for a reason, and you can, and we'll do something. So thank you again for coming in and watching the Grace Company Quilt Show. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. Be blessed, and know most of all that you are loved.
Hi, welcome here at the Grace Company. I am so excited. Nathan Erznosnik, and with us we have a lot of people, and our special guest, the amazing quilter Diane Rose. With it, we thought we'd kind of do a little bit of a quick recap and kind of do a mic pass to see and talk a little bit about some of the things that really stood out to us. Thank you for being with us, Diane.
It's been an awesome time.
It's been wonderful. I think you've experienced quite a few different things.
Yes.
Here in Utah. Was it now Utah, first time in Utah, second time in Utah?
Yes, on my bucket list.
On
I mean,
the
how
bucket
God
list.
answered prayer. He always does. Incredible experience. There's no other words than say, praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus, for doing what you did for me.
So I was super lucky. I got to be Diane's personal assistant this week. So I got to spend a lot of time with her, going on all of our fun activities and just getting to just see how incredible and inspiring she is. I've just had the best time, and I adore you and can't wait to see you again.
Diane, it's been a pleasure to meet you. I was thrilled for the chance yesterday, and I'm really glad that we were able to make this connection. To have you come out here and join us, and to see your talents in person and to meet you in person has been just an absolute joy. So thank you for making the journey.
Thank you. Wonderful.
And you inspire us. You really are truly an incredible person, and you're just, like I said earlier, a ray of sunshine that has just come into the Grace Company, and you've blessed us with your sweet spirit. And we are now your kindred spirits, so thank you for letting us be a part of this experience with you.
We all want to say thank you very much. So it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful to have you in our homes. It's been wonderful to have you in our business. It's been wonderful to have you in our lives and as part of Grace Company. So with it, we're very appreciative.
So we have some great things that we've collected. We know you like things from the places that you visited. Yes. We were honored to get you 3 bolts of fabric. So we got you a sky blue, a red, and a black, because we know you needed those. We're going to ship those to you. Then we got you a basket of goodies.
Uh-oh. You're good.
So inside the basket of goodies, you got thread, our finesse thread.
Oh, that was the kind you showed me.
Yeah. So it's all those different colors. Then you've got the circle cutter.
Blade. Oh, bless God.
And then you've got a wagon to commemorate Utah.
I found it. Oh, you found the missing wagon. Oh, how cool.
And then we got you a TrueCut. And those are extra blades for the circle cutter.
Okay.
And then some chocolate truffles.
Oh, yeah. Can't go wrong with chocolate.
No, those are true grips, just to put on the back of the rulers and stuff like that, so they don't slide. So you'll need those. And then you've got a ruler and a cutter that we tried earlier, the big one. And then some truffles.
Oh, yeah,
Lots
you
of
can't
chocolate.
go wrong with chocolate. Yeah, everybody told me about how good these were. You got to go to Utah and you got to get those.
Yes.
Wow, what a birthday, man. I am so blessed. Oh, thank you, Jesus, for a wonderful month.
That is true. We also had a wonderful chance to celebrate your birthday
Yes,
just
you
last
did.
week that was here. So.
Thank you so much. God bless each and every one of you.
And from that, here at the Grace Company, thank you very much for joining us, and wonderful, Diane, and thank you for being part of our lives and joining us for this wonderful week. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was just absolutely beautiful. I love hearing from Diane. She is absolutely amazing. Every time I hear her talk, she just makes me smile. I'm listening to her talk, and even when I had the chance to meet her, it just brings a smile to my face. She's so sweet. Welcome, Janessa, Mark, and Karla. It's so great to have you guys in the studio. Karla, why don't you share a little bit? I know the people watching just saw Diane try some of our TrueCut products. I know you were with her. Tell us a little bit, how was that experience with Diane?
She's willing to try new ways of quilting, and she's willing to be introduced to new things and new ideas. And she's actually it was just a lot of fun to be able to show her our products and have her try them and see how they work with her on her disability. And she doesn't think of it as a disability. And you'll just know that from who she is and what she does. So it was a lot of fun, and it was just a lot of fun to be able to present to her the products that we make and have her recognize how they can help her. She loved the circle cutter. That was a lot of fun.
Wonderful. Thank you. I know she does some amazing things. I love that you point out that she doesn't consider it a disability because it's very true. When I had the opportunity to talk with her, and I'm so glad I did and so grateful I did because it was super neat. It was really funny. She actually kind of, she kind of considers it a blessing that she doesn't, it's an amazing thing that gives her this opportunity to kind of see the world in a completely different way and to share her gift with the world. So it's amazing. And one joke that I loved is she says, I'm blind in one eye, I can't see out the other. And so I think it was just super fun to have her say that. At first when she said, I was like, what? Because I think some people think of it as a disability. So it was truly amazing to hear and to see her. And it was super neat to see her kind of live her life. I know they're at the end of that video segment when we gave her the little gift basket. It was kind of interesting because she's able, she needs to fill everything so she knows what it is. And so it was really, I think, unique to see her do that. And I was fortunate enough as well to see her, help her kind of get ready in the morning, help get some of her jewelry on. And it was kind of like, I think she's way more organized than I am.
Oh, God, yeah.
It was incredible to see. She's like, all right, it's going to be in this bag, and that bag's going to be there. And so it was super cool and very unique to see kind of how she lives her life. And she also had said to me that she probably sees better than I think some of us do. And I think that's kind of true because we see
absolutely right.
We see so much with everything, we're taking in. So it was super neat to see kind of, again, how she lives her life. And I know, Mark, did you had the chance to meet and talk with her for a little bit, right?
Yep, I did.
Yeah,
and just like everybody's saying, her story, she is an inspiration to us all because of what she can do. And that she, like Karla said, she's fair to this. She'll try anything. She wants to do a quilt, she'll do a quilt. She wants to cut, she'll cut. She'll do whatever she needs to do because it makes her happy. And to see her happy, to see her inspiration to all of us who know we have a lot of dreams, but she really puts her dreams ahead of first. And so it's awesome.
I love that. And I love what you said, Laurel, about how she lives her life. And that woman, she lives her life and she lives it to the fullest completely. Like absolutely nothing holds her back in any way, shape, or form. And I know she's watching this and I just love you. And I'm so impressed by, just your spirit, your perseverance, and just your incredible talent. I've been looking at a lot of the comments and I've noticed a lot of people saying, how can we help? And she helps herself, as you can see, but there are ways that we can help support her cause and her foundation. So let's go to her website, which is theamazingquilter.com. So you can go to her website and it's got a lot about her. It's got amazing videos. It has all of her quilts that are listed. And then at the bottom, there's a really great section here where you can donate through PayPal, which will go towards helping build her foundation to help others with disabilities, just empower them, inspire them, and just kind of do the amazing work that she's doing day in and day out.
That's wonderful. And thank you for pointing out her website. Because yes, I would encourage everybody, when I actually had the opportunity at night, when she's kind of winding down, she was talking through some of her quilts and it's amazing. I love to hear the stories behind the quilts and to see how she did it. It's amazing. I was talking with a coworker of mine who was saying, I can't even quilt and I can see, So it's really amazing to see the work that she does. And seriously, I encourage everybody to go and look at her website just to see her quilts because they all are very unique. We'll kind of read this, or Mark, maybe, I guess we'll hear. We can actually, let's see, because I know there was some amazing comments. I had some that definitely were some tearjerker moments there when I was watching Diane. So I know everybody, when you were watching it, I think everybody was also crying. So here's Gayla, Cedar Park. She loved it. Thank you so much for joining with us. It was wonderful. There's Terry. That was such a treat to see. That was amazing. She did just wonderful. Just amazing. I love just to see Diane. She really is a beautiful person. Then there's Vicki Edwards. Thank you, Diane. It was amazing to meet you here online. Yes, she is, again, absolutely beautiful person. And then this is the amazing mama. I've tried sewing in the dark when in the car with my hubby driving, and it was so challenging. She is so amazing. And that I've never tried to drive in the car or quilt in a car before because I think I'd probably poke myself, but that's super cool to see. And I think at the video there, at the end of it, when she was talking, she said, has she ever sewn herself before? Because people asked, and she said no. So I think that's kind of amazing because I can see and I nick myself. So that's pretty cool to see. And it's just, she really is amazing. And I do kind of want to open this next segment up into any questions that any of you watching may have. Now, we're not her, so we don't know all the answers, but I do know, and I'm sure there's probably some questions that everyone may have about Diane. I know, Janessa, you did a great thing there. Yes, you can absolutely donate if you go to her website, which is theamazingquilter.com. So definitely take a look at that. But we're just going to see maybe if we have any questions about it and see if
I wanted to share one more story. Diane was here. I got to spend a lot of time with her. We jokingly said I was her personal assistant because we really were just attached at the hip and did everything together, which was a lot of fun. And one thing I asked her was, okay, so I've heard that when people lose their sight, that they tend to rely on another sense. And I was really super excited to hear what her response was. And she said that she sees into people's hearts. Oh, I was not expecting that. And of course she said that. Everything she says really is just so profound. I was expecting that maybe it's, I don't know, she relies on touch or hearing or something like that. But she does. She has this incredible ability to meet people and really see the character of their souls and who they are. And it was cool. It was a really cool experience. And again, just super inspiring. We've had so many incredibly inspiring people in this fall festival, and Diane is very clearly one of those. So really, really cool.
Wonderful. Thank you for that story. I know that is absolutely something that she does. Her other sense that she sees with it was super fun. When me and you and Russ had the opportunity to take her to breakfast, it was kind of cute. She kind of was calling us out where we're at, in life. She's like, oh, you're looking for the next step, so it was super cute to see that she really can get a feel for people just by talking to them. So it was super neat. And even when she was with Nathan, I was with her once, and she's like, he's a thinker, he's got something going on up there. So it really was super neat that really, even though she can't see, she absolutely picks up on everything and can truly see who you are as a person. So she is amazing. Again, I know I didn't quite spend as much time with her as you did, Janessa, but I loved every second I got to spend with her. It was super. I don't know. I could keep talking about her for hours because she's just an amazing person, and I loved every experience I had with her. I actually now have a couple of, what are they, like hot pads that she had created, and so I got those. I actually put them up on my wall right now so that when I'm not using them, I can see them. So some just amazing work. And I know one thing that I actually really loved is we actually bought it and we gave it to my Nana, so my grandma, and it's actually a scarf that she had made, and it's made out of different neckties. I should have thought about it. I should have brought it with me today, but it's so perfect because it was something that, hey, it was something fun, something different she wanted to do, but it was so perfect because it absolutely fits my Nana and what she loves to do, and kind of for fun, spunky personality. So it was super fun to see. So I know earlier in the video, she had also mentioned, Diane mentioned that if anyone has any fabric or anything, any scraps, absolutely don't throw them away, give them to her, because she will use any fabric and all fabric that anyone has. So, that was just one great example that she had with using the neckties, because again, that's absolutely amazing. I wouldn't have thought to use neckties, so that was super cool to see. Karla, do you have any other thoughts that you would like to share about Diane and when time you spent with her?
Well, it was fun. I didn't get to spend as long with her as Janessa did, because Janessa was truly tied to Diane, and really they worked really well together, and we just really appreciate that, and for helping to make her experience here just the very best. I just wanted to say that Diane is, again, fearless, and she has paved her path with such great intentions, and she has a vision. Even without her sight, she has a vision, and she has made it happen. And really, that is inspiring to all of us, and we can all learn a little bit from her. and just know that there's nothing to hold you back but your self-doubt. And she doesn't have that self-doubt. And you would think that in her circumstances that you might, and just think if we were in her shoes, how would we behave, and just learn from her and just move forward in life in general. And don't let the little things or even the big things hold you back, and move forward. And that's really what I learned and took away from her, is that she helped me see the world with different eyes. And thank you, Diane, for all of that. We really appreciate you blessing us and coming here to Utah and letting us enjoy your sweet spirit and your craft and what you have brought to us. Just we can never repay you. So thank you.
I'm really excited too. I don't know if you guys saw at the beginning of the video, we went to This Is the Place, which is a really big kind of, I guess, park or historical site here in Utah. So she had a lot of interest in kind of like the culture here in Utah. So we got to experience that. And we were on a mission to find like a hand cart or a wagon, because she wanted to use that as her inspiration for one of the next quilts that she's going to make. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. I'm really excited to see what she comes up with. So I know there's amazing things coming from Diane, and yeah, we'll just have to keep everybody updated.
That's wonderful. I know. And I haven't seen any questions come through, but one that actually I had when I met her was, how does she lay out her quilts? And I think she slightly talked on it, but I'd maybe just like to expound or give, what I heard from her. But it's kind of interesting because, I always see her, they showed, her fun fall quilts or harvest quilts, and then the, funky one. I was like, how do you decide how to lay it out, right? Because you can't really see where things are. And so she, she said, just start with an idea, right? And so she just, it's a simple, like, what, I think I'd like a moon here, some pumpkins. And again, she did talk about this, and it was super neat, where she then has someone who helps her kind of cut it out and will, in a sense, kind of lay it out. And then I was like, okay, well, like, again, how do you know? So she said she actually comes back in, and she actually will fill it. And so she'll see, she'll like fill around. She's like, okay, there's the moon, right? Here's some people, here's some pumpkins, and so she really can see and fill. And so she absolutely lays out and designs every single quilt she does. And so it's super, super cool to see that she can do that, because she's really creating her own thing and her own unique design every time she does a quilt. So it was super neat, again, to hear and to see kind of how she does it. And it's super fun too, because when you're with her, she actually will show you like in the space, right? So she's like, oh, it's about, this big, instead of being like, oh, just saying, she actually likes to show you. And I think that's kind of a unique thing as well that I don't see many people do, that, she's trying to really show you and help you see what she can see, so she's absolutely an amazing person. So does anybody else in the studio, Mark, Janessa, or Karla, did anybody have any other questions that you had asked her that you maybe weren't quite got the answer that you weren't quite expecting? Does that make sense?
Well, everything about her is unexpected.
Right. It really is.
She does it her own way.
Yeah, she does. And she knows where she's going. Well, she knows where she wants to go. When I met her, she took me by the arm and directed me through the Grace Company to where she wanted to go. It was awesome. And so, okay, you know where you want to go. So let's go there. And, so it was a lot of fun, because she does have that vision and she knows where she's going, and she's not going to let any obstacle stand in her way. And that's great.
I love that. Yeah. She really does have a ton of opportunities to support her and help her, all listed on her website. She's talked a lot about if there are people that are around in Texas, she's always looking for supports and people that would like to come and spend some time and volunteer to help her do some of the cutting processes and laying out ones with different things like that. So all of her contact information is listed on her website, theamazingquilter.com. Her quilts are there, the donation is there. So go and support this amazing woman and be inspired by her, because I know there's a lot more coming too, which is super exciting. But I know we're going to move into our next segment. Yes. And what were we going to do, Mark? What was our exciting thing that we have to look forward to?
That's a great question. There's a lot of, I don't have the schedule in front of me. So, yeah.
We could do
A giveaway.
Let's do a giveaway.
Pico.
Yes. Yes, let's do a giveaway. That's a yes, wonderful idea. Let's do a giveaway. So let's see. Now, because I'm not good at coming up with questions. Anybody in the studio, any of you guys have any good questions?
I have one.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, let's hear it.
So we have a quilt show that's going on, and there are some different categories that one can submit their quilts to. How many different categories are there? Ready, set, go.
Good question. Ready, set, go. All right, and we'll give everybody a minute here so they can come
We're
through.
online. You can go and check it out.
Yes.
If you don't know and you want to
Yeah,
know,
there's
go to the website.
You guys. We can't pull anything over.
I know. I thought that was a tricky one.
Perfect. Yes, everybody's got it. Yes. So, Jessa, what was the correct answer you were looking for on that one?
Well, so there are 6 different categories, but now that I'm thinking about it, there's actually another. You can submit to the community quilt. So I think we could take 6 or 7 because both
Okay.
are actually accurate.
Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and pull a 7 then, because there is that, you're right, that additional one, which is that community quilt. So congrats to Sherry and Barnes. 7. That's wonderful. Yes, yeah, absolutely. You are right. There are those 6 different categories plus the one which is that community quilt. So Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop a plinko for us for Sherry and Barnes?
And make it a good one, Mark.
All right. Well, let's see. Since I can control where this plinko chip goes.
It's mind tricks. You don't know.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Nice one.
See, Quilter's
Awesome.
combo. That is a sought after combo. Yeah. Good
Yeah.
job,
Mark,
Sherry.
why don't you tell us just a little bit about what's included in that quilter's combo?
Yeah, the Quilter's combo has our 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, the 45 comfort cutter, and the True Grips. And so it is essentially everything you need. From the ruler that is so popular, from the ergonomic cutter, and then obviously our best-selling item, True Grips, to keep the ruler from sliding. So it has a great combo package. And if you're already using, Sherry, something that you really love, I just use this Quilter's combo, and you're going to find how easy, safe, and accurate this system really is.
Wonderful. And then really quick, for everybody who is a winner of this, make sure to reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. It's up there on the screen. It's MELINDA at graceframe.com. So make sure, send her an email, tell her you won, and we'll look at getting you your prize. So again, that's Melinda at graceframe.com. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull up our next winner. So we'll do it from YouTube. So we have Wanda Thomas. So congrats, Wanda.
Nice job, everybody.
All right, Wanda,
Yes.
again, since I can control this, you're going to get something awesome too. You have 6 wonderful options down there.
Ooh.
Mini quilt clips.
Mini quilt clips.
And both sizes, right?
Yep, both sizes.
Yeah,
1.5
we'll do
and
both
2
sizes. Perfect. Yes, that's amazing. Karla, why don't you share kind of what people can use those mini quilt clips for?
Oh, lots of things. So I use them in between the longer quilt clips to hold every little space of my quilt down. You can use them if you like to move your fabric through the arm of your machine on a table. They will help your fabric, and also, carrying them from one place to the other. It's also really nice with your hoop frames to roll them up and use the quilt clips to carry them to the frame to put it on and put the other clips on. So a lot of uses, and the thread. Who can't use them to keep the thread dangling down and the cat's pulling them? So
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Now I'm going to pick our last winner. We do it from our Grace platform. So thank you for everybody watching us there. So we're going to go ahead. So Barbara L. Jester put the number 6. So congrats, Barbara.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So again, that's BARBARAL, and then the last name is JESTER. So congrats, Barbara. Again, make sure you email for every 3 one of you that just won here. Make sure to email Melinda at graceframe.com. And then Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop the plinko for us?
Ooh, True Grips.
Awesome.
True Grips. That's wonderful. And then we'll do 6-pack of those True Grips, so 12 True Grips in total for Barbara on that, because those really.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I think everybody's got quite a few rulers, so those True Grips are great that you can use with any ruler out there. So that will be absolutely wonderful for that. So let's see. You know what? Let's do one more. We'll do a short. Let me pick one more winner. Let's do one more winner. Let's see, just because I'm a little generous, so let's let's do one more on that.
Let's do a grand prize kind of winner.
Ooh.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, let's do. Yeah, maybe
let's
we'll
come up with a good question for him too.
Yeah.
Can we?
Yeah. So we'll do. Yeah, come up with a question, and we'll just do one winner. And we'll see kind of maybe what we can do for you. And we got a good question.
Ooh.
Do you have one? I have
tricky.
one.
Oh, no, you can go.
Okay, that's okay. Go ahead, Janessa. I'm always doing the questions, okay?
Okay. So we did a trunk show with Luella today. Lovely Luella. Love her. How many quilts did she show during her trunk show? How many quilts did she show during her? So you had to watch that segment. Is that too hard? Is that okay?
No. We'll see.
I was there, so I definitely know.
I think they got it. Answers are flying in.
Ooh, I see a few correct
a few,
answers.
yes.
I see a few of them.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. So,
This is
Janessa,
awesome.
yeah, what was the answer
Okay.
you were looking for on that one?
The answer I was looking for was 4.
Yes,
Is that what
it
you
was
had
4.
to?
It was
Okay.
Yes.
four
Yep.
quilts.
That's what I had. Okay.
4 out of the
Perfect.
400 that she made last year.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, crazy amount of quilts that she has made. Well, let's see. Why don't we drop 2 Plinko chips for this person so they can have
That's what I was
both of
gonna
them?
say. 2
How does
prizes.
that sound? Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, perfect. So
Okay. At the same time?
Oh wait, do we have to pick who
Hang
it is
on.
first?
yeah, let me
yeah,
see.
We gotta see
Oh,
who it is
you
first.
were really excited for
I
whoever.
Okay, so let me come pick somebody. I'm gonna do it random. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna select
Okay.
one. Doris. Well,
Doris.
okay,
Well,
that's
no,
3, but we're
Shelley,
gonna give it to you because I
sorry.
randomly selected.
Okay.
Oh,
I
it's
was
gotta
about to
be
clap.
Doris.
Doris, you get
Yeah,
a
maybe you
prize.
should, Laurel, keep your eyes open. We don't want to be any, we don't want any
That's
other
right.
fake false alarms because
But we still
Sorry.
have to give Doris. Doris
Yeah,
has
we
to get
do,
a
we
prize
do.
still.
we'll
We
drop
can't
one
choose
Plinko though for
One-
Doris.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
go ahead and drop it
Doris.
for us, Mark.
And I'll close my eyes, Doris.
Hopefully it's really good. Okay, go. Ooh, the
Ooh,
triangle ruler
nice.
set.
That's wonderful. Okay, so now I'll pick somebody and I'll keep my eyes open for this.
Nice.
Okay, so Lynette,
Okay.
Lisa,
Yay.
so congrats.
Congratulations.
Okay, so go
Okay.
ahead and drop the 2 Plinkos.
All right, ready, set, go.
Oh,
right
nice.
on the end. You get a true sharp and both sets of mini quilt clips. So awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's wonderful. And then
Congratulations, Lynette.
Yes, congrats. Those are some great things to win there. So just a quick reminder, you're going to email melinda@graceframe.com. So it's melinda@graceframe.com. So email her so you can claim your prize. And we're going to actually go ahead and we're going to move right into our next segment here. So this is a trunk show that we're going to do with Charlotte War Anderson. So everybody stick around, see some of the amazing quilts that she's done. And then kind of when we come back a little bit later, we'll come back and we'll do our grand prize giveaway. So stick with us as we kind of get there. Here's Charlotte War Anderson.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company, and I have a special guest with us. If you by chance seen some preliminary pieces with part of the keynote, I have Charlotte War Anderson with us. So thank you very much for being here today.
You're very welcome.
You mentioned one of the best ways maybe to call this is some odds and ends.
Yes.
In what we have behind us.
Just a few pieces. Some of them are finished, some of them are unfinished. I mean, it's natural for all us quilters to have unfinished objects.
Yeah,
UFOs.
UFOs. I love, that's one question I ask all the time, and I actually say, do we have 1? I see some hands go up. Do we have 3 to 5? Some hands stay up. Do we have more than that? Some hands stay up, right? Always something in progress, which is wonderful. So
Yes, but we'll start with this one. This is Cape Elizabeth. This is from a photo I took when I was teaching in Portland, Maine, of the Cape Elizabeth headlight, and it's hand appliqued, but it's one of my first machine quilted pieces. And I did it all with invisible thread, which is, people told me it melts and does all sorts of stuff, but it's, I don't know how old, and it's still intact, and nothing's coming loose.
And I loved what you talked about, especially on something like this. You used a different thread, and everybody always says everything. I think you can have different experiences.
Exactly.
And I would encourage you to try some stuff if
Right.
you hadn't, right?
Right.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
So this is from another of my teaching trips. This is Cathedral Cove in New Zealand. And I remember staying at a country farmhouse, and they told me, should we go out and see this Cathedral Cove? And so we got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Mine are the footsteps on the beach. I was the first one on the beach that morning, and it's a great memory. That's why I made a quilt.
And then tell me a little bit, what was part of your process again? This one looks like it has some of your applique.
This one has hand applique and then machine quilting. And I'm starting to get a little better at machine quilting and changing threads and such.
We had talked about that as part of your process, that several of your projects were completely hand quilted, all of your applique and all your finishing. It sounds like these ones you were getting a little bit more into some of that machine quilting as well.
So I have a strange little process that we didn't really talk about, where I use fusible thread. And Superior Thread actually makes a fusible thread.
Okay.
And it used to have my name on it before they changed their policy, but it's still called Charlotte's Fusible Web. And so I put it in the bobbin, use mostly invisible thread on top, and so it's fusing just along the edges of the pieces rather than throughout. So it makes a really light piece that's not stiff and bunchy.
Oh, wonderful, thank you.
And this is a quirky little piece. It's called Squirreled Away. And this was done for an invitational show called Quilts in Bloom. And I believe I just finished making a flower quilt, and I did not feel like making a flower quilt. So I figured, okay, I've got a cherry tree, and it bloomed, and then it turned into cherries. So it made it. And I actually took a photo of a squirrel in my cherry tree. So I made this quilt. It's actually mostly pieced. The squirrel is fused in there with some thread painting on the edges, and the cherries are appliqued on. And another little interesting thing about this quilt is this border is all one piece. There are no seams in the border. So it's a 1950s fabric, and I just cut out a little frame and set the top into it.
Oh, that's a good one. That's really nice. I was curious about that border fabric.
I talked about ranch projects earlier, and this is another one. I can't say it's one of my favorite ones, but it's got some cool things to it. I found this really sheer fabric,
I can see
and that's to make the water and give depth to some of that other fish. I was learning to digitize with machine embroidery.
Okay.
And at the retreat, I volunteered to sew everybody's little fly for them with my with my embroidery machine.
Embroidery machine.
So,
oh, wonderful.
now this is another of my ranch projects. This one, as I said before, I like to give options if I can for people who don't want a hand applique. And this is called ruminating. And with raw edges, I feel like I have to cover them up. So there is thread painting and satin stitching on this. Whereas if I do it hand applique.
And maybe, you okay if I show the back side of this?
Oh, of course.
I was going to say, because I can see here that this is maybe a little bit more of your thread painting where you've used, and I think that's kind of fun. You can also see that part of the grass. Where she's combined those, and now if I turn that back around, I just think it's pretty interesting because sometimes you can't see part of the story.
So then you can see the difference with the hand appliqued version. So this one actually got a border on it, and this one has no quilting on it at all because I have to decide what to do because I don't feel like thread painting it and covering up all that hand stitching that I did. So. And if you want to look at the back side of this one, you can see that there's definitely a difference.
Again, all those
because I cut away all the extra layers. I don't like a buildup of layers.
you have the skills for that. I'd be like, I do not. I would be doing the raw edge. I'm a raw edge guy.
This is another piece from the 9/4 Circle Ranch. And in 2012, they were celebrating their 100th anniversary. And so Georgia Bonesteel and I got together and collaborated on this one. These are based on the horses that are actually painted on their screen door at the lodge at the ranch. And here's a photo of the ranch in there. And decided to picture all the different sorts of weather you can encounter on Labor Day weekend while we're there. Because I have encountered every single one of those types of weather. I love it. I actually love horseback riding in the snow.
Do you? I'm guessing it has, it's a little more quiet, I think, as part of the process with the snow-covered ground.
You don't get as wet as when you ride in the rain.
And then I noticed 100 years, was this in part of a celebration with the Creek time?
The ranch, one of the original owners was Gary Cooper. So then it's traded hands, but it's been around for over 100 years now. 2012 was the centennial. And this is another little project from the ranch. I sort of go back and forth between processes. One year maybe I'll do appliqué, another year I'll do piecing. And this is a pieced picture. It's a Western tanager. It's called A Flame in the Forest. And this is one of my prouder examples of machine quilting on that border.
Everything has a little bit of a different story on the back there, so there we go. Thank you.
This next project is one where I was loosening up on my all fabric rules. So
Changing, so not using one specific fabric, but you're venturing, because I know a couple of the others you showed, you had silk and you had polyesters and you had...
But up to a point, I refused to paint or dye or do anything like that. But now I'm starting to loosen up. So this one is called Run You Fool. So we've got a fox ready to pounce on the 2 mice below.
Oh, there you go. You can see those little 2 mice down there.
And so for this project, this is actually a kind of canvas fabric. And I used 2 Seneco all-purpose inks. And we painted the background, painted the rocks in. And then I added a lot with the thread. And I am working on the quilting. It's getting there.
It's getting there. It's getting there.
So then I decided to do a blue heron, because they do have blue herons come through occasionally there. And of course I had never taken a picture of blue heron, so I bought an image from Getty Images. So this one is all fusible. One thing I've started doing for the students, because I really like seeing them complete it towards the end of the thing. It was getting discouraging seeing people go with very little finished on their projects. So
definitely helping out with some of those.
And I was looking for a background for this one, and I was going through all the fabric stores around Salt Lake City trying to find something that would make me happy. And I came up with this really weird one, and I like it a lot, but nobody else seemed to like it. But after I completed this, I found the one that I was actually looking for, of course. So then I had to do another one. And of course, everyone prefers this background.
I can see definitely a difference.
And that's just a nice batik.
So again, then this one has that fusible
appliqué. So this is all just fused. It hasn't had any thread work done to it yet. And so that'll get done one day.
And again, I like part of your story. Right, as quilters, you're always searching for maybe what your next fabric might be.
Right.
And I know you do that when you're doing some of your portraits, is that you mentioned earlier that you're looking at what might make a great skin tone. So there's always a search. This is one, were you looking at something like this or trying to find something like this when you went out to?
I was trying to find something like this when I went looking for it.
And then you found
Afterwards,
it. Afterwards,
I found it. And this is one of my favorite ranch projects. And it's not as hard as it looks, because the water was all pieced together and then the trees were all fused on top. I wish I had this one quilted. You can see that I've started quilting down on the bottom. This is the ranch gate that I've very meticulously stitched in there.
Awesome, wonderful.
And then this is kind of an odd one. This is from 3 years ago, and it's all basted and ready to quilt. But since we're close to Yellowstone, I decided we should do one of the features at Yellowstone, and this is the Morning Glory pull. And it looks complicated, but it's actually just a big, weird log cabin. Because
that's an interesting way to put it.
We all except for the top. The top was all kind of paper piece, but this one you just start with this piece in the middle and add a piece over here, add a piece here, add a piece here, and just keep working out
around.
and out and out. And then here is, this is from 2 years ago, and when we did it, just had the top. And recently I added the border and the blocks, and I really like how this one turned out.
Is part of that because you found a fabric you wanted to do around the border and the blocks,
yes,
or did you
exactly.
already have those?
Actually,
really
this is a very old Nancy Crow fabric in stripes, and I used it for the border, and I also used it for the dark triangles. And this block is called Cat's Cradle. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to quilting this one. I think this one may be high on my list of things to quilt. And this one is the quilt we just did at the beginning of the month. And the ranch owner, Kelly, had requested that we do painted ponies because they're so big into horses and everything. And I said, okay. And then, you know, I have the part-time job at the library, and I came across Paul Goebel's books, and he does all these children's books about Native American culture and such. And I was just fascinated with them. So I decided to use his books for inspiration. I didn't copy anything exactly, but anyway, I really loosened up on my techniques on this one because it has painting, stenciled painting, fusible, we painted the flowers. Georgia came up with the borders. We decided to do a collaboration again because Georgia was having trouble coming up with an idea. So I said, okay, make a border for this quilt that I'm working on. So the students really loved this one because everybody made different colored horses.
Yeah.
They did much better painting than I did on their horses, and it was just really cool. And Janessa insisted that I show this one. This was done for an invitational show where people got different special occasions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Different special occasions. And the director of the show actually asked me to do Inauguration Day. So I said, okay. And so they thought, if I'm going to do Inauguration Day, there's going to be a woman president getting inaugurated. It needs to happen. So the quilt's called In Anticipation. And again, going on that fabric search, everybody's dressed somber that day. And then I actually found American flags in just the right size to put in there. You know, I definitely have gotten into machine quilting because I have actually written 2 books on it. So,
there you go.
and they were inspired by this quilt over here. This one is called Star-Crossed, and it started when my daughter, I decided to collaborate with my daughter. My daughter is quite an artist, and she came up with this 15-inch illustration that was like this. And it was just done with, I believe, the markers and such. And I decided, okay, this needs to be a quilt.
Charlotte Ward Anderson, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me to do this. I really enjoyed it.
It's been absolutely a pleasure on our side. I'm so grateful that you're fairly close to be able to spend and be willing to come down here to the Grace Company and share all of your insights. It's been wonderful. With that, if you have any other questions, please feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. You can also visit our website at graceframe.com. We look forward to more and seeing you soon.
Thanks for listening.
That was so wonderful. Thank you so much, Charlotte, for showing us the beautiful quilts that you've done. I just really quickly, I want to show a couple comments here that I love from people just because she is absolutely an amazing person, and the quilts that she's done are just stunning and absolutely beautiful. So I'm just going to bring up a couple comments that I saw again that I think is super cute. This one from Deborah Hamilton, Richlock. So, oh, love the horses. That was absolutely an amazing quilt that she did, and those horses were very unique and super cool to see. Love this one from Ray Craig. So thank you, such creativity. Yes, she does have an amazingly creative mind, and the way she's able to place the quilts together is just really a very unique way to do it. Here's one from Linda Lee. Thank you again, Linda. It is fascinating. We have from Brenda here. Thank you. Amazing. And then Patricia as well, amazing trunk show. And I love this one as well. Let me see if I can get it here. It says, so from Miss K Scraps, I love them all. I would have no idea how to even start quilting to start a quilt like that. So that's wonderful. I think, I'm kind of in that same boat. I don't know how she comes up with the creativity of how she's going to place things. It's really, truly an amazing thing to see. So thank you again so much, Charlotte, for those amazing quilts and showing us really what you can do. So now we're actually going to go into a fun segment. We're actually going to have Mark. He's going to do kind of a sneak peek on a new product that we have coming up. And so stick with us as we give you a sneak peek on a new TrueCut item that we have for you. Hang on, give me just a moment here.
Hello everyone and welcome and thanks for joining. My name is Mark Martin and today I'll be doing a sneak peek on our amazing 28 millimeter straight cutter. And during the sneak peek, I'm going to go over 3 features and benefits that separates our 28 millimeter straight cutter from the rest. And there's going to be a bonus part at the end, so stay tuned because that bonus part is I'm going to make sure you're seated before I talk about this bonus part. But I am really excited to talk about these products. Grace Company, we've been around for over 35 years, and we continue to make products that solves issues in the cutting world, and that's something that we are known for, and it's no exception. The 28 millimeter is part of that line, and it's part of our TrueCut line, and we have a lot of amazing products for the TrueCut. But TrueCut has been around for over 10 years, and if you haven't seen the product, we have the rulers, cutters, and mats. We have everything that you need, but more importantly, we have new product, and that's what I'm going to showcase to you on this sneak peek is a new product that we have. And choosing a 28 straight cutter, it can be challenging. There are so many out there. Understanding that when you go to the store and you're looking to find what cutter is best for you, what is it that you're looking for? For us, we want to focus on the easiness, the safeness, and the accuracy. So easy, safe, and accurate. And that's what we want to focus on as we dive into our 28 millimeter straight cutter. And so for now, what I want to start with, let's talk about the easiness. When you go and you look for a cutter, the shape of it, how does it fit? Does it do the purpose that I need? And the 28 millimeter, it does just that. I'm going to show it to you right now. Here is our new 28 millimeter straight cutter, and it's just not a standard cutter. And so when you go to the store and you see a straight cutter, most of the handles are pretty much the same, but this is truly amazing and it fits perfectly in your hand. It is not too big, it's not too small, it fits just right. And what makes it nice is how easy it is to maneuver around your cuts. And so this is our 28 millimeter straight cutter, and we're going to now look at how easy this is to operate. One of the benefits that we love using our straight cutter is ability to go around intricate designs, right? As we're cutting, you want to go around your applique, your template of any sort, and you want to be able to get that precise cut. And the reason why we like to use 28mm straight cutters is because of the blade. It's small, it's easy, you can see the blade, you can see what you're doing, and have that visual. That is huge when you're cutting intricate designs, because you don't want to go off that line and you want to definitely stay around that pattern. And so I have down here, I didn't have any applique, so I drew a nice little pattern on this. I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate by cutting. But before I'm going to show you, I'm not going to tell you how to hold the cutter, because you already have multiple straight cutters, and I'm sure you know how to hold those cutters. But in particularly, this feels so good in the hand because it's not too big, not too small, and the design, I love the way it feels. And that's another important piece, is how it feels in your hand. You don't want it bulky, you don't want it too thin, you don't want to feel like you're needing to squeeze around the cutter in order to make your cuts. You know, you want to have that ergonomic, you want to have less pressure on your fingers, on your hand, your wrist, and basically your entire arm. You want to have that less pressure. So as I go ahead, this has a safety feature. So, and we'll get into this in a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and open it up. And this is how easy it is. So again, if you're cutting with the finger up, you can. And as you notice when I'm going, I'm not getting any white knuckles. I don't want that. That's the pain and that's the stress on the fingers. I want to keep it nice and relaxed. And the same thing with all my fingers. Talked about the design. The nice thing is the handle fits right in the palm of my hand. So I'm holding it with my palm, and these other fingers are supporting the cutter, which is really nice. I'm not needing to grip the cutter where the handle is out, and I don't need to use my thumb and really hold on to it. I can put that right in the palm of my hand, and then these fingers come and support my cutter. So as I'm supporting it, I'm going to go ahead and open that up, and again, I'm resting it right on the palm of my hand, and you can see I'm not squeezing the cutter. Now I'm going to demonstrate by cutting this nice image that I drew on this pattern here, and you'll see how nice it is to maneuver. And like I said, those of you who already have the 28 cutter understand how nice it is to have a smaller cutter, but it's the feel, it's amazing in your hand as you go around this pattern. So bear with me, I may or may not stay on this line here, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a try. So I'm going to go ahead and come up. And again, we want to make sure that it's not wrinkly. I think I'm doing a pretty good job here. So now we have the pattern that I cut out. And you can do that over and over again. So again, your finger up top or your thumb up top, whatever's comfortable for you. The handle though, I can't stress enough, the handle is what's going to really do a lot of the work. It's nice. The weight distribution between the cutter is really nice, where you're letting the blade do the work on the cutter. So as I go along, I can make those cuts very simple. And you can see my wrist, I'm doing it. I'm not needing to bend my wrist, and that's another nice thing about the ergonomics. I'm not bending it down. I'm keeping it straight, getting the nice curves that I need because of that, and getting those cuts. I love it. It's perfect. Normally the cutter, you know, your hand and your cutter, you want to feel in one, and I think that's how this feels. It's in your hand, and it's really, really nice. So that's the easiness, you know, the easy of cutting. I have visual of the blade. I'm able to go around. Very, very simple. Now let's talk about the safe. So we have easy, safe, and so let's combine those two now. So it is very, very safe as we're cutting. It has a nice guard feature to the blade. And I'm going to pull it down and put it back up, and it snaps. If you could hear that. I love that. That indicates to me, and it confirms that my blade is now covered. So it's very safe. Also, it has a quick release. And that is really cool because, you know, changing from when you're changing your blade,
You don't want to have to take too many parts out. So it's very simple. So as a quick release on this cutter, I simply just push this down. In fact, I'm going to probably do it with my hand. So on the back side is this lever or this press. I'm going to go ahead and just press it. And you can see that it comes right down the shaft. So now I can take my blade out and replace the blade when I want. So it's very easy. And again, very safe. We want less hands touching the blade as much as possible because we know how blades are sharp. So the less handling the blade, the better. So I'm going to go ahead and take that out. Again, very safe to replace the blade. And you can get back to cutting, doing what you love. So these quick changes allows you to get back to what you're doing. Now let's combine the easiness with the accuracy and the safe. So easy, safe, and accurate. So I'm going to go ahead and take this back off again. I'm going to put on my cutter guide. For those of you guys who already own TrueCut products, thank you. For those who don't, the accuracy, cutting straight lines could be the challenge. You either veer away from the ruler's edge or you can go up and over the ruler. So we want to make sure you stay safe. We want to make sure you stay accurate. So I went ahead and attached the cutter guide onto my cutter. And what that allows me to do is get the straight cuts that I need. Right now I'm using my 3x18 ruler, and I'm going to go ahead and just interlock my cutter guide with my ruler's edge. This keeps my blade against the ruler, so I cannot veer away from the ruler. I'm able to stay straight. So as I go up, as you can see, if I pull my cutter away, my ruler comes with it, unless I take this guide off. So it keeps the blade right up against the ruler's edge. And that's where the accuracy comes in. Instead of making sure you do it yourself, that would tend to lead to pushing the ruler away. And as we get to the bigger cuts, we tend to veer away from the ruler's edge. So not with the cutter guide. I'm going to put that on there. I'm going to go ahead and make that cut. And you can see the nice straight cuts. Very simple and very accurate. I'm going to go ahead and do that again. We're going to put the guide on there and go right up there. Those straight cuts. What's nice about the accuracy is typically when we cut, we tend to think, okay, make sure my blade stays against my ruler. So when I go up, I'm not veering away. And then that tends to bring other problems to the cutting, right? Your ruler sliding, got to put a lot of pressure. So this cutter guide on the ruler and on my rotary cutter keeps those together. Your blade will always be right next to the ruler's edge. No more veering away. So again, very easy, very safe, and very accurate. And that's what we want when we're cutting. We want to enjoy what we're doing. We want to be able to make sure that the fabric that you purchased is not being wasted. Fabric can be very expensive, and so cutting those straight lines is all of our dreams, right? It's making sure that we're very accurate, very safe. And those are the three things that I look for when I buy a cutter: is how easy is it, how safe is the system, and how accurate can I be? Especially, we want to look at maybe our, maybe your grandkids want to help cut, or you have kids. Or just yourself, you find that you tend to veer away. So keep that in mind when you're looking at a cutter, is those three wonderful features, and you can find that in our 28mm straight cutter. But in the beginning, I talked about a bonus feature, right? Something that really makes this stick out from the other cutters. They all pretty much do the same. They have a guide, right, that blocks the blade. Some of them you have a quick release. So those are pretty more common as you can find the straight cutters. But this nice bonus feature is something you will not find anywhere, and it's on our 28mm straight cutter. It is so awesome. I'm just going to show you what it is. Okay, if you guys noticed earlier when I was taking this out, only the shaft came down, right? And the blade didn't, the blade stayed. So look at that, the blade is on the cutter. This is our magnetic, that's the bonus part. This is our magnetic 28 straight cutter. It holds the blade in place and it's quick. to change out your blade. So I simply could go along the top, so I don't need to handle the outside edges. And that's some of the intimidation or fear as you're changing out your blade is having your fingers around the blade, or you're taking it out of the package and you're handling the blade. And I don't know about you, but how many of you guys had finger cuts and nicks from just changing out the blade? So as simple as that, but we integrated that magnetic part to the cutter to keep you safe. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put my finger right on the blade, and I can just move it down. That simple. I can go ahead and put that right back on. You can see, and it's really strong magnetic, so it does not come off at all. Again, I'm going to go ahead and do that because I just love doing this. The blade comes down, and I can go ahead and put that back on. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to get a new blade and put it on, because this is a dull blade, right? So we want to replace it. So I have a pack of our new blades, and so still in the pack, I just took the outside off. Let's go ahead and move that blade out. And now we're going to go ahead and replace it with the new blade. There you go. You hear that click? So nice. And now I'm going to go ahead and put the shaft right on the blade. There you go. So now my cutter is equipped with a sharp blade. I didn't even have to touch the outside of the blade. That's how amazing this is with that magnetic piece to it. Super fun. It's really nice. And it allows you to be quicker on your change of the blades to get back doing what you love. So again, that part is on pretty much all of it wrapped in one, right? You're accurate, you're being safe, and you're being, and it's easy to change out the blade. So to sum all this back up again, remember, easy, safe, and accurate. I can't stress that enough. The magnetic part of this cutter, that's the brand new piece, is the magnetic part. It's going to be coming soon, so keep an eye out for it. You're going to enjoy it. Pass this word along that there's now a cutter that keeps the blade intact. Again, I'm going to just show you guys one last time. I can take that out and the blade stays right on. I don't have to manage it, and I can simply take my finger and then push right on the top, and that blade comes off, so you can replace the blade. Magnetic cutter, 28 straight cutter, very strong, very fun. So again, keep your eye out for it because it is coming soon. I'm excited, and I know you're going to be excited. And I appreciate all of our customers. You guys are so fantastic. I know some of you guys already own our product. If you have any questions regarding this video, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram. Also go to our website, www.graceframe.com, or visit your local dealer for any insight or any of the product. But again, my name is Mark, and thank you for watching.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mark, for talking about our new cutter that we're going to have there. I'm super excited for it. I just wanted to quickly point out a couple comments that I had seen where people, I think, are also super excited for this new product we have. So we have Kelly Piper, wow, it's going to be amazing. And then we have one from Paula Becker, game changer. That is absolutely true. It's going to be amazing. I know, Mark, in the video there, you talked about you could keep it in the package, and I think that's huge, right? You no longer really have to take it out of the package. You can simply hold the cutter over it and it'll stick to it. So that is super cool to see and absolutely amazing. Mark, what did you think about it? I know you loved it. I know in the video too, you kept saying you want to take the blade off and put it back on there because it's kind of fun, huh?
The 28 cutter, I was like, yes, give it to me, because to see the features and the innovation that we have, and like you said, be able to take the blade straight from the cutter into the straight from the package into the cutter. No other one you can do that. So there's just so many wonderful features with this the 28 straight cutter, and just be watching because it will come out soon. So those who are looking for the 28, just be watching for that because it is going to be a game changer.
I was going to bring this up, Mark. Karla, one of the great comments you mentioned. Maybe it's just because of your magnetic personality, Mark. So it's every cutter I've seen him handle kind of works like that. So
I love it that he
He
gets
is the
embarrassed by that, but that means he loves his sweet wife a lot. So.
Oh yeah. So
Yes,
with that,
thank you.
I know that there's a couple other cutters too that we're working on. A couple that are out now that are looking to have the same functionality. So it's a great innovation. Not only safe when we talk about that product line, but it does make it again easier. And hopefully at the end of the day, your cutting is going to be a lot more accurate. So
Absolutely.
good to have that.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad to be back to you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, LJ.
Yeah. Whew, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yes, I'm happy and I'm so excited that everybody is here and going to join us for this next giveaway section. It's going to be awesome. We're going to do some of our big giveaways. We'll also do a little bit of a Plinko drop just because, you know, keep it exciting, do some more giveaways. So we'll be doing 4 main giveaways. So one that we'll just go over briefly kind of what we'll do and then we'll kind of get to them. So one we're going to give away is our Q-Zone Hoop Pro frame. Nathan, why don't you share a little bit about what they get when they get that Hoop Pro frame?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, now you've heard us talk quite a bit about the cutie frame, right? So during this hour, this is the giveaway hour. So if you're coming and joining with us live, thank you for joining us. If you've been with us all morning, thank you for being with us. It's been a love for us. You know, it's a lot of hard work, but we've been really enjoying the process of putting this together. You know, so again, thanks for being with us. But that hoop frame, I just wanted to say it. So the hoop frame, a lot of the times when you're thinking about beginning your process in finishing quilts, if you've been at home, we've talked about the struggle that potentially can exist in pushing the fabric through the throat of your machines. We actually have the 3 hoop frames. And again, these hoop frames allow you to quilt any size quilt, but there's 3 variations. And we talk a lot about the cutie. It's portable. It can be, you know, stowed. It can go on any work surface. We have 2 other versions that have and come with permanent legs. Again, that can be set at lifting or at standing or at sitting. We have a pro version. And what I love about this is we have our professional series frames. So we have a Continuum 2. That Continuum 2 is the only frame that works with our professional 21-inch machine as well. So our 21 Pro. That same technology is the same technology that we have pulled and moved into this hoop frame. So 3 series, we have Cutie, which is kind of one of those portable. It's a little bit of a lighter weight. We have what we call our Q-Zone frame. So it's not a Pro and it's not bad. It's just a couple $100 more. If you look at that, it's, you know, from $689 to $989. And then we have that Pro down at $1189. And the difference between those two is the standard Q-Zone frame has what we call a single track. It kind of has technology that we've had for years and kind of clear back from the first one frame even, that has just a single track and a single bearing on both the front and the back. Not bad, they work good.
No, they work great.
But what we did is we've developed items like the Continuum 2 in our professional line. We've just come out with better technology, a little bit smoother, a little bit more rigid. And so that Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro actually has that same technology that we put in our best systems as a whole. So a lot of consumers, when they come in, Cutie, if that's great, if you have a dedicated space, they usually look at the Q-Zone Hoop Frame, and then they're looking at the Hoop Frame Pro. Now, there are a couple additional bonuses. And so what we've done is we've tried to build the Pro frame out a little bit more complete. Very same in its size. So it's about 4.5 feet wide. You're going to need about that 4 feet of space plus you in front of it. But it does have the dual tracks. We also added the table insert. So it comes with a welded full table system. So again, it's built very similar to our Continuum 2 or our professional frame. And so that track the carriage, the table surface allows you to do the pantographs or other items from the back of the frame. And then one of the most important, and I know Karla, you know, you would bring this up if we were going to be talking about what other accessories would somebody want, we would say, hey, let's do the leader cloth.
Right.
Now, this comes with the special leader cloth that we have that's exclusive for those hoop frames. Maybe share what's unique about those. So this frame comes with those, but what makes that unique?
Well, they're long, so you get a top and a bottom, one for your top, and it has a cording in it. And the cording actually makes it easier for you to start beginning to roll. And it just allows you to carry your full layer, your quilt sandwich to your frame and get started quilting that much quicker and that much faster without a lot of waste. Usually if you don't have the leaders, you're going to have to make up for that extra fabric somewhere, and it's with the backing. And so it will actually save you money in the long run. So the leaders are extremely important accessory.
Yeah, so Karla, with that, as you talk about this, LJ, this Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro has all of those elements. And so really, again, we're reaching out to that Continuum 2, which has the professional track and the carriage system, a little bit more stable, a little bit more precise.
Comes with a table insert, so it has the welded table section that is actually part of the center of the table. And then it also has those leader cloths. So those are three things that really define a distinct difference. And again, if you're thinking about it, if you're at that $1,000 price with our Q Zone on sale, for another $200, you actually get the tables and the leader cloth. Leader cloth normally is around 160 bucks. The tables on their own mark, what, about 149. So a lot of people, it's a no-brainer. If you're considering the Q Zone and you're in that range where you can have a dedicated frame, LJ, that frame is what we find a lot of people move to. So there's some quick insights. And then again, as always, you can go clear up to the 19-inch machines on those same frames. And so you get the benefits of the Continuum Professional Series frame brought down into that hoop style frame. So it is our best hoop style quilting frame that we have. So.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you, Nathan, so much for sharing with that, because I know really, like you said, you're really pulling from our top end and kind of bringing it down so it can fit your space so that you can quilt, you know, on the level that you need. And so absolutely, you're a wonderful, wonderful frame. So maybe we can do a drum roll and we'll announce who is the winner of that wonderful.
So let's hold on this. Let's not do the winners yet, if you're okay.
Yeah.
We'll get back into these. I'll get in. We'll start off with the and we have some names ready for this. We'll do first the cutting stuff as well. We'll get into that. LJ, if you're okay. First, if we're all right, what I would like to do with everybody that's visiting with us, there are some really fun things that we have done with the Grace home. So if you're streaming with us live and you're here to see what you can win, we're going to be drawing some of those. But LG, if you're okay, would you mind walking through, like Karla, with a lot of your education, and we've done this with Janessa and Amanda, you guys have created pattern sets that people can download for free. Normally you're spending all sorts of money for different patterns. You've done an advent calendar. Right. You did, what was the star?
Yeah, it's falling stars and pinwheels.
And pinwheels. And so what I want to do, LJ, if you kind of just have the group that's now visiting for us during this giveaway, if you'll let them know how they can get to some of those other free parts, those free pieces that Karla's team has put together that also has some of the education. Would you mind walking through that on the screen with us and showing us some of that if you wouldn't mind?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
So let me take you at where you'll start. So to get to our Fall Festival website, you'll actually go to our main homepage. So that's graceframe.com. And once you get there, just across the top here, there's actually a banner. You can hit register now. So once you do that, if you have registered, it'll take you to this page. This is just the Fall Festival homepage. If you haven't registered, it'll just walk you through the steps to get you registered, and then it'll direct you here. And then once you're here, actually where you can go is if you go over here on the right side, you'll see it says My Account. And once you drop down, there's actually your account dashboard. So if you go there, this is your dashboard. You can see you can get that back to that home page. You can do the events and workshop. There's that quilt show and tell, vendor hall, shop the sell, or you can see that amazing community quilts where if you submit a block, you know, you get to help contribute to this beautiful, amazing quilt there. But really, if you're
go ahead. So go ahead.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure we look at that events.
Yeah, absolutely. So once you get there, once you go through that, there's that events and online workshop. And so let me get there. So that's this page. It's just at the top, you can select which day you want. So if you're looking, you're like, hey, you know, I want to go back to last Thursday or last Friday, you just can see here, you hit the drop down. So let's say like on this one, Friday, you can come through, you can see we had our festival launch, we had that trunk show. That was amazing to see. And so if you go through, find what pattern you're looking for this one, I'm looking for that advent calendar one specifically. So here it is. You can see once you get here, you hit see details. And once you hit that, it'll actually take you to where you can actually rewatch the segment on that specifically. And then you can also download that pattern. So you can do that with any previous section we've done, whether it was with Karla, whether it was with Amanda or Janessa. You can go into, again, you'll go back just to the events and workshop, select which day you want. And then from there, you can drop down and go find the specific workshop that you're looking for that pattern. So just again, super easy to get there, but amazing. Really, I think it's wonderful as well. It's something that we just recently added for those patterns, but it is for anybody. So at any point, you can go on there and get those patterns. And then after this Fall Festival, we will still have them available. So if you don't quite get them downloaded yet, we will have them available after this. So definitely keep an eye on those. So thank you, Nathan.
I appreciate that. So LJ, I'm going to have you navigate here in just a minute, but I wanted to come back to that. Just so you know, Karla, back when we were doing this and you were doing your classes on Friday and even today, a lot of people were wondering, like the first question they ask is, hey, where is this pattern? Where can I get it? And how do I access it? So I just wanted to bring that up. Her team's put a lot of work into those. And I just remember the Advent one, there was a lot of thought about how you can engage your loved ones with part of what that experience is of Christmas. So I really love that. And so I just wanted to come back with everybody who's watching and streaming. There are those free content pieces as well. So not only some of the how-tos, but some of the inspiration. So I just wanted to reach out. If you're by chance streaming us and you're on a YouTube or a Facebook, thank you for joining us. If you want to access those, we would recommend you need to register to get into the system, into the Grace events page, and then you can go in there and find those different patterns. And so that's where those are located. We will look at putting some links on these videos as they get published here a little bit later in the next week or so as well. But just, I wanted to do a reach out to everybody.
And that's where you'll find the falling stars and pinwheels. Just go to the day that I presented that, and you'll be able to find those patterns. And Janessa's pumpkins and just all of the amazing designs that we're trying to come up with. So it's a lot of fun.
Good. So with that, I also wanted to talk about briefly part of what the somebody else was asking about a treasure hunt. So we turned a treasure hunt on Monday. Let's just go, and LJ, can you navigate to the quilts for us really quick as well? Some people are saying, hey, what's happening? And we hear there's a treasure hunt. There is. And if you actually come to the Grace homepage again, to the events homepage and go into quilts, go ahead and click into one of those quilts for me again. So if you click into the quilt show and click into a section, in this section, our goal is, hey, how do we get people to go vote for quilts, to see the quilts, and to share quilts? Inside of here, and then I'm just going to have you kind of slowly scroll down here. You'll see that every now and then there's a tile that comes into this, and it's an advertisement tile. So what we have is inside of the quilt show itself, every now and then a tile will come up that has one of those free giveaways. So like right now, this one's talking about an ad, but it will show, hey, this is your treasure hunt. If you click on it, you can redeem one of the prizes. And so I think we had right around 60 prizes that we're giving away. Some of those are combos and cutters, and we have a couple light bars. We had a couple big prizes in there as well. So later on, if you're thinking, hey, I would like to maybe win something else for free, get inside of the quilts, scroll through them, find out. But that's just where and how the treasure hunt works as well. So I just wanted to kind of share with everybody that's some questions people were wondering. I've seen this, and it's been advertised, and it's been there. Really quick, if we can also do a reach out to our dealers. Karla, what would you like to say about our dealers and their support for items like this?
We are so grateful for our dealers, and wouldn't be where we are today. You are an important part of it, but so are our dealers, and the Grace Company truly appreciates what they do and how they have helped us. If you are looking for your local dealer, you can go to our website and find them on the map, because they'll find that you'll put in your zip code and they'll show you the nearest dealer. They are so important because you can go into their store and get the help that you need, and they are such loving, caring individuals, and they have a staff that's knowledgeable. So make sure that you contact or find your nearest dealer and go to our website and find them.
Mark, maybe if you would just share, because I know all of our dealers are participating in this. Your team really does, tries to reach out to all of them. Share a little bit more on what you've seen from the dealers who are participating in these specials as well.
Yeah, just like I want to first echo what Karla said. Without the dealers, we wouldn't be where we are. So that's first and foremost. We really love our dealers. They get to provide in a different, unique way for you to purchase. One is we're in Salt Lake City, and so to have a dealer near you, you get that. You get to go inside their store. You get to have that interaction. You get to test drive. You get to have that love that you get from your local dealer. And so that is especially comforting as you're looking at products that you may have or may not have seen, to go to their store and support the local dealer. And that's the biggest thing is the support that they get. We get a lot of dealer orders. The dealer supports us, we support them. And ultimately in the end, both us and the dealer support you. And so going through the dealer where they can find these products at relatively easy to get their hands on, that's what we want. And so our goal is to make sure the dealer's located in everywhere so that you can have that experience to have hands-on. And that's really big for us, that experience.
I like that. Just so you know, if you're not quite sure where is a dealer, if you do log on to graceframe.com, right at the very top, always there's a dealer locator. We would encourage you to use that. It's actually the #1 selected item on the site up top there. Thank you. So that's one of the #1s. If you're in a different country, reach out to your local distributor or the dealer, hopefully with in there. If there's a country where we're not at, give us a call. We'll look at helping you out. So
we're trying to provide that service as well. So LJ, I know I kind of brought us back into this, but I know we were doing a giveaway. Let's get back to that. We can do the giveaway on that Pro
They're saying
hoop frame.
it's about time.
It's about time. So we'll get back to that. But I wanted to take a minute to look at that, and then we'll talk about a few other things here. But let's do that giveaway. Again, it's a pretty big one. It's normally, I think, $1,800, $1,899, the retail.
Yep.
Yeah.
$1,899.
So $1,899, it's just shy of a $2,000 giveaway. And so a lucky winner is going to be winning this, which is exciting. It does work with your domestic machines. And if you ever decide you want to upgrade, we have fantastic 19 and 15-inch machines for that. But it does work with what you have at home. So let's go ahead, because I know we have a winner that we're going to do, and we're going to announce it.
Yes,
And the winner
ready?
is the She's on the Free Pro.
Woo! Marisa Baranina, or Baranina? I'm probably saying that wrong, but congrats, Marisa. That's wonderful. Like Nathan was saying, that really is such a good frame. And I think oftentimes people actually start out with the standard hoop frame, almost often go to that Pro frame. So that is a wonderful frame that Nathan also mentioned you can use your own machine with. So wonderful, wonderful frame to get. So congrats again. That's wonderful for you.
Yeah, congratulations. I'll throw this little piece out. There is an upgrade. If you by chance have a Q-Zone hoop frame, you can actually convert it, and you can convert that track and the table system over. There's an option. So if you have a Q-Zone hoop frame, you can't. If you have a QD, the QD does not convert, okay? But you can get a set of legs for your QD that does come with those tables. And the QD actually has those dual tracks on them. So that QD was kind of designed at the beginning to help you kind of move where you want. So that's a great one.
And just a little thought as well, Nathan, earlier when you were talking about it, I saw some comments come through. So just keep in mind too, this hoop frame, you can do any size of quilting, so you don't have to worry about extending it out. So I saw a couple of questions come through. There is no extensions. You don't need extensions for this frame because you can do the king size or smaller on the Hoop Pro frame. So just wanted to throw that out there.
It doesn't limit you.
Yeah, we call it zone quilting. So you actually do a zone, and then you can shift it. If you think of hand quilting and a hoop, literally you move through that in sections. And what I know is you can automate it too. Right. So Karla, you were sewing some zone types of patterns just the other day too.
On the QD frame, so it's not going to limit you. Actually, it's going to help you expand your quilting. So, and what you love to do. So there's no limits.
No limits.
Here at the Grace Company,
no limits. And start where you're comfortable. That's an important part. So LJ, let's go ahead and talk about. Let's do another giveaway. Let's do the Quilters combo, I think, with the True Sharp 2, right? That's one of our other giveaways. I don't know if we can maybe bring that one up on screen if we have a picture. And then I don't know, Mark, if you wanted to share some. I like to call you the TrueCut man because you're like the pro, and obviously with that magnetic personality, you just go with that. So maybe talk a little bit about why this is such a great combo for somebody to win.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Quilters combo with the electric sharpener gives now everything that you need. So you're staying sharp. The electric sharpener is perfect for all your blades that you've kept. So if you're cutting and you're having those dull blades, so this package, now you have the electric sharpener. And to stay on the electric sharpener, I want to let you guys all know, yes, it does work. That's one of the main questions we get is, does it really work? And it does. It uses nice honing diamond stones, top and bottom. So again, a great way to keep your blade sharp. And on top of having your blade sharp, Nathan and Karla, you're cutting straight. So in this package, you get our most popular 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, the 45 comfort cutter, and the set of true grips. And so we talk about the ruler sliding. We talk about veering away from the ruler's edge. There's just so many variables and so many things that you have to do while you're cutting to make sure you're staying straight and accurate. And earlier today, Karla, you'd mentioned about keeping your fingers, right?
Oh, yeah, I still have all mine.
Yep, with no nicks. And so this package, if you're just starting to cut, if you've been cutting and you feel that pressure in your arm, your wrist, then you're going to love this combo because you're going to have that straight cut. So this combo, again, gives you the perfect solution to make sure you cut straight and be very safe while doing so.
Yeah, with it, I'm just looking at a few comments. Paula Becker saying, love the sharpener. We find that there kind of could be a hate or love. If you actually create and your blades become dull, this gets it back to a near factory edge. And that's really something that can happen with that sharpener. We've had it for a long time. We've continued to make small improvements to it. And I love that. That story is you never actually have to cut with a dull blade. And that says quite a bit. So this package is valued, I think, right around $145. And so we're lucky to call out this winner. If you're a winner, and again, these winners are being polled so that everybody knows from those who've registered. Yeah.
So if you've registered on the Grace platform, that's how your name gets entered in for these drawings that we're selecting. So there still is time. We have great gifts and more things that we're giving away tomorrow. And our biggest package is on Friday. And that's going to be the 21 Pro as well with some stuff. But right now, regarding this, let's go ahead and announce the winner on this Quilters combo and our electric rotary blade sharpener, True Sharp 2. So what do we have? What do we have?
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
There you go. Patricia Burton.
She was saying that I think she needed one. So.
Well, congratulations, Patricia, on this gift that you're able to win. So thank you for that. LJ, would you mind also really quick going through, because what we'd like to do is, well, let's do some of these giveaways. Let's do some live giveaways.
Yeah, do some Plinko.
And then I wanted to go back and just talk about a couple other things on the site in just a minute. But let's do some Plinko. So what's the question? What is the number one?
Last time before Janessa had one. Do you still have that question, Karla?
Oh, okay. Well, I noticed that a lot of you have joined us now. So I'm kind of trying to think of, okay, so Mark showed you it's kind of a new product. We've had this product before, but we've freshened it up and revamped it. What was the name of that product? He just showed you. It will help you cut nice and straight.
That's a good clue right there.
So anyway, I'm not going to give you any more than that. Not quite.
We have a couple people.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We're getting some. Thanks, everybody.
That is right. This is an easy one, but let's go ahead and LJ, if you want to go ahead and select somebody that we have from one of our platforms, and we'll
just come through, and keep your eyes open, LJ, as you pick.
I missed that last time. I so missed that. All I know is I hear you talking about it.
Yeah.
So she's like randomly picking, and she picked someone that was awesome. That was awesome.
I'll keep my eyes open this time. So
yeah, let them come in.
So yeah.
I pick one that says magnetic because it was a magnetic cutter. So.
That's good. We have one there. Alicia Evans.
Yes.
Congratulations, Alicia. Let's go ahead and drop it and see what might be on the Lucky Plinko board for Alicia.
Ooh,
nice.
Sharp. So not only do you get the cutter, now you have a sharpener to keep it sharp.
Yes,
so
that
no
is
cutter,
wonderful.
No cutter though.
No, sorry. Now that you're one on the cutter.
That was the question. Good job, 28.
Yes,
this
28.
is becoming a long show.
Yes.
Congratulations,
So you got
Alicia.
the cutter to
What
keep
does
your
Alicia
blade
need
sharp.
to do to redeem her prize really quick? Let's bring that up.
Yes,
for
that's
everybody.
wonderful. So actually, you need to reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. So again, that's up there on the screen. That's MELINDA at graceframe.com. Go ahead and email her, let her know you've won, and we'll look at getting back in contact with you so we can look at getting you your prize. So yes, thank you, Nathan. Again, that's Melinda at graceframe.com. So for anybody that does a Plinko drop, so for the previous one and for the two next that we pick, again, you're going to email Melinda at graceframe.com. So let me go back here now. We're going to go ahead and we'll pick somebody from Facebook. So here we go. So Vicky, you got it all.
Nice job.
Congratulations, Vicky.
Perfect.
Let's do another drop for Vicky.
All right,
Vicky.
Love the cat. Looks very serious about pussy.
That's a serious cat.
It is.
I'm guessing your cat probably. That's a great one, by the way. Another
Congrats.
way to go. Again, that's an $80 value. So that's a really
it's
good
a
one.
good product.
What we'll do, let's do this. If collecting these names right now, what we're doing is if you by chance buy that electric sharpener, it's on sale at a major discount. We're throwing in a free TrueCut ruler. We're actually throwing in the 3x18.
Oh,
So let's include those
like
in
that
these
one.
packages. So we're going to give you the 3x18 ruler in addition to these True Sharps as part of that package, which I think takes the value just a little over $100 in the value, or just a little bit below $100 in the value. So we'll use that one for Vicky as well, and we'll do that with the previous winner. In fact, anybody who's winning anything that has that combo, we'll make sure you get part of what's the special right now.
Yes.
So that's a. And then I know we have the
Wonderful.
Grace platform. So do we have a name from the Grace platform?
Yes, let me go ahead and pull it from here. So this is, so the answer was 28 millimeter mag cutter. So magnet, that's perfect. So it's Peggy Hurdle. So congrats, Peggy.
Nice job.
So
Yeah,
how do you
so
spell
that-
her last name
Yeah,
for us?
so it's P-E-G-G-Y, and then the last name is H-E-R-T-E-L. So again, that's H-E-R-T-E-L.
Okay.
So congrats.
Congratulations. All right, what's it gonna be?
Okay, maybe 3 for 3.
Oh, this is a fun one. If
Yeah.
you're streaming, I know earlier did we talk about finesse thread?
Oh yeah.
We
have
did
the story.
yeah.
So if you're joining us from now, I love this. This is a project I worked on.
Yeah.
And the reason
So what we're going to do is we're going to upgrade this to an 8-pack. We have an 8-pack right now that's very popular on our site. It comes with 8 of the cones. They're 1,500 yards. But let me just tell you a brief story. So our quilters that buy our products come to us all the time, and they're asking, one of their number one questions is,
what kind of thread?
what kind of thread? And that's the question. And then you think, where do you send them and what is it? And hey, I'm going to go pull out grandma's old thread bin. Don't do that because that thread's probably worn out. And if it's cotton, it's going to fall apart. The machines, the Grace machines start quilting at a lot faster. You're going to be quilting at 1,800, 2,000, up to 2,600 stitches a minute. So this thread that we selected, one, is we wanted it to feel somewhat traditional.
Right.
So it looks and feels like what we call cotton. It's a soft polyester. And we did that because it's color fast, low lint, and then it has that strength. And then we went through our team with Karla's help, went through and made wonderful selections. We have 60 different colors.
Yeah.
And then the cone size, if you think about this, when you move from domestic sewing to quilting large projects, you end up having to go and buy 2 or 3 500 roll spools. And what we found is that people love thread just as much as they love fabrics and their patterns, and they don't want to have to necessarily have a very large bulk chunk of it. So these are more project size based threads. So if you really want orange because you're doing a Halloween or a harvest quilt, you can go choose a color that matches that quilt and know that you're not going to have orange for 3 years at 6,000 yards or at 3,000 yards. And so that's how this comes. So again, congratulations to the winner. We're going to give you an 8-pack, which are our 4 most popular solids and our 4 most popular variegateds on that one. So great.
Nice.
So let's do another. So those are some live giveaways. I think our time's moving along pretty quick here. So let's do another couple giveaways. I think we have a light bar. Is that correct?
We do. Yes, it is our 5-foot luminous light bar. Now, Mark, I believe you've talked about it before, but why don't you share with us why that light bar is so great?
You can use me as a prime example.
I need to hear your story on that. So.
Yeah, we got to hear that story. So the light bar is really, it's perfect because it fits over any project. So your frame or your table, and it has casters you see at the bottom there. So you can actually roll it around and move it where you want to be. It is LED, it is true light, and it doesn't get warm. And so you want to leave that light on if you're working on a project for quite a bit of time. You're worried about the lights getting warm. These will not get warm. And so they are LED, they won't get warm, and they last for thousands of hours. Easy to set up. And again, that portability of being able to move that around is key with those casters. And so it's been one that everybody's been loving because it shines the light exactly over your project. You can match up your colors easier. You can see what you're doing easier. And we all know with lighting, you can never have too much light. So that's a fantastic product right there.
It's wonderful. I think died at $449. And so these are very popular. In fact, right now, there's a chance to win. This is in part of our combos. We have some machine specials as well. So if you're interested, I know in part of the Grace events page, there's the sales that are going on. And right now, I think we have several sales tied to the machine head. So if you buy a machine, we're going to give you an accessory pack. And I think some of those include the light bar, right, Mark?
It is on the 19 and 21. And if you buy the 15, machine with a frame, you get the free light bar with that package.
So that's one of those things that really builds out your system. If you already have something, give us a call. But right now, let's go ahead and select the winner that we have for the light bar. And the winner is...
Good drum roll. Judy.
Bryant.
Congrats.
Congratulations, Judy. We'll be reaching out to you on this award as well. So thank you for your participation with that. Now, LJ, where do they need to go if they're looking forward to win some of these other drawings again?
Yes, so if you're looking forward to win, you need to make sure you're registered. So let me show you again quickly where you can go. So you just go to our main website. So that's graceframe.com. And again, once you get there on that homepage, you'll see this banner right here. So it'll be the first thing that pops up. If you haven't registered, you hit register now. So that's where it'll take you in. You'll log in, and that's how you can be entered to win one of these amazing prizes. And then actually, one of the best giveaways that we have, one of the biggest, I should say, that we have today, Nathan, is actually on a Unique 15R and your choice of frame. So that's a choice of either our Cutie frame, the standard Q-Zone hoop, or the Q-Zone Hoop Pro, or even our Q-Zone Queen frame. So really, this is a wonderful package because they get the machine and they get to choose any of those frames that they want. And so, Nathan, I know earlier you had shared a little bit about the Hoop Pro, why? Because I know the queen frame isn't as well known. Why don't you share just a little bit about what the difference between that frame is, and then that cutie, the standard hoop, and that hoop pro frame? Because I know there's a little bit of a difference.
Absolutely. Would you mind bringing the specials on too? And let's scroll down to this particular machine. So we're doing the 15R, and if you look at this promotion page, as you're looking through this, there's a section that has this, and this is a good place to go to look. So if the winner on this, you have a choice of the cutie frame, our Q-Zone hoop, the Q-Zone hoop frame pro, or our queen frame. So LJ is referring to this queen frame, and it's a different style frame. It's what we call a roller frame. So the fabric actually rolls around the rails on this frame. One of the nice things about this frame, Karla, when we have like our continuum, is there's just no basting. It actually removes literally 100% of the management of the fabric. And so if you look right here, these are some of the specials that we have with that machine if you're interested in buying one. But the combo we're talking about is down there on the bottom left, the Q-Zone queen frame with that machine. And so that is the package. And then LG, if I'm not remembering, I think we're giving the light bar away as part of this. If not, I'm just going to say we're doing that, but I think that's part of this giveaway. So we'll give you a Luminous as well. So this is an entire quilting system that you can choose to bring into your home, and we'll match the light bar to whatever size frame that you want to win. I think this package is valued at somewhere right around between the $5,800 and the $6,700 range, depending on the size of the frame that you go with. So it's a wonderful package. I know, Mark and Karla, when we talk about our quilters, our 15 is the most popular machine that we sell. Why would you tell us that that's the most popular? Why do people feel comfortable moving into that machine?
Well, because it's easy transition, Nathan. You know, to go from your 9-inch machine or maybe even your 12-inch machine, that transition to the 15 is super easy. One is because we wanted the 15 to feel like those domestic machines. So it's easy to understand, easy to thread, easy to operate. So that, again, transition from your machine you have at home to the 15 isn't a big jump. You don't have to really stress, I don't know how to use it. So it's a very fun and easy transition, which makes that 15 the most popular machine, because a lot of those buyers are going from their smaller machine to the 15.
I know it also seems less intimidating because a lot of people see the big ones. You're like, oh, it's too big. And so this is really
too fast or something like that. And you're just not ready for that one. And, you know, we work in increments, and we get to those stages in our life. It's just like retirement. You're ready for that long arm eventually. Not right at first, but eventually.
I like this. Diane Torres was saying someday planning for future dreams, right? Coming true. So hopefully, you know, that's one of those things I think a lot of people are kind of commenting on to what this might be. You know, one here, Deborah says, you know, love my 15. But she said, but she'd take a 21 Pro. Yeah, so reach out to a dealer. Maybe they'll work you a deal. Okay. So that's a fun one to look out. Awesome Prizes is another one that it's a pretty great prize to be giving away. Again, I say that this is kind of, it gives you the beginning of what's going to be possible with our giveaway on Friday too. So that giveaway on Fridays, a pretty big giveaway. We're not going to spend a lot of time, but it's the 21 Pro on a continuum frame with our professional automation. So this particular system, if you're not familiar, you're not comfortable with quilting, there are a lot of tools. I know Mark did a presentation earlier that talked about all the accessories. Karla, I know you have some classes. We talk about like plastic pattern perfects or template sets. You can do laser work. If you've ever heard of pouncing, which is chalk work, there's a lot of things that you can do, including when you're ready, adding automation to these systems. And so that's the nice thing that we really try to present as a company in manufacturing is, you know, with quilters, you know, start where you're comfortable and start where your budget works best. And then with that, when you're prepared, you can add to your system. You can continue to build it out and you know, do more when you're ready for more. And so I think that's a really fun thing with this system. So what we're going to do is we're going to give away this award, but stay with us because when we're done, I think one thing I would like LJ to do is if we can go through the website one more time to let them know, because we have some free pattern sets. There is the treasure hunt going right now on there. If you haven't registered on the website, come and register because your name gets entered into the drawings for tomorrow and Friday. And there's a lot of those things that we'll go to after. But this is our grand prize for the day. We have a lot of great things coming up here following also. Well, let's go ahead and select our winner on this category, and then we'll kind of let LJ take us through some of the website stuff. So what is our winner and who is the lucky winner?
Oh,
Mead.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the 15R. And then I know we talked about, but it says your choice of frame. I just want to make sure that it is all the frames but the continuum, right? So the hoops, the queen, Q-Zone queen, and the cutie frame.
If you're looking for
Correct.
something and you need something bigger, we'll do a really, really big discount on that particular big pro frame. But right now that is with one of these frames that works ideally with this 15R. So great
Congratulations.
Congratulations on that, Mead. That's really, really wonderful. So everybody's saying congratulations. There's a lot of congratulations. That's a fun thing to be a part of. I know that we have just a few minutes left. LJ, would you mind just walking through again where they can get some of Karla's free downloads if you've joined us? And then maybe just walk through and share with them again where that treasure hunt is happening at. So in your meantime tonight, you can go back through and look for some of those also, other ways to win with us as well. And then we can maybe show them the vendor page too. So that would be another good one to be. Thanks for our vendors. So
yeah, absolutely. So again, I'm just going to start off where when you first come on, you're just going to go to our home website, which is graceframe.com. Again, once you get there, the first thing you'll pop up, it'll see this banner. It's our fantastic fall festival. So once you hit here, you'll hit register now. Once you're registered, it'll bring you to this page, and this is the fall festival homepage. And so this is great. You can always come back to this page if you get carried away. You can always come back to this homepage and kind of reset. But in here, Nathan, once you can go to your account dashboard. And so I'm going to just bring that up. So this is your account dashboard. So this is where you can see the Fall Festival homepage again, the events and online workshops. You can see kind of, what's coming up next and what has happened. And on kind of what has happened, what we had talked about earlier, if you're just joining us, is that there's actually a lot of great segments that have been done where we actually show you different patterns of quilts and different designs. So if you go into that, and let's say you find one, you're like, oh, I love this section. I really want to get this pattern so I can try making this quilt. Once you find that section, you can hit See Details. Once you hit See Details, it'll take you to where you can actually re-watch just that segment. So if you're like, you know what, I need a refresher on how to do it or get some ideas, always can re-watch that video. And then just below that here, you can actually download that pattern. And so that's for anything we've done so far. So for last Thursday and for Friday, and we will have today's up shortly. For anything that you have seen, you're like, oh, I really want to make that quilt, we will have that available to download on there. And so now we're just going to go back really quick to our account dashboard. So on here, we also have our quilt show and tell. And I really, really want to encourage everybody to go and see some of the amazing quilts that we have, because really the time and effort and the stories behind what people have done on their quilts is amazing to hear and to read and to see. So once you do it, this is again that quilt show and tell section.
yeah. LJ, really quick, if I don't mind the interjection, I just love the comments that we've seen from several quilters earlier. Is there's stories in there, right? So there's part of their reasoning and their thoughts behind it. So I'll tell you, there's hours of browsing. I'm not sure what we're up to on quilts, but I know last time we looked, we think there's 2,800 different quilts that have been uploaded, which is huge. Like, you just go try to compare that to something else. We really appreciate all you that are participating and sharing with us your works of love. And there's a category for somebody. I tell you, it's unfinished. If it's something you didn't want to love it, share your story anyway, because we love stories. Wonderful. We've done trunk shows. Karla, you've shared some of your insights, and Chris, and we've had a lot of other people, and it's just fun to hear those stories. And that's a way to kind of connect with other quilters that are out there. So again, I just wanted to share that piece, because that's a fun piece to go look at and really spend some time browsing and looking at it. So.
Absolutely. No, that's so perfect, Nathan. And I know it's loading here, but really it is amazing to see that you really can connect with the quilter anywhere across the world. So that's absolutely amazing. So like Nathan was saying, if you come in here, let's say, you hit see more, you can come in, you can actually comment on anything. So lots of good work, always tough when you go off the grid. So amazing again as well, Nathan, that you had mentioned reading the stories behind the quilts, because I know I'm kind of echoing what Nathan said, but there are amazing trunk shows where you get to hear those stories that are really, some of them are.
There was a good question out there. It says, how many times are you allowed to vote?
I think you're only allowed to vote once on as many quilts, but I think you can only vote on that quilt one time, I think is what it is.
Correct.
You can vote on other quilts. You can vote on any quilt that you want to. So there's not a limit on how many quilts you can vote for, but obviously you can only vote for a quilt once.
So you'll have to get your family to vote.
Yes. If you noticed in there, you can share them.
Cousins, extended family, get them out there.
Email links, post those links, drive others to come see it. If you do have a quilt, reach out there to your fan base. You got some loved ones that are really, heck, you probably gave them the quilt. So tell them to vote for it.
Get there. And their babies too.
And their babies. Let's get everybody. So there you go.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic question, Karla. So thank you so much. So yes, again, I encourage everybody to go and look. And like Nathan said, you could spend probably hours looking at all the amazing quilts and reading the story. So I just encourage everybody to look there. That is also where you can find the treasure hunt. So as you scroll through, you'll see things such as this. It'll give you little prizes that you can actually enter to win on that. One thing that's also amazing that you'll see throughout this section is you'll actually see different discounts that are from our amazing vendors. So we actually have a couple different vendors that have amazing and specific deals for you guys for this fall festival. So I encourage everybody, as you scroll through those, see if you come across a vendor. If not, if you just go to your homepage across the top here, there's that vendor hall, and you can see again some of those amazing vendors that we have. And I encourage you to go to their website, see the deals that they have. Again, they are specific and special for you watching this fall festival. So definitely take a look at them and see what they have going on for you. And I'm just going to kind of quickly help us go into our next segment here. And so this is on our TrueCut. And so this is actually our 360 cutter. And I know I don't like cutting circles because it's hard. I've gone in and I've had to go find bowls, a cup, or something. I found a bowl, it's not really straight edge, it's got ridges. So I'm over here trying to go, just on the outside of that to make a circle, So this is going to be an amazing segment that'll talk about the 360 cutter. And I know, Karla, I believe this is actually a segment that you did. So why don't you tell me, I know before we came out with this, you might have had some struggles.
I don't think it's one that I did.
Is this a Janessa maybe?
It was
okay.
It's Mark.
Oh, Mark.
Mark's
fine.
Mark's circling the wagons here to show you that.
I'll just throw this because we're ready to play the segment. It's an amazing circle cutter. It's on sale and it comes with a free accessory. And Mark's going to demo why this is a circle cutter you can't do without.
Right. And I will be doing something on circles a little bit later. I'm very excited because I've got some new ways to do them. So
wonderful. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. We're going to go ahead and move into this next segment where Mark talks about our 360-degree cutter.
Hi, thank you for joining us today. My name is Mark.
And I'm Laurel.
And today we're going to talk about circle cuts.
Woo!
Yes. Or some of you might be like, not so much. I can't do circles.
Yeah. How many of you have gone and grabbed a cup or a bowl or something, that you've tried that's not quite a circle, but you've gone and you're like, that's close enough. And then you go back in and, cut it out to make it the circle. How many of you have done that? Because I'll tell you what, I've done it.
So, circle cutter. This is our TrueCut 360, and in a little bit, we'll turn the time over to Karla, who's doing a project actually with the circle cutter called Spectrum Eclipse, where she uses a circle cutter, which makes her project easier because she's using the right tool. So this is our circle cutter. What I want to look at is the base of the circle cutter. We're going to go over some of the features, but let's first look at the base of the circle cutter and why we have it so wide. So LJ, one of the things that with circle cutting I should say, is the tool being used. Whether you're using something like a compass and it bunches the fabric up underneath, or the fabric might move on you. Why did we design a circle cutter with a wide base?
Yeah, we actually did it to help avoid and actually prevent that. So a lot of times, just as Mark pointed out, that when people are going to do it, sometimes you're like, sometimes if you try to move the cutter around, actually cut that circle out, it can actually bunch up or shift your fabric, so then your circle is no longer a circle. But with this wide base, it actually eliminates that, so you're able to keep the smooth movement throughout the entire thing and no bunching happening.
And that's great. And so what we're talking about is on the piece of fabric as we're going, you can see with the wide base that it's going to keep that fabric nice and flat. It will not bunch up underneath, and that's what we want. If we're going to do a circle and we want 4-inch circle, we want to have a 4-inch circle at the end. We don't want to have a little tail at the end or maybe a little smaller because it bunched up on you. We don't want that. We want to cut exactly the size we're looking to do perfect every time. The circle cutter also can cut 2 to 12 inches.
Yes.
And that is big. 12 inches is massive, but what's nice is you can layer it down. So from 2 up to 12 inches, easily cut. With the way this is used, you can cut those circles with ease. And how many layers, Laurel, can we cut with this?
Yeah, you actually can cut up to 3 layers of fabric, or if you're doing denim, you can cut 2 layers of denim at a time.
So it's very simple, very easy. Let's go ahead and look at making a couple cuts here. And right now I'm going to go ahead and do a 12-inch circle because that's the biggest. So we're going to go ahead and do a 12. And how we use this is we cross our hands. One of the ways you can do it is this way. Some will do it this way where their hands are straight in front of them. We recommend crossing the hands. And if you cross the hands, that will give you one nice motion all the way around. So as I go around this red fabric, you can see nice and simple all the way around. So let's go ahead and now make that cut. And we're going to press down. This right here is our pin where it holds it in place. Underneath the blue knob is where the blade is. And if we press it down, the blade is pretty much activated. We have safety in all of our TrueCut products.
Yes.
Right, LJ? We don't want anybody cutting themselves by accident or holding it and someone cutting them. And so this will come with a safety right here. We can slide this in and it keeps the blade from wanting to go down. So TrueCut is all about safe. In fact, a lot of the stuff that we have is easier, safer, and more accurate. And this Circle Cutter 360 proves that with everything that we talked about, right? All right, so as we press this down, I'm going to go ahead and make one nice 12-inch circle. And there we go. So very easy. Very fast. I don't know if we were able to get that on camera because that just goes super fast, right, as we go around, and very fun. And so when you do circles like that and it comes out that clean and that fast, who wouldn't want to do more circles now, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think I speak for a couple people out there. I mean, who wants to cut a circle, right? Cutting a circle isn't really something we like to do, but I'll tell you, when I tried this, I definitely went through some fabrics, like, I'm just gonna cut another circle. And I was like, how about this size? And I cut another circle, right? So it's something that I think you'll find that you just love and is super easy, as Mark pointed out, very effortless to make really 2 to 12 inches of a circle.
That's right. And how we adjust that is on this pin, we simply just twist the bottom of the knob and now we can slide this up and down the base. All right, let's go ahead and do another cut. And right now I'm going to do 8 inches. And I have an 8-inch circle. So super easy. I'm going to show the other way of what we talked about, having our hands this way. You noticed when I was using this format, it was nice and simple. If we were to cut it, doing it this is what will happen. You simply, when you go down, when you go around, you end up hitting your other hand. So we come underneath and come all the way to the top. So you can do that as well. You can see you get a perfect circle, but I find using it where you cross your hands, you get a better motion all the way around.
Yeah, a little bit of a smoother, easier motion to really, just like you're pretty much uncrossing your hands. That's really what that motion is.
That's right. So if you have a project that you're working on and you don't want to go find a bowl or a cup or different size of those, you want to be able to use a circle cutter right away, get this TrueCut 360. It makes it very, very simple with your projects. And again, as we're quilting, we want to enjoy, right? One of the words I love is the word enjoy. So enjoy what you're doing, pick up the 360 circle cutter and just have fun doing it.
Yeah, and actually one story that I love is there was this customer once who had a project. I'm sure a lot of you do, like, oh, I love that design, I'm gonna give it a try, and you have all these things you'd love to try. And one of them with this sweet lady is that she had one that had some circles. And so she had a harder time trying to do circles because, really to get a circle, it's pretty hard. And so I was like, you know what? Let me show you this. And I showed her our awesome 360 cutter, and she's like, this is amazing. She's like, I can finally go do the design and the quilt that I've wanted to do for years now. So it was amazing to be able to see her get to do a pattern that she had been wanting to do for a long time.
That's right. One thing I want to point out is where the blade is. I talked about it being underneath. I'm going to go ahead and open this lever up. So I'm going to show you where the blade is. The blade is right underneath the blue knob there, and it comes in a cartridge. You can see it right there, and it's very easy to replace. You simply just take the cartridge out, and there's your blade. So it is a circular blade, and we have many replacements. So if you're cutting denim, you're going to replace your blade often. My wife, I got this circle cutter for her not too long ago, and she did a denim circle quilt, and I was the one cutting out each of those circles. And yes, it was fast. Yes, it was easy, but it will dull your blade because of what you're cutting, and that's okay. We have these replacement blades. You can get a couple as well, so you'll be ready and prepared for anything that you're cutting.
Okay, now we're actually going to turn some time over to Karla, who's actually going to show us a project that she did using the circle cutter, and you're just going to see again how easy, safe, and accurate and really effortless it is to use this circle cutter.
I'm excited to show you our circle cutter. Let me just jump off and show you a couple quilts that I've created. This quilt behind me, I made when the circle cutter first came out. I was testing it out to see if it really worked, and it really does work. And so I made this quilt. It's kind of a Japanese-inspired quilt because we make quilting frames for a lot of companies, and Juki was one of those companies. And so this went on the quilting frame that we made for Juki. So it was just really fun, and I used all these different color blues, and it turned out really nice. And what I did was I appliqued all these circles on by hand. I didn't even use the machine way back when because we didn't have our machines yet. So then over here, this is my very first free motion quilt I ever free motion quilted. And I just was inspired to cut out a bunch of different circles with different fabrics, and I just put them on the background, and you can see right here, some of them float off the edge. And so it's just kind of a fun take, and they're different sizes as well. So you can cut multiple pieces of fabric at one time, up to 3. No, I wouldn't cut any more than that. And I just put them on, and you can just see that it was really fun and just really different. And like I said, this was my very first free motion quilt, and it just turned out a lot of fun. And so those are just 2 styles, okay, that I wanted to show you. But then I was doing a little homework, and I was, fiddling around online, and I saw a similar design online. And I thought, hey, we could do that with the circle cutter. So last night I whipped this up, and it's just a fun little design that looks like, I call it my spectrum eclipse. And it just looks like, the lights turned on in this area, and it's dark right here. And it was really easy to put together with the circle cutter. And so I just wanted to show you some of the many, many, many things that you can do with the circle cutter. I went and pulled out 9 dark, well, not 9, and 8 dark pieces of fabric. And then I got their counterparts of the light pieces of fabric. And then to make it easier on me, I cut out squares of heat and bond, and I ironed it on. And so now I can cut out my circles. My dark circles is what I'm going to cut out first. All right. And so what I did is I just cut out the square. So what I'm going to do is just fold my squares so that they match up, so that I have a mark on them and a center point. And now I have my little intersection here. Okay, and I turned it over so it would be easier for you to see. So right here on the circle cutter, you have your anchor, is what I want to call it. And it's a little pin that you push down, and you can see right there, it's a little pin that pokes down into the fabric, and it has this wide surface. And this wide surface allows it to glide over your fabric without it bunching up and making it all bunched up, and you get the little wavy lines. Now, also on the circle cutter, you see right here, we have, it goes from 2 to 12 inches. And I'm going to make a 6-inch circle. So I just undid my anchor point, and I slid it down to my 6. And you see it has these little arms right here that come out, so that you can know that you're right on the 6, and then you just turn the little knob here to lock it into place, and it's not going to shift or move on you. So what's nice about the circle cutter is it has a safety feature. So if you're not using it, you can lock it so that a little kid's not going to cut themselves, or, so it's got a lot of safety features involved. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my little anchor point, and I am going to position it right over my intersection right here. Okay, so I want to turn this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of cross my hands, okay? And I'm just going to twist it around, just like that. And I have my circle, just like that. So I have 2 circles down, and I have 6 to go. But that's what I did with the circle cutter. So I'm just going to keep going, but as you're perusing, you can cut out circles, and you can use raw edge applique. You can applique them on like I did on these 2 quilts. You can, the sky's the limit when it comes to the circle quilts and what you can do with them. So I'm just folding it again to get my cross marks so I can find my middle. And then I'm going to fold it one more time right here. And I love the creative side of quilting. I like looking around, thinking of new ideas, ways to use our different products. It's just one of the fun things. It really makes my job the perfect job, because it's really not a job. It's more of something that I like to do. So I'm getting paid to do something that I really enjoy. So I'm just going to do it again. So I've marked my X. I'm going to put my hand down, and I'm just going to cross, and I'm going to go round just like that. And I've made one more circle. And you can see how easy it is to line up your intersection with your pivot point. So if you wanted to use this as well, you could cut out another square outside. Just make sure that you're doing your seam allowance, and you could fussy cut it. And then you could use this as well on another block. So you could put one on top of the other and have a different look. Well, I'll put it down here. So there are a lot of things, or ways to use the circle cutter. And Blaine, I know that it's an incredible price this week. As we're talking about it, all our TrueCut items are a great price. So I'm just going to do one more dark, and then I'm going to show you what I did with the light colors. So I'm just going to line that up, and I'm going to do this dark blue. And I'm just going to line it up and put it down. And then I'm just going to push and turn. And you can see how smooth a circle and how nice the edges are. You don't have to take your scissors and cut again like you do with some. All right, so let me do a light color, and I've got my dark colors. So let me do my light blue right here. So I'll do a light blue one really quick, and I'll just show you. Now with this little design, it's kind of fun. You could tell that I'm doing the same size circle on the light colors as I did with the dark colors. And what I'm doing is I will cut the centers in half right here, and just do a half circle for right here. And then I'll do a quarter circle right here on my corners. And that's where you get that fun look. But what you want to make sure is when you're putting this together is that you make it nice and straight. And you position them so that they're nice and straight across to get that nice look that you're looking for. So let me finish this up right here. And I'm going to show you a couple other of our TrueCut products as well, since it's Circle Day. All right. So here's my light blue circle. So since it's just a quarter, I already have my quarter marks because of my center. So what I'll do is I'll just take my straight ruler and I'm going to line it up on my mat, so I'm making sure it's nice and straight. And I'm moving over. And what's nice about our rulers is you can tell I have our true grips on it, so it's not going to slide and move, so you can get a nice accurate cut. So I'm going to place it on top of my mark, and I'm using the lines of my mat to help line up my circle. And I'm using my guide to make it nice and straight so I don't deviate and move off in any direction. I just want a nice straight cut. And I want to just make sure. And I'm just going to cut it up like that. So now I have a half circle, okay? And now I'm just going to take my half circle and I'm going to cut it. And I'm going to line it right here on my mat across the top so I know it's nice and straight. And I want to line it up so it's the center is lined up along this angle and horizontal and vertical. So I'm using the lines of my mat as well as rather than my cutter, because this I want it to be nice and accurate. And so I'm just lining it up and I'm using my cutter again and I'm just going to go up like this. Okay. And so there I have my half circle. And so you'll just put that on there on your black background. So that's this one right here. So really easy. The circle cutter makes quick work of it. You'll spend more time ironing than you will cutting. That's the truth of it. So let me do one more. I'll do the green. I have the green here. So I'm just going to hurry and cut the green out. And the black background on this just kind of makes it a lot of fun. And it's a little different look. And look how quickly it's working. I'm getting it done. So again, I'm just going to place my circle cutter. Now you can do any size circle you want. I just was kind of doing my little test last night. So these are 4-inch circles that I made this with. I'm cutting out 6-inch circles right now. So anyway, just very, very, very easy to use. I'm just going to turn it again. I'm going to place my anchor, push down on it. And I didn't show you right here where the blade is. So when you purchase the circle cutter, it comes with a little blade. And it's a smaller blade than the 28-inch blade. And it has a little cover, a safety cover over it that you have to take off. But it's not hard to do. And we also have replacement blades for your circle cutter because you'll use it time and time again. Eventually, the blade will wear out. My one at home is just about getting worn out. I haven't changed it yet, but it's getting close to time. But anyway, just know that you can also purchase the replacement blades with this as well. So I get so excited. We were just talking about this. I get a little ADHD because I have my mind going 1,000,000 miles an hour and I want to talk about everything all at once. And I have to slow down and make it work. And make it make sense. So I'm just going to fold this again for my green and make sure that it's all nice and centered. And then on my green, it's my darker green. So now I have another little quarter circle. I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to line it up on my mat right here. And all you quilters already know how to cut. I know that. But our products, the Grace TrueCut products are awesome. My brother, when he came out with TrueCut, wanted to design a cutting system that was safer for you, more accurate and easy, and makes it easy for you. And you can tell. So there's my green. So I'm just going to put that up here with the green. right here. And I'm going to turn it so it's like this. So there's the green. Okay. And let's do a half circle. Got this orange here. I'm just going to fold it again, get my intersection, and then I'm going to put my anchor down. All right, and here's the orange one right here. And, you know, I just cut 2 layers. Just wanted to show you what quick work it makes of cutting your circles. And like I said, because of the width of this, it just glides over your fabrics. So you don't need to worry about it bunching up and causing you problems and then having a nice wonky circle that you're going to have to use on your wonky quilt. So this will make your circles look really, really nice.
Wasn't that amazing?
Yes.
Oh, did you see that? That was so cool. I'm going to be honest. I don't know that I thought you could do that with the circle cutter. That's pretty impressive.
It's
the
a
colors.
beautiful wall hanging.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. Well, thank you so much, Karla. And just a reminder, go and follow us, Facebook, Instagram, and we do have a YouTube as well. We have a lot of great videos on there that actually have some great instructions about our products there as well. That was wonderful. Yes, thank you, Mark and Karla, for being in that video and talking about the wonderful 360 cutter. That really, I know we already talked about it a little bit, but I love that cutter. And there's actually, I had kind of a cool experience with it the other day. I was actually talking with Nathan and we were working through some things. And so he was actually kind of demonstrating how to cut out a circle, you know, and how easy it was with it. And so it kind of blew me away. So, you know, we were going through it and he was getting ready to do the circle. And so he did it and he didn't even look down. He cut the circle, you know, he did the motion of it and he never even looked down with it. And it was amazing. He, you know, picked it up and he's like, oh, look at that. I was like, what? You know, I was kind of taken back because it was so cool to see that he didn't even have to look at what he was doing because, you know, he already sized it and all that. So it was super neat to see him just do the motion of it and how easy it was to see that come out. Mark and Karla, really quick, do you know, well, Mark, do you know what size can you do, or what size circles can you do with that 360 cutter?
Yeah, good question. You can do 2 to 12 inches. So it's pretty big and pretty small. The bigger the circle, the easier it is with our circle cutter. But like you said, it's almost like magic. When you're cutting those circles, just because it's so smooth, so easy, it's like magic. And it makes it really nice to get those circles cut.
Yeah, wonderful. And then how many pieces of fabric can you cut, Mark? Because I know that's always a big question, right? You know, how many circles at once can I do? So what can that cut up to, Mark?
You do 3, right? 3 on that.
3 layers
so, yeah,
is pretty
3
good.
layers.
However, you can do 4. I wouldn't go any more than that.
Okay,
Yeah,
and what
denim
about
is really the thickness, right?
Oh yeah,
you can do
denim, yeah.
So.
Or felt or something like that. The thicker, the less layers.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, that's perfect to point out because I know that oftentimes you think, oh, great, you know, 3 layers, but then if you get a thicker piece of fabric, that's not necessarily how you want to do that. So that is wonderful and perfect. So, I don't know, Karla, are you ready to do the next segment, or would you like to talk maybe a little bit more about that 360 cutter because it is absolutely amazing.
I will be showing some more of the 360 cutter, but I'm going to show you a few more things and how to create even larger circles. I figured out a way to do that using our awesome rulers. So I'm excited to jump in and start showing you on my retro circle quilt. And it was a lot of fun to make. So
wonderful. Alrighty, well, I guess we'll go ahead and turn the time over to you, Karla. The floor is yours. Go ahead and show us what amazing work you've done.
Now, and thanks for staying with us. We really appreciate it. It's been a long day, and we understand that. And just know that if you miss a segment, that you can see it again. And just stay tuned and watch for those replays, and you'll be able to see what you maybe missed or what you wanted to see, but you were at work and doing what you're supposed to do throughout the day. So anyway, I wanted to do another circle quilt. I love circles and I love trying to figure out different ways to challenge myself of making things. And I hope that you as quilters do as well. I feel like it's important for us to grow, not only as quilters, but as individuals. And with each project, it really does help me think differently, and it does sparks your creativity, because when you're working on something, it's like, oh, maybe I could do it this way or try something else. So Courtney, who is a member of the education team, and I started playing with the circle quilt idea and started playing with it in Illustrator. I have learned that, and it's been really fun. And so I started with a white background, and so the design or the idea that you see on the website has a white background, but my husband goes, babe, that's not you. You have a more pow and attitude. So why don't you try something different on the background? So I started playing with it, and first of all he said, well, why don't you try a red? And I was like, nah, a red's not going to do it, babe. I'm not going to go that route. And then I started thinking about what he said, because my husband's he's such a good help, and he's such a good motivator, and he does help me push myself, sometimes a little too much. And it gets a little frustrating, so we have to have our boundaries. But I love my husband, and I really appreciate what he did to help push the boundaries on this quilt. And so as I was thinking about it, I went to my Illustrator design, and I started playing with the background. And I started with horizontal. And then I thought, that's a little boring. So let's try vertical. And so I put them on vertical, and I did them in gradients of gray background. And then it started looking like this planetary thing. And it started getting a little more exciting for me and for those who were looking at it. Then we started playing with the position of the circles on it. And so Illustrator is just a great way for you to expand your artistic abilities and see what the shapes and designs will look like. So I encourage you, if you don't have it, try it and learn it. It's not that hard. Yes, there are some learning curves, but really, if you really want to take your quilting to the next art form, this is a great way to do it. Okay, so I changed the background, and just know that we'll have the instructions by Friday and the size circles and everything. But then I had the challenge of, how do I take this picture and put it and make a quilt? And that's what I love. I love that little challenge of, okay, so what am I going to do to make this happen? So let me tell you where I started. Okay, so I had to come up with a larger size circle. And this I have to give to my husband. He figured out a way, and I thought it was ingenious. So I had this big cutting board that we never use at home. So he plowed a nail into it. And then he put a piece of paper on it, and he took our TrueCut rulers with the holes and put it on the nail, and he went around it and made huge circles. And because you have the holes in various sections, you can make different size large circles. So let me show you my solution, because we all don't have a cutting board like we do. We've been in the appliance business for a long time. So I went and I found a piece of cardboard right here. And what I did is I just cut out a square. It's not beautiful or anything like that. Not expected to be. I put a nail up through it. Can you see that? Okay, a nail through it, okay? And then I put duct tape. Good old duct tape. Yeah, 1,001 uses, and who knew it's going to help you make circles, large circles. And you put the duct tape on top, and so I crossed it. So I put two pieces, so it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to stabilize it, and some on the back as well. Then you want to tape it down to your mat, okay? Or just a table surface, because right now we're not cutting or anything like that. So just tape it down to a solid surface. And that's all you need. And then you just get your paper, and let me go show you the paper that I have. And you know what? I'm not quite as good at this as my husband, because he's just very artistic and very talented with this. So a shout out to my husband, okay, because this was his cool idea. And he was actually using the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, because we had a larger surface to use. But you put the corner right here on one of the holes right there, and you want to keep it up in that top corner, and you want to keep your pencil in one of the corners. And then what you're going to do is just going to kind of move it. And you don't want to have the true grips. I found that the hard way, okay? So the true grips aren't going to allow you to move around the radius of the circle. So if you have true grips on your ruler, this is what you'll do. You'll just turn it upside down so the true grips are facing up. Still works the same, but very useful. So you're just going to put it in the corner. You're going to select your size, and you're just going to go and turn it around just like this. And just make it nice. And this is one way to create, oh, I went off. I made it too big. Sorry, guys. Told you, not as experienced as my husband. And I probably didn't get the paper right in the middle, but that's okay. Because then we just bring it right around. Voila! Ta-da! Very cool. I have my nice big circle. Now, what you're going to do is you can make even smaller circles if you want and not waste a lot of paper. So you could keep going around it, making smaller circles, and just keep going. It's a lot of fun. Oh, I'm up over my thing, so just make sure that you make it a little smaller. And just keep going, and then you're going to cut out your circles. Okay, there's my patterns. So now to cut them out and to make sure, we did the full circle, but we're going to line up our circles so that the lines are laying on top of each other. And then we can just cut them out with scissors, okay? I found that was easier. Now, if you have a template or something that's got a curve, you could go around it, but you want to keep it as straight as possible and keep the edges from not being real jagged. So just fold it, and then I can have 2 different size circles that I can use. Okay, so we're done with this. That's pretty cool. So now you know how to make larger circles, and you don't have to go out and buy any special equipment, just your TrueCut supplies and a trusty nail and a piece of cardboard and a handy pencil. So make sure that you try this, because I want you to try larger circles, and I want you to expand your quilting arsenal with great ideas. And I'm sure that somebody will come out even with a better way to do this, and you can share it with us. So anyway, so these are the circle sizes that I used. And notice that I folded them in half. And so when I don't know if I have a piece of fabric. Now this one will work. Okay, so when you're trying to cut this out, you'll need your pins, and you'll want to place this because you want on the fold. So you'll need your pins, and you're just going to fold it in half, and the fold lines go on the fold lines of your fabric. And what you're going to do is you're going to pin it down all the way around, and then you're going to cut your circle out. Now, you can cut the outer diameter or the inner diameter or both and just move it along. So there's so many options for you to get your different size circles. So it's really easy and not hard, and man, they'll come together really, really fast. So that's how I made the larger circles. So let me jump in. And for the smaller circles, I used our 360 circle cutter, and I showed you how to do that, and so did Mark. So yeah, you don't need a lot of instruction for that, but I went through 2 layers, some I went through 4, and it worked out. So when you cut, you want 2 layers of fabric. And what you're going to do with that circle is you're going to take those 2 layers. I've got to find my one. 2 layers of fabric, and you're going to sew your 1/4 inch all the way around. So, I mean, I sat there and my husband was like, man, you got all those circles done that fast? And I said, yeah, I'm done. And he was just really impressed at how fast I could crank through sewing around the circles. But the next step is that you want to be able to pull your circles right side out. So how do you do that? What you're going to do is pull it apart, because you don't want to cut through both layers. You want to just make a little hole in the center. Now, I've tried it on the side. Its center is really important. I have one that I did on the side, and it doesn't make it as circular as you want it. So make sure that you cut in the middle, kind of like this, and just make a little opening, and take your scissors and just make it a little wider, So you can turn it right side out. But before you do that, one step that I learned that's really important, you're going to take that 1/4 of an inch, because I don't want to snip around all the way around, making those little snippets. And I don't want the buildup as I'm turning it right side out. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut and make it 1/8 of an inch away all the way around your circle. And this will help eliminate the bulk, but don't do it too close, because you don't want it to open up and you don't want to cut your threads. So just be really careful as you're going around it. But it's really important for you to do this step, because it will help to eliminate the bulk. For my next video that I'm going to do, and I show you how to sew these on using your machine and your frame and how to quilt it. So now that I've cut all the way around to eliminate all that excess that would have been in there if I just turned it, now I can turn it, okay, right side out, and you're just going to pull it through just like this. Not hard to do at all. And then I suggest you sew up all your circles, sit there and sew all of them. Then I take my finger, okay? I take my finger and I just push around the edge on the seam, just like this, to kind of make it look like a circle. And I'm just gonna push it all the way around, and I'm just gonna keep going till I have that seam pushed out. And then you're gonna go to your iron, you're gonna iron it, and it's gonna be awesome. Right here, see how it's a little flat spot? I just need to push that out just a little bit more with my finger. Or you can take a pencil or something that rubs up along the edge. But if you'll do that, it'll make it look like a circle, and then you're gonna iron it nice and flat, okay? And that's your circle, ready to be sewn onto your quilt. Okay, then the next thing I had to figure out was my background. So I liked the background and the angle, and my husband said, well, babe, you're gonna waste so much fabric if you do this. So what I suggest that you do, because I did have a little bit more waste than I thought was necessary, is I want you to lay out your fabrics in sections at an angle so you know how long they're supposed to be. Now, you're gonna have to have them at least the center section right here, at least 3.5 yards long, depending on the size quilt you want to make. I mean, you don't have to follow my instructions. These are just guidelines for you to explore how you want to quilt. So my fabric wasn't quite long enough, and he said, oh, that's not going to work, but it did. So we made it work. So when you're laying it out, just lay it out on an angle. And it's nice to have a mat or something so that you can lay it out on an angle and then decide what you want your colors to be. Now, as I was going out and exploring what the back should be, I found I was just going to have it be grays and blacks. But then I found this sparkly fabric, and I thought, hey, how interesting would that be? And so I purchased some of it. So as you're laying out, just kind of lay it out. And just have fun with it. And then here's another sparkly fabric. So we'll put that on the other side of the black and just have fun. And then that way you will know how to sew it up, and it will be at an angle. Because as you come in, this will be your longer strips in the center, and they'll get shorter and shorter and shorter. And then to square it up, I used a quilter's, well, not a quilter's chalk line, a chalk line. So we laid the chalk line out and just made it nice and square, and the edges nice and straight. Those will help you line it up and give you what you need to line up. So here is the quilt and the background. And it's not finished yet because it is a work in progress. So let me just quickly show you. I had it laying out here, but you can't really see it. So let me just talk to you about it and how I did it. So I laid my strips out, and I was able to get them all on an angle. But it was the next thing was like, how do I get my little white strips? Let me show you. These little white strips on it, and then my circles to match up and to be through that before I jump to the quilting frame. So what I did is I cut off the top about as wide as I thought I needed to, and then I took this top circle, this big circle, and I cut off part of it. I just wouldn't cut it, okay? And then I laid it right sides together, and I put this on and I sewed across the top so that I could pull this up out. And then I was able to sew the larger one on. And the same thing happened with this one. Now this one looks a little more oval, but it's going to be just fine because I probably should have cut off just a little extra because I added this to it, but it adds a little fun and a little whimsy to it. Now, right here on the side, I had this cut and I wanted to sew this down, but look, I wanted to show you. This was kind of a mistake, but it was it looks okay. It was kind of one of those mistakes that turned out in my favor. So this wasn't really how this was supposed to be, and let me show you the design. So it was supposed to be more like this circle here, but see, as I was pinning it, I placed one on top of the other, and it adds a little extra, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, fun. And I'm going to let you vote and ask you your opinion. My husband liked it. I'm kind of on the edge about it, but if you like it this way, I want you to put in your little chat to love it, or then if you don't like it and you think it should be this direction where it's on top, say change. Because I'd like to hear what you have to say about it, because sometimes, I don't know, I just want to, and then Friday when I actually quilt a quilt, you'll know what was the larger winner, because I'm going to let you all decide if I change it or if I keep it. So I'd really like to hear what you have to say, but the quilt turned out really fun. It wasn't as hard and wasn't as difficult. The only thing I didn't even really struggle with it. It challenged me. It challenged me to stop and think about how am I going to create that look and how am I going to cut the quilt, because I didn't have extra fabric to waste. And so it's really important for you to, if you need to, make a paper template and figure it out that way. Paper is a cheaper fix than cutting fabric and then wasting it and then getting so discouraged. I can't tell you how many times I've cut something and went, oh my gosh, I don't have enough fabric and I cut it wrong. I know I'm not the only one who's done that. Or I didn't read the instructions correctly and I was thinking I was supposed to cut it one way and the instructions didn't say that. So really important for us before we start quilting to, if we're following a pattern, to read the instructions first, okay? And then if you don't understand the instructions, reread them and try and figure it out. That has saved me so much time and so much heartache. If I just jump in and all of a sudden start cutting, then that's when I think this little voice in the back of my head says, wait, stop. You did it wrong. And I keep going. And then all of a sudden I get to the sewing machine and it's like something's not matching up. So make sure that you're stopping and reading the instructions and following them. It was a fun quilt, and it may not be your style, but it may be your style. And you may want to change the colors of the backing. You may want to change the colors of the circles. That's totally up to you. It's just quilt the way you like to quilt, but jump in and try something new, try something different. It may be starting with a 9 patch and just changing it up to make it be your 9 patch, your style. It may be just even blocks and squares and you're trying to add a little triangle into them. There's so many different ways to challenge yourself, whatever level of quilting you are at. So if you're just a beginner and you want something simple, start out with a simpler design, but make it your own. Don't conform. I'm not a conformist, and I don't want you to be. I want you to stretch your knowledge, stretch your abilities, and really try hard to challenge yourself to try new things and new ways of quilting. So, yeah, what has it been? What's the consensus, Brian? Is mostly change or mostly leave or what? It's about equal. Boy, that's going to be a real tough one because you're leaving it up to me. Anyway, it was really fun. So I just cut these off and I cut my strips. I started out with a little wider strip and it just didn't look right as I was going through the circles, but I'm actually going to sew my circles off the edge. And so when it comes to quilting it, I'm going to have a little lump. I like different. I like quirky. I hope that you will try something different and something quirky as well, because it is important. Now, another way to use them. So when it comes to the quilting part, I'm really excited to take this to the frame and show you how to sew them on. And I have a question from Linda Martin. She says, are your strips cut lengthwise or on the bias? Now, I cut them lengthwise, not on the bias. Now, if you want to cut on the bias, it's strictly up to you. I think it gives it a little bit more stretch. And sometimes when you're working with a lot of stretchy fabric, it can come out of square a lot easier. So that's why I cut them the way I did. I just laid them out kind of on an angle. Now, mine's not exactly a 45-degree angle. You decide what angle you want and go for it. If it helps you to draw it out on a piece of paper and then lay it out, go ahead and do that. Sometimes it helps to pin it. So I will lay out my strips. I have to be honest with you, so that I know which way to pick them up and sew them together. And instead of bringing a whole pile over the table, I get interrupted and I forget where I'm at. So as I'm sewing these strips together, I will either number them, 1, 2, 3, and I'll say top left so I know which direction to sew, because it's really easy to turn them and then have two blocks that you don't want together be the same, or a strip or whatever. So number them, lay them out, and don't let the cat or dog mess them up, because that's a big pain too. So we have lots of blankets, lots of covers. Those little cute animals, boy, they love quilting and they love to be a part of it. But number them so that you know how to sew them and in what order to sew them, and that will save you a lot of unpicking. There's nothing worse than sewing two together and then opening it up and say, oh my gosh, those are the same color. I didn't want those together, or that strip shouldn't have gone there. And then you're unpicking for that much longer. So that will save you a lot of heartache in the long run. So make sure that you're numbering them or doing your own systems. Figure out your system and what works for you. When I bring something over, if I'm quilting a group of blocks that are the same, I will sew that same seam on all the blocks and then move to the next. Because if you go forward and, well, not you, but just me. If I move forward to doing the block, I always forget, oh, is this supposed to be on the right side or the left side? So just that was my system. Find your system, find what works for you, and go for it. It was a lot of fun, and I want you to stay tuned, and I want you to join me on Friday when I quilt this. And I have to be honest with you, I'm really excited to quilt this. This is a larger square, so we're going to use some free motion quilting. We're going to use a little automation, and we're going to use some ruler work as we quilt it. So it should be a lot of fun, and you know, just stay tuned and know that we're here for you and we want to hear your input. And I'm excited for you to try your own circle quilt and put your own spin on it. I love seeing my patterns and your twist on them. That's what makes me happy as a quilter. But one thing I don't like is negative comments. So if you don't like something, you don't have to say anything. And I hope that is reciprocated to all of us out there. I think it's really important. We are truly artists, and to appreciate the art form and the art world and where we come from. And it's so important for us as quilters to be able to express ourselves. And that's how we express ourselves, through our love of quilting. And we are such generous people. And so thank you for joining me, and stay tuned on Friday. And I'm really excited to show you what I do with this quilt and how I'm going to quilt it. And I want to share that pattern with you, so it'll be available on Friday if you're interested. So thank you and take care. And we'll see ya.
And ta-da! Isn't that so fun? I love it. I could just cut circles all day long. Cutting fabrics was one of my least favorite parts of the whole quilting process because I would always be wasting fabric. I'd have to redo it over and over and over and just get really frustrated, honestly. I really have fallen in love with the TrueCut cutting system because it is so accurate. It's super safe. I never have to worry about my fingers.
One thing that's just fantastic is that it's just so easy, and you can do 2 inches all the way up to 12 inches in circle size.
And go all the way around. And now we have our circle. Very simple. Yeah, that's right. Boom.
I would have to like recut it 10 different times because I was swirling all over the place. My cuts weren't even, and it made it so the piecing portion of my quilting was really, really difficult.
I can finally go do the design and the quilt that I've wanted to do for years now.
And all I can say is, here we go, Mom, no hands, woo! What are some of the unique differences that we actually have and how you might use our Quilter's Creative Touch Pro version 5? One thing I love to show you is that the system actually knows where it's at, how much is left, how many stitches are in this pattern. I'm gonna sign my name. I can use my finger to do the same. One was recorded, the second one the automation did. How amazing. I myself have finished several quilts, so I think it actually makes me look way better than I actually am.
We are going to load an image.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Karla, for showing and kind of giving us a new idea of how we can use that 360 cutter. That's super neat. I never really thought about doing that before, so that was super neat. So maybe how did you come up with that idea?
It's all my husband. He came up with making larger circles because that was what I wanted for my quilt. So he's just using our rulers and the holes. And you thought, oh, those holes are really stupid. They're really not. I mean, we foresaw all this future, and Karla knew that she was going to create larger circles down the road. So that's why they're important.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. And I know it wasn't quite on the schedule, but I was thinking maybe we could do a giveaway, but this time we'll do it specifically for the 360 cutter, because I mean, we just talked about it. So I was thinking we could do a giveaway, ask a question, and then we'll give them the 360 cutter. How does that sound?
Well, the 360 along with a comfort cutter and a ruler. Yeah, so yeah.
Okay.
I was even thinking a 5-pack of blades in this as well. I'm going to keep you sharp and thinking all the time. So it's the 5-pack of blades, the 45 millimeter comfort cutter, and the circle cutter, and whatever size ruler you want. Okay, so if you want the 6.5 by 24.5, or if you want the 6.5 by 12.5 that I used, or the 3 by 18, I don't care. You pick.
Wonderful. Well, that's great. That'll be so great for whoever wins this. That'll be such a wonderful thing to get started with when you're looking at quilting, and that 360 cutter will be so good if you ever look at doing circles. So that's awesome. So let's see. Mark probably.
The question better be hard.
Oh,
I was gonna say, I've got a good question.
But see, I mean, all of you guys are already smart. So like we say tough questions, but then everybody just gets them right away. So don't worry, don't be scared when we say tough top of it.
Yeah, you are. So yeah. I don't think Mark and I are feeling that bright.
Yeah, no.
It's towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
So do you have one or do I have one?
Or LJ, do you have one too? I don't know, between the three of us, we got to come up with something, and maybe we think of an easy question because we may overlook the easy question. It's a hard question you guys come up with really well. Sorry, the hard answers you guys come up with too. So,
let's see.
Oh, God. Think. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I have one. Okay. So in my little demonstration here, okay, I showed you a new way of making larger circles, and I used a couple of different items to make it happen so that we didn't have to go and purchase a whole new board or anything like that. I used a certain kind of tape, and I used something to poke up in the middle of the little cardboard that I made my own little apparatus to draw around. If you can name what I used to go up through the needle and what style of tape I used, you get this whole little lovely combo.
Wonderful. That's a great question. That is wonderful. Although I don't, yeah.
Somebody's got it.
Yeah, I was like,
They've got
Mark,
the
you're right
answers.
though. I guess the harder the question, the easier they get it. So
Yeah.
They did. They got it.
I know one of these days, quilters, we will stump you.
Yes.
One of these days, we'll hear crickets because no answers are coming through. One of
Because
these days.
they're going on in our head. You guys are awesome and you're so smart and you do listen, and thank you for that.
Yeah,
a lot of answers, and let's choose one from each area so we can get them all.
Yes.
This is great.
So what was the answer? Just so everybody out there is watching, Karla, what was the answer you were looking for?
So were you watching, Mark? Were you watching, Laurel? Is nail and duct tape.
Yep. Yes. Hey, perfect.
So if you had, the nail. You nailed it, guys. You nailed it. And you're really sticking to it, too. All right. Enough of that.
That was perfect. So let me go ahead and we're going to pick 3 winners. So we'll do one from YouTube, from Facebook, and then we'll pull someone that's from our Grace platform. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull this one up. So this is from our YouTube. So congrats.
Way to go.
Yeah, so Marie, that is correct. It was a nail and duct tape. So yes, congrats. So Karla, show us one more time. What do they win?
Okay, so you're winning a 5-pack of our fantastic blades. They will keep you sharp. You're winning a 45mm comfort cutter, and you are winning the circle cutter. This is a great little combo. And you get your choice of whatever size ruler you want. So you can get the 6.5 by 24.5, the 3 by 18, or the 6.5 by 12. So any one of those, and you get to decide. I'm not throwing in the square rulers because if you want that, you can get that. But I just thought these worked really well. And you can get a lot of different size circles. So you decide.
Wonderful. And then so for everybody watching, so whoever is the winner, just a reminder, you're going to want to reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com to claim your prize. So it's up there on the screen. It's MELINDA at graceframe.com. So make sure to send her an email, let her know you've won, and we'll look at getting you your prize sent out. So again, that's Melinda at graceframe.com. So let me go ahead. I'm going to pull up another winner here. So that was from YouTube. So I'm going to pull somebody from Facebook. So let me go down, give everybody a chance, put it in there, give their answers.
Remember, LJ, keep your eyes open.
I got it open this time. So Karen,
way to go. Nice.
So congrats again. Yes, that was nail and duct tape that she used. And Karla, that was such a good idea to use some things that you have at home, because I know, especially in quilting, we always see, like, oh, you got to go buy this, right? So that was super neat idea.
You don't have a big enough bowl to do it.
Yeah.
But it's so true, the duct tape, like everybody uses
you don't have it, you need it.
Yeah, duct tape.
Yes. Yeah. Well, perfect. Thank you. So again, congrats, Karen. And so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pull somebody now from our Grace platform. So let me see. Let me get it pulled up. Again, I will keep my eyes open on this one. Okay. Let me get there. Let's see. Okay. So the answer was duct tape and nail. And so this is Cindy Hutchins. So congrats, Cindy. So
nice job, everyone.
Congratulations,
yes,
everybody.
perfect.
Yeah.
And so just really quick on how to spell that last name. So it's Hutchins. So congrats again to Sydney Hutchins. So that's Hutchins. So congrats to everybody. And thank you again, Karla, for showing us amazing things that you can do with that 360 cutter. Really quickly, as we kind of go through here, I just want to show and remind everybody kind of how to navigate again our Grace website, just because if you haven't joined us or you're still kind of trying to get a feel for it, I just want to make sure everybody knows how to go ahead and do that. So let me just bring up my screen here. So to get started, where you'll start off is just our Grace Frame website. So that's graceframe.com. You can look that up, laptop, home computer, phone, tablet, iPad, anything you can use to look that up. And again, it's just graceframe.com. TrueCut.com. And once you go there, this will be one of the first things that pop up. And so it'll be just this banner. So it says registration, now open. So you'll go ahead and hit register now. Once you select that, it'll take you here. Now, if you haven't registered, I encourage everybody, go register now. That's actually what gets your name entered in to win some of our big giveaways. So if you're not registered, definitely go register, because there is still a chance that you can win. So make sure again that you're registered. But if you are, and once you are, it'll take you to this page. And so this is actually the Fall Festival homepage. And this actually shows you and gets you to anywhere you really need to. So across the top here, we have events and workshops. So that talks about both what has happened and what will be coming up. So any previous events you may want to go back through and rewatch, they are available on there. And any future events that you're trying to keep an eye out for, you can go on there as well. And you can actually add it to your calendar. And once you add it to your calendar, you actually will be set up for reminders, so you can make sure not to miss that segment. So that's a great thing. Again, it shows all previous events and all future events. So make sure to take a look at that, so you can be prepared for what we have coming up next. And then this is also where you can see our giveaways. So this is super exciting. Again, this is where you want to make sure you're registered, because this is some amazing products. I blanked there. Products that you can win here. So it'll be amazing. Like this one, Robin won the 15R and their choice of frame. So that was wonderful. We had the cutie frame, some of our amazing cutting products. So really, again, don't forget to make sure you're registered so you can be entered to win these prizes. So then that's there. If you go back, we'll go just kind of across the top here again, so you can see where and what you have access to on this fall homepage. So that was the giveaways. Next, we have that quilt show section, and I absolutely love this section of it, because this is actually where you all had the opportunity to actually submit the quilts you have, and to also give a little bit of a background or a description and story on your quilt. So definitely take a look there, because they're, again, the stories behind what you quilters have done is amazing to read. And there's a lot of different sections, so it's fun to see the Hall of Shame, the Surprise or Oops one, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. They're made from scraps, Holiday, or that Wild Imagination. So amazing quilts. And so if you go into them, just really quickly, you can see, and every time you come into it, it actually will populate different quilts at the top. So you are able to see different quilts every time you go into it. So, if you've gone in once, go in again. There'll be even more quilts on there that you can see. Once you're in them, you can actually do see more. And this is where I would encourage everybody to put a comment, whether it's, say, hey, you know what, I love the craftsmanship of it, or I love the story behind it, just because this actually gives you the opportunity to communicate and talk with quilters all around the world. So it's really an amazing opportunity to connect with everyone and all those quilters. So encourage everybody to do that. You also can share these. So if you want to email, you can do it through Facebook, or you can copy a link, and earlier we talked about do it, so you can get your friends and family to vote on your quilt. So you can absolutely do that as well. There is a limit so you can only vote on a quilt once. However, there is no limit on how many quilts you can vote on. So if you're going through and you want to, like all of them, you can definitely do that. So there is no limit on how many quilts you can like. So definitely go through, all the different sections and see really what you can do there. Because again, amazing to see what you as quilters have done, and the creativity that you have behind your quilts is truly amazing to see. So take a look at that. And so let me go back here. We'll get back to our home page. So on here, another thing I would like to do really quick is actually a shout out to our vendors. So we have some amazing vendors that we got specifically for you, and they are running specific promotions again for you for this fall festival. So if you're scrolling through those quilts, as we showed just before, you will come across some of the amazing discounts that they are running for you. However, if not, you can also come here and you can see and go visit their booth specifically, so you can see what promotions they're going to be running for you. So I highly recommend and encourage everybody to go take a look there, because there is some amazing deals that they have for you, because they love you and they want to help you out. So I definitely recommend, go look there and see what they can do. One last thing that I just really quickly want to point out because it's actually really fun. We have done a fall festival before, however, we didn't do this aspect of it before. So it's actually a super fun, kind of a different thing that I think a lot of people have seen out there before. So this, let me get back here. So we'll go to our dashboard. So this is just our dashboard, and over here it's our community quilt. And so this is super fun because you get to see, again, you saw everybody's quilt. So this way you can really see individual blocks. So you're kind of a little bit closer so you can see, the handiwork that went into it. So they're super fun to see. It's also super fun because if you refresh the page every time, it'll load new blocks. So you can see there it kind of changes it. So it does give you an opportunity to see, again, the beautiful artwork that everyone has done. So it's amazing to see. So again, that's just kind of briefly how you can do that, but I encourage everybody, take a look there. It's amazing, and I've loved seeing you all, and thank you again. I know we did a little bit of a shout out this morning, but thank you to everybody for being with us. I know you're here from all around, so thank you so much. Mark and Karla, do you have anything else you'd like to share before we kind of wrap up?
Yeah, I just want to also say thank you. It was fun, and we enjoyed doing these. We keep joking around how we're here and you guys are there, and so much content. But we do this for you guys, and it's just fun. And so for me, I love the questions. I love the interaction. And so if you have questions, don't forget to post them on there, and we'll try to get to them as many as we can. But just the interaction, the excitement, the joy, people congratulating each other, the stuff that comes out with Karla, all your fantastic stuff. It's just great to be a part of. And then the giveaways. I know everybody loves giveaways.
Yes.
So make sure that you continue to tune in. Tomorrow's another new day. We'll have other education parts, product. But for me, it's just the joy of interacting with everybody and to be alongside Karla, who's been here forever. She's just a fantastic, fantastic, happy person every single day. So it's fun to be around you as well.
And I just like to say thank you as well. And as much as you get from us, you give to us. And we really appreciate that. You inspire us, and you're really, truly the reason that we are here today and thriving and growing strong. Your ability to encourage us and move us forward, thank you. And truly, from the bottom of our hearts, we want you to stay tuned the next 2 days and be a part of the fabulous Fall Festival.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm just going to show everybody kind of what we have here again. So this is tomorrow. So this is what Karla was talking about. So please, yes, tune in tomorrow. We also will be here Friday. So check in. That's where we'll be doing our big giveaway. So make sure you're here for that. Tomorrow it's going to kick off. It's about 18 hours. You can have it count down. And again, if you are excited or want to watch a specific segment, you can actually come in here and add it to your calendar. Once you add it to your calendar, that's when it'll send you a notification, or rather a reminder, to make sure that you don't miss that segment. So definitely, if there's that one segment you really don't want to miss, make sure to add it to your calendar. So it'll be super fun. We're going to kick off, and then we're going to start in with the gingham picnic blanket, which I think will be super fun. Janessa has done that segment, so it'll be super cool to see what she's done and to hear from her tomorrow. And then after that, we'll go into our new Wonderfoot. Now, Karla, I know this is a newer thing, and I know you were pretty excited for it, right? Why don't you share just
very
briefly?
Excited. And so everybody will be excited. It's a cool foot. It does so much, and even we were surprised at how much it actually does. So we were adding new items to it, so to expand your quilting arsenal as well. So stay tuned tomorrow and see the fabulous Wonderfoot.
Yes, thank you. That was a wonderful teaser on that, because it really is amazing and super cool to see. After we see that new Wonderfoot, we'll actually go into some more information on our quilt motion, or our QCT. So it'll be on the beginnings, and Nathan will walk through a little bit about that. And then after that, we'll come back to this amazing quilt that Karla has talked about. So her retro quilts, that'll be super fun to see a little bit more on that tomorrow. And then this segment will also be a really interesting one. So this is on what frame is right for you. So as the Grace Company, we tried to make sure that you can really start where it's going to work best for you. So whether that's on budget, space, if you're looking to use your own machine, or if you want to jump in, So really, this is going to be an amazing video that will walk you through kind of where to get started, and based on those, what's going to work best for you. So definitely make sure to tune in for that. After that, we'll have a wonderful maple leaf. So that'll be fun, kind of, a fall quilt block on that. So that'll be super neat from Nicole. And then we'll also talk a little bit about our finesse thread and why it is what it is, why the weight it is, why, how many yards it is. So that'll be wonderful. And then we'll also come back in and we'll do a part 2 of the pumpkin banner. So again, some more fun fall themed things that we have going on tomorrow. And then tomorrow we'll also have another big live giveaway. You still can be, or you still have a chance to win. So make sure you're registered so you can win. And that's what we'll be doing, the live giveaways. Then we'll talk a little bit about our 19, and then we'll go a little bit deeper into the automation bit and kind of some of the fun features you can do with that. So that's just tomorrow. So make sure to stay tuned with us because it'll be fantastic. And I hope we can see you all there tomorrow. And I am looking forward to getting to know you all a little bit better tomorrow. So thank you again so much for joining us on YouTube, Facebook, and our wonderful Grace platform. So thank you again to everybody for watching.
Thank you. See ya.